Hey, I want to highlight the great value your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are bringing you this month. Looking for a stylish SUV? You can lease a new Buick Envista or a stunning new Buick Encore GX for just $229 a month. Both are exceptional by design. Find your perfect Buick. These deals are happening right now at any of your 20 Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. Tax, title, license, dealer fees, and optional equipment not included. Dealer sets the final price based on due at signing amount of $3,569. Must be a current lessee or a 2020 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the vehicle sale. No security deposit required. Mileage charge of 25 cents per mile over 20,000 miles at participating dealers only. Residency restrictions apply. Visit gmcofferinfo.com. That's gmcofferinfo.com for more details.
Very first ticket text I see, Costa needs to have 2 40-ounce Starbucks coffees and some muscles if he wants to be Man Campbell.
Yeah, we could get you one of those, I don't know, muscle body suits to put underneath
There you go.
your Lions gear. Maybe some lifts in your shoes.
So somebody had the idea earlier that if you were going to be Campbell the Lions player.
Oh, then you'd need the mullet wig. Or the long hair.
With the hair.
Yeah.
And then also like get his uniform from back then.
Wow. Yeah, the old school Lions.
So if you were going to go all in,
Yeah.
would you trim the beard and just go with the goatee? Have you ever done the goatee?
No, you'd have to.
Yeah. I think you should, just to see what it looks like. It'll grow back.
For the record, I'm not dressing as Dan Campbell. This is for everybody else out there who is. I wanted to give them from the man himself the key to pulling off a costume. Don't you guys
I really
expect
love
to
how
see?
we can turn this thing around on you.
It's impressive. Don't you expect to see some Dan Campbell costumes?
Oh,
this week?
certainly. Yeah, there'll be some. There'll be a lot of Lions players, and obviously since I live in Plymouth,
Oh, yeah.
just outside of Plymouth, but that's where we're going to go trick or treating. You see all Hutches.
Hutch.
Yeah.
We did talk some Lions earlier for people who missed it. John had them number 1 in his power surge, and we view them as a Super Bowl contender.
Yeah.
For people who don't, what's holding you back? If you missed it, Odyssey Rewind, you can go back and listen. We gave away some Lions tickets today.
Yeah. Speaking of that, as I brought up all the guys that were drafted in the first round from Texas,
Yeah.
I did bring up the name Bobby Lane. And so, which I was met with this great disdain. Now, the question is, Bobby Lane was not drafted by the Lions. And he came out in 1948.
I remember that draft.
So a couple of Lions trivia questions for you.
Who did Mel Kiper have going number 1 that year?
Yeah. The Lions did draft a Hall of Famer, and it's one of Stoney's favorite all-time names.
Oh, well.
We'll get to that in just a moment. But I want to ask you, who was Bobby Lane drafted by in 1948?
Who were even the teams in the 40s?
So, okay, go back to what are some of the...
Like, it's not Green Bay, but Green
The
Bay was
Pottsville
playing.
Pots.
No.
The Bears?
So, yes and no.
Oh, is this like the...
He was drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers, 3rd overall, and traded to the Chicago Bears immediately.
Okay.
So then the question is, who was drafted by the Detroit Lions?
What pick?
And it was pick 6, and it was a Hall of Famer. And it actually was a quarterback.
Huh?
1948.
The Lions drafted a Hall of Fame quarterback in the same draft as Bobby Lane, but it wasn't Bobby Lane.
Correct.
And this was in 1948.
1948.
And you expect me to be able to guess this. You realize Stoney's not in the morning anymore.
No, I know that, yeah. But I'm just...
Was it Chad Kanoff?
Because my brain started
It's
to
an
think...
LSU quarterback.
Okay, because I was going to name like great players from that era, like Doak Walker or something, but it's
no.
a quarterback, so I have no idea.
It would be Y.A. Tittle.
I was close.
Y.A. Tittle.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Y.A. Yeah. Is that his nickname? Hey, yeah. What?
Whoa.
Who's on first?
I am going to tell people this. We don't plan on going that far back for Name That Lion. I don't think you have to memorize the 1950s Lions to win.
No, you don't. But I just had gone back to see all of those players drafted in the first round by Texas. And Bobby Lane was drafted out of Texas in the first round. It just wasn't for the Lions.
Yeah. Gator, do you want to take a stab at naming that lion?
Sure. What do we got?
All right, your first clue. I'm in the Hall of Honor at my alma mater, the Texas Longhorns.
Okay.
I was a first-round pick by the Detroit Lions.
Okay.
I had a 101-yard interception returned for a touchdown with the Detroit Lions.
Okay.
Those are your clues.
So the return makes me think defensive back.
It is a defensive back. First round out of Texas.
I know a first round pick out of Texas to play defensive back was Bryant Westbrook.
Yes. Nailed
That was
it.
it?
You got
Yep.
it. See, they're not all bachelor contestants.
No, they're not. But I got scared when you start talking about Bobby Lane. I'm like, what?
So on
Is
the
it Luke Creekmer?
yeah on Twitch, everybody was trying to guess before we gave the interception return. Who were the first round picks?
Roy
And
Williams.
Bobby Lane was a first round pick, but he wasn't a first round pick for the Lions.
See, I don't even know if I would have known that Bobby Lane.
I
played
did.
at
Went to Texas.
I did.
Yeah.
I mean, I knew he was from.
He's from Texas,
Yeah.
same high school as Matthew Stafford. I don't know
What?
if you knew.
I mean,
Clayton Kershaw.
same high school as Clayton Kershaw.
Yeah.
Of course, is
Right.
what you mean. Yeah.
Of course.
No, yeah, but I was a big fan of Bryant Westbrooks. I felt bad because he was always hurt, and I think he was just coming into being a pretty good defensive back, and then he suffered like another injury. It was just devastating. He had good size, he had good speed. He was a willing tackler, and unfortunately, and maybe this is where the genesis of my can't have enough defensive backs because defensive backs always get hurt. I think it started from that era with Terry Fair and Bryant Westbrook. Those were two guys that were supposed to be the guys that replaced Willie Clay and Ray Crockett from those teams in the early 90s, and these guys couldn't stay healthy. It was really unfortunate.
Jared Goff today?
Yeah, we got Jared. Look forward to talking to him. Look forward to kind of re-earthing some of the stuff you guys had with Dan Campbell. I didn't get a chance to hear that, so I'm
He gave us his favorite Halloween candy.
Did he?
Yeah.
Is it a candy bar?
No.
Oh.
No. What's your favorite Halloween candy?
It's probably a Heath bar. I love the toffee. But Twix is right up there too, man.
Yeah,
those are two.
caramel.
If you see those in it's hard to shy away from those.
Yeah. I always eat the caramel first.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I know
know.
exactly what you're saying.
Yeah. Sometimes I throw away the cookie part.
I can't do that. Cookies are great.
I agree.
But there's a strategy I've had to employ since I stopped going out. Since I've owned homes for the last 30 years of my life. I've had to come up with a different strategy for Halloween when it comes to the candy.
Yeah. Because you can't stop.
Right, I have to get stuff I don't like.
Right.
And it's you talk about discipline, and it doesn't always work. When I go down the aisle to buy candy, I haven't bought candy yet. I'll probably do that today or tomorrow. And the discipline that goes into walking down that aisle and making sure you grab something that you're not going to want.
Some of the biggest issues that I have with it, because I have the same issue, is when there are 3 or 4 different things in the bag.
Yeah.
Because you can't get a bag that doesn't have something in it that you don't want.
So
it's the little thing of Milk Duds. I got to have the Milk Duds, but I don't want anything else in there. Or if it comes with the $100,000, I got to eat the $100,000.
There's always Almond Joys. Who likes those?
That's what I usually get.
Oh.
Almond Joys are Mounds.
Doug
you
likes
like the
them.
almond? You do?
Oh, I love Mounds. Mounds. Oh, the coconut and the chocolate. Oh.
Heather, I'm with you. Both of those.
Ruins the bag.
That's the stuff I should get because
Yeah.
I won't eat it. I will not eat a Mounds. I will not eat an Almond
Yep.
Joy. And those are
Really?
absolutely the things. Yeah, I can't.
Is it the nuts?
It's the
Because
coconut.
Almond Joys have nuts, Mounds don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't.
Sing it next time.
Carson Anderson are next,
Do it country.
97.1. Little twang.
Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. The Pistons face the Orlando Magic tonight at Little Caesars Arena. The Magic have lost 3 straight games after winning their season opener. Meanwhile, the Pistons had 2 good wins over the Rockets and Celtics before a most recent Monday night letdown against the Cavs. Cade Cunningham currently leads the team in scoring at 20 points per game through the first 4 outings. He also leads the team at 8 assists per night. Jalen Duren is off to a good start, nearly averaging a double-double with 13 points and 9 rebounds per outing as well. Tip-off from LCA tonight is at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Chris Villar hosts a pregame show beginning at 6:35. Elsewhere in the NBA last night, the Bucks down the Knicks 121-111 behind 37 points from Giannis Antetokounmpo. And the Thunder improved to 5-0 with another close win over the Kings 107-101. SGA had 31 points. The reigning champs are miraculously undefeated this year despite shooting a stark 27.9% from three-point range. That's dead last in the league. Lions head coach Dan Campbell spoke with Costa and Jansen this morning. He discussed the impending return of linebacker Malcolm Rodriguez and how much he'll help the depth and performance of the defense. He also discussed the third down woes and how it seems to have been individual mishaps on a case-by-case basis. Campbell also mentioned that the team needs to be better on first and second down as well. The Lions will also get Brian Branch back on Sunday. The Lions safety mentioned that he spent his suspension and the bye week reflecting on his actions. He was apologetic once more yesterday when speaking with reporters and said that he received some insight from, quote, Mr. Preacher, his dog trainer. Branch said that he's actually getting baptized by Mr. Preacher today, so he will be out there as a new man on Sunday when the Lions take on the Vikings from Ford Field. After Shohei Ohtani's stellar performance in Monday's 18-inning Game 3 World Series thriller, the two-way star was perhaps a little fatigued when he took the mound last night for Game 4. Shohei allowed 6 hits, 4 runs, 1 walk, and a home run to Vlad Guerrero Jr. He also went 0 for 3 at the plate with 1 walk and 2 strikeouts. He ended a home streak of 17 plate appearances on base in the game. The Jays win at 6-2 as Ohtani gets the loss. Game 5 is set for 8 o'clock tonight in Los Angeles. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or visit Odyssey.com.
Hello and welcome. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. I'm Doug Carson. That's Scott the Gator Anderson. What's up, man?
Hi, Doug.
How are you?
All right. I'm all right. I just slammed my knee against a door earlier today, but I'm okay.
You have a lot of experience walking through doors. I'm surprised you messed it up.
Well, in fairness, this was walking out of a studio, one of the other studios earlier today, and I banged it really hard, my knee really hard against the door because I swung it open. I expected the door to come way more open than it did. It's an extraordinarily heavy door. So I let out an expletive around the corner, and Evan goes, well, what happened? And I said, I was coming out of that studio, and I swung, and he goes, door got you, huh? Before I could even finish it. He goes, been there, my friend, been there. So I'm not the only one. Kang had my back. Kang, you even said that's a really heavy door.
It's heavy.
Yeah.
But I mean, I didn't hit my leg, though.
No.
I didn't hit mine.
Well, I have more room to clear than the both of you. All right, so.
Well, I hope you're okay. He's playing hurt today.
Yeah,
is what this means.
He's
going to tough it out. He's a little banged up.
The old Peter Griffin bit. I can do that.
How was your Tuesday night? Anything exciting in the Gator household?
I watched the Red Wings, so that was good.
Yeah.
I didn't like this when you get down 1-0 inside of 2 minutes. You're like, what happened? What's going on?
What is this? The Pistons?
Right. How do you do this after you did so well last game? Here we go again. No, but they were able to tie it up, take the lead, and then never look back and got a cheapie at the end, and that was a lot of fun.
Yeah. I mean, the reason I brought up the Pistons, if you haven't heard, their 4 worst quarters of the year are the 4 first quarters they've played. And I don't have the data to support it, but I feel like anecdotally last year they had terrible first quarters defensively, and they play an Orlando team tonight that's trying to up the pace and play more offensively, and I'd like to see them have a better first quarter tonight. This has not been their strength, first quarter defensive basketball, but that's why I brought them up. So Red Wings, anything else? You taking a little Sun Belt football, Texas State and James Madison?
I did not. Who won that game? James Madison?
James Madison did, yeah. They're really good offensively.
Took care of business?
They went into Texas State.
The former Fighting Cincinnati's?
Very few walk into San Marcos.
Yeah. Said that.
Said once.
Got that right.
1,000 times.
That's just cliche at this point.
Yeah.
No, I did have a glass of tequila last night.
Did you? Is it the black bottle one that you're so excited about now?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's the story with that?
So I believe it's called Cava de Oro.
Mm-hmm.
And one of my Kevin friends, I have several friends named Kevin. One of my Kevin friends brought it over on Saturday night, and I tried it. And I was like, oh, this is really good. Really good. And I just had like half a shot, just one little taste that night. And so I hadn't had it since. And then last night I poured a glass of it with a couple of ice cubes in there. And I'm still blown away at how smooth it is. Mm-hmm. Comes in an all black bottle. It's reasonably priced for an extra añejo. Incredibly smooth, a little sweet, but not too sweet. And if you add the ice cubes, it mellows the sweetness a little bit too. So it's delicious. It tastes a little bit like a rum, actually, almost. But it's great. I really enjoyed it.
All right, I told you about this yesterday, so I don't want to save it for the air for tomorrow's show. Something happened over the weekend that almost got me. So as I was getting set for Michigan and Michigan State, I have sort of the pregame all mapped out. Like everything's sort of structured on how things will work. You know, you open the pregame show with a scripted open, you know, and the battle for Paul Bunyan, like that whole thing, and you build up you hit some key points with John, and then the pregame show continues. And the Sherrone interview, after the Sherrone interview, we usually get it back with anywhere between 10 and 5 minutes to go before the kick. And I have notes about both teams that I print up and all that. And I was working on those notes Friday at home, and both the boys were home, and
Your boys.
Yes, my boys were home, who are 23 and 18.
Men.
Yes, and they sometimes let me ask you this before I get to the details here. The Ron Burgundy will read what's on the teleprompter thing.
I'm Ron Burgundy.
Yes, somebody put a question mark at the end of it, and he said, as Gator just said, and then at one point somebody went to sabotage him and wrote, for those who didn't see the movie Anchorman, somebody wrote, "Go F yourself, San Diego," except they spelled it all out, and he read it out, and poor Ron Burgundy lost his job.
At the end of his broadcast,
He said, "Go F yourself."
Okay, good show, everyone.
Yeah, didn't realizing what he did. I will say that reading what's on the script or the teleprompter is a very real thing when you work in this business. Yeah. Like sometimes we get live read copy and we're reading it, and if the salesperson made a mistake or a typo or something like that makes no sense or forgot to punch.
Whoever wrote the script.
Yeah, whoever wrote the script. I shouldn't blame the salespeople, although I suspect a couple of them. Anyway, I'll read it on the air, and I'll sound like the dummy, and because you don't have time, and some of the scripts change every day, and so it's a very real thing that you will read what's on the script in front of you when you work in this industry.
As a play-by-play voice, people are handing you cards all the time that have like sponsorships on them. You know, hey, this quarter brought to you by Jiffy Lube or whatever, and you'll read exactly what it says.
Yes. So I left my computer open at home.
I
want you to read. So I'm getting ready for kickoff, and we're minutes away from kickoff. Michigan State, the head coach, Jonathan Smith, career record in 8 seasons of coaching, 42-26, year 2 at MSU. He's 8-11. For Michigan, it's Sherrone Moore, second full year with the Wolverines, 5-2, that whole thing, right? And then I got notes underneath that I don't read them verbatim, but I kind of use them for ad lib. I kind of put a little highlight next to a bullet point. I want you to read verbatim what's written there.
Cole Sullivan, that ball finds him. Of course, he made another play. Oh, blank, yeah, he's the best. Smart. Captain material.
One of the boys went in and wrote out, "Oh, blank, yeah." In the middle of my pregame script, they sabotaged me.
I mean, I can appreciate the sabotage, but I wouldn't sabotage with a swear word that can get you in trouble. I mean, maybe the word hell would suffice in that. That would get the smirk on your face.
Yeah.
I don't know if you'd read it or if you'd. I mean, I assume you stopped short of dropping the F-bomb.
Oh, I did. But I'm like, I'm okay. Which one of you did? Yes, it threw me off. I was like just kind of rolling through the notes, and I see, "Oh, blank, yeah." Like, you guys realize you can get your dad. I don't know if I'd get fired over that, but I certainly wouldn't be good.
Did they admit who did it?
Not yet.
I gotta ask him.
Not yet. Pretty amusing. All jokesters, aren't we, boys? So I avoided that. I should go back and listen to the tape and see if you can hear me hesitate. That one of them did that. And I'm like, I wonder if Reese Davis's kids do this to him on his game day, and it says it on the teleprompter. But
I'll tell you who wouldn't do it.
Who's that?
Herd Street's dogs.
No, that's true. All right,
Once again, dogs better than people.
Jared Goff will join us today at 10:30. Detroit Lions quarterback. Lots to talk about, including a Halloween party. Did you see that stuff from last night on social media?
I did, yeah.
We will get to Jared Goff. We got a Piston game to preview tonight. We got NFL trade rumors, all amongst the things that we'll be talking about today here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, football season is here, and the University of Michigan Credit Union debit card makes game day even better. When you use your Michigan debit card at Chrysler Center, the Big House, or Yost, you'll score discounts on fan favorites like popcorn and souvenir sodas. It's the perfect way to show your team spirit all season long. Don't miss out. Get your Michigan debit card available exclusively from UMCU. Visit umcu.org to get started. Insured by NCUA. Here, Lions quarterback Jared Goff today at 10:30 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. So they're back on the practice field. Probably the news yesterday was Rodrigo is back. Sione Vaki is trending back. If nothing else, special team standouts, but also guys that can help them on the field, specifically Rodrigo. You know what's funny? I was thinking about Rodrigo today, and I haven't checked this, but let me just double check it. You know, one of the things that I've always looked at when it comes to drafts, okay, is who are the guys that are finding starters in later rounds. And one of the first players that stood out as a Brad Holmes special was Malcolm Rodriguez.
Yep.
And I remember when he started to make an impact, and I believe that was that was a Hard Knocks year, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Rodrigo to me signifies one of the first signs that Brad Holmes knew what the F he was doing when it comes to the draft. Am I wrong on that? Or do you remember him as being like one of those early indicators that this guy's pretty good?
No, I think that's safe to say. Because the first draft was Penei Sewell draft, right?
Yep.
So,
and that was an incredible draft.
It was. I think I've said this before. I think Penei Sewell fell in their lap. I wouldn't have surprised me if they went another route because it seemed like they really liked Kyle Pitts and Jamar Chase. I think
didn't they try to? The rumor was they were trying to trade up for Jamar Chase.
Yeah, something like that. It was either him or Pitts. I forget which one. And either way,
Jamar Chase also would have been a good pick.
Yeah, but I don't think the Lions would be where they're at if they didn't have Penei Sewell. Like if they had taken Jamar Chase instead of Penei Sewell, I don't think this team is where they're at.
No, it would have been interesting to see what they would have done at the tackle position instead. But yes.
So my point, I guess, is that okay, they hit on the first pick. It kind of fell there for them perfectly. Mm-hmm. And I don't have do you have the draft in front of me? What they did the rest of it in the second round? Is that Unzarike in that second round, or is it?
Give me a second here. The 2021 draft. It was Unzarike in the second, Aleem McNeil, and Fatu Melifonwu in the third.
So Aleem McNeil. I know you're making the case for Rodriguez.
Yes,
but Aleem McNeil because they doubled down. I remember when they drafted the two defensive linemen, and I'm like, they doubled down on defensive tackles. Why? And in hindsight, it's like, okay, we love the potential of Unzarike, but we know he's got an injured back, right? Mm-hmm. We really like Aleem McNeil. We're not going to pass on that. We're kind of protecting our investment, or are they just populating the roster because they know they need defensive tackles? Whatever the reason, Aleem McNeil in the third round was a great pick.
Yeah.
And getting Rodriguez in the 6th round or 7th round, whatever it was.
That was the next draft. They got Rodriguez in the 6th round, along with James Houston.
So, yeah, I mean, there are little seeds that were dropped that they knew what they were doing. Even Melifonwu played a role in his team and got hurt and whatever. But
the first draft, the 2 4th-round picks were Amon-Ra and Derek Barnes.
Yeah. I mean, and Derek Barnes didn't show up right away. Like it took some time, but he sees. This is what's brilliant about Brad Holmes. There's the vision to see past the immediate impact that someone's going to give you. And right now, having Derek Barnes on this team, they gave him his second contract, and like, okay, I mean, you're paying him a little bit. Are you sure? Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure. Great one. St. Brown, yeah, great pick. Starting having a Hall of Fame start to his career. Penei Sewell, same thing. I mean, and to get Rodriguez, I feel like Rodriguez is built up more by the media because of Hard Knocks.
It might be. That very well might be the case.
But for that team at that time, they needed someone to play. They needed healthy bodies, and this was a guy who was going out there and was fearless about it, and he was making the impact. And yeah, I think you have to be able to find and mine for those players later in the draft that are going to be on your roster. And for Rodriguez, he's not just a special teams guy. He's a guy that when he's healthy, he's part of that linebacker rotation.
Yep.
And he's been pretty good for this team. I think he is absolutely one of those probably 10 players that Brad Holmes has drafted in the 4th round or later that you're like, wow, okay.
Yeah, and so I don't know if I don't know if I call it a special place in my heart for Malcolm Rodriguez.
Maybe
maybe
there is.
I'm not like smitten or anything, but
no, we know who your heart belongs to, Doug.
Yes. Another linebacker.
The first round guy.
But honestly, like that's a guy that could help this year. And Vaki could help this year. And Pascal is coming back could help this year.
When he comes back.
When he comes back. Davenport could help this year. Probably the most interesting thing Dan Campbell said, or the most important thing Dan Campbell said this morning, though, was that Decker is with us. Is that it feels like he's trending to play this weekend. I am not opposed to him not playing. I am not opposed to them deciding, we're gonna we're going to sit you out this week and just get you better, because as much every game's important in the NFL and you're trying to maximize your seed and maybe get that first round bye or whatever, or win the division and all that. And that seems exceedingly important. But if you're going to tell me they can be healthy and have to play in the first round, I'll take it. I don't think this team's scared of playing on the road. I think the healthy Lions are as good as any team in the NFL. And so if they decide to sit him out this week as precautionary and give him another week's rest, I'm not against that.
I'm not against it either. I mean, obviously, it all depends on what the health of Taylor Decker is right now. He played last week, or the last game, I should say, before the bye, and came out of it and saying he does not feel great.
No.
So where is he at now? He didn't practice yesterday. But if I just imagine this is how it's going to go the rest of the way, that he's not going to practice on Wednesdays. He'll be like a limited on Thursday or Friday, and then he'll take part in the walkthrough, and he's going to be questionable every week. That's the way I look at it with him. He doesn't have to practice. He's a veteran in the league, been there and done that. What he needs to do is get himself as healthy as he can before every contest on Sunday. And then you cry and cross your fingers on Monday when he comes into the building and gets treatment. You're like, how you doing, big fella?
Yeah, I'm right.
Anything broken? No, we're good. Okay.
Yep. But he did say, we're comfortable because we got Skipper. This is Dan Campbell speaking. I'm not doing a Dan Campbell impression. He basically said we're comfortable because we got Skipper and Cochran.
You
and
totally shied away from it. You were going down the road of doing a little bit of an impression of a tough guy.
No, that's your
and
thing.
I was all for it.
No, I'm not.
I wanted to hear it.
It's a huge mistake for me to try to do that.
It didn't. I know that there wasn't going to be a Southern drawl in there. I know there wasn't. But there was going to be a tough guy image, and I was here for it, Doug.
It'll take away from the point. And the point is mocking me, so you'll probably like this. But when Dan Campbell this morning said we're comfortable because we got Skipper and Cochran there, my first thought was, Cochran?
Right?
I mean, honest to God,
everyone in Detroit.
It's amazing to me how often this happens during the course of an NFL season. And it's in part because it's Devin Cochran, and he's a former Bengals starting offensive tackle. He started one game there, but he started. And he's 6'7" tall, and he's a monster of a man. And he signed in the practice squad like earlier this month. And swear to God, every single Sunday, at least once I say, who the hell is Harper? Or who the hell is Cochran? Or who the hell is it's just amazing. Guys who aren't on the team are suddenly playing for the team.
I'd have to go back and look in the notes and see if he was activated last time. I don't think he was.
Yeah.
For the game against the Bucks, so I wouldn't have seen him. Because it's just added to the practice squad. I wouldn't have seen it unless he's elevated from the practice squad to the active roster. But yeah, I'm with you. There's lots of guys like that. They let one go yesterday in Fuller. He gone. Yeah. Who? Fuller, defensive back who was here for a minute. Right?
All right, Jared Goff.
But don't forget them because they can come back.
They might be back,
moment.
yeah. They could be making plays in a playoff game in a few months. Jared Goff, is there an effort to get the ball to J-Mo more? And we'll ask about last night's Halloween costume, et cetera, et cetera. Hear the Lions quarterback next. You're on 97.1. And the daughter, what is the daughter going to be for Halloween?
She's also going to be a rat.
Gotcha.
It'll be just a different setting, and she won't be with my teammates at the team party.
Right.
So how did you spend the time off? Did you get out of town? Did you have family come in? Do you call up Amon-Ra and J-Mo and go out and have a catch? How does the off week work for you?
Yeah, a lot of rest, a lot of chilling, resting, recovering, hanging out, family, getting to see my daughter for a little bit longer than usual, and going on walks and getting your body back and feeling good.
Manning Cast, you got to do that Monday. You enjoy that?
Yeah, it was cool. Yeah, it was fun. Those guys are good, and they keep it light and easy. I've been able to get to know those guys over the years, and they're always fun.
When you watch a game, and we got to watch you watch a game, but when you typically watch a game, are you working? Like, are you dissecting defenses? Are you thinking about what would work and what wouldn't, or are you just relaxing?
Not typically. I mean, if we're playing a team like last week, we had the Vikings on Thursday night, and so I sat there and watched most of that. And you're not like dissecting it, trying to see what's going to work, because you're going to watch it on tape in a few days anyways. But you are looking like, oh, okay, they're doing that now. Oh, okay, awesome. Oh, cool, they did that to attack that. Like you're getting a little bit of information, sure.
Do you feel like that maybe our interviews weekly help prepare you for the Manning Cast? Some of the
yeah, oh yeah. Well, certainly. I mean, there ain't no replacement for live television or live radio. So it's definitely a job that you guys don't get enough credit for. Is speaking on the fly and doing it easily.
Well, thank you very much.
It doesn't always go smoothly.
No, it's not smooth at all. But one of the things you did say, I was actually we replayed part of it yesterday on the show, and the part that I took away was kind of curious, was that here you are, a California kid, and you grew up a Peyton Manning guy over a Tom Brady guy. What happened there?
When I was I was 8, 9, 10 years old, so that's early 2000s. It was one of those two guys, and at the time it was like the evil Patriots dynasty, So you just anything to take them down, and Peyton was kind of the guy who had had a chance against them, and so I just grew up a Peyton fan, and for whatever reason he was the guy I gravitated towards, and obviously have grown so much appreciation for Tom and what he's done. But when I was 8 years old, I didn't care. I was a Peyton Manning guy.
All right, as far as football's concerned, you guys always talk about cleaning things up, and for the offense, you still have one of the highest scoring offenses in the NFL, so it's not a crisis, but what do you want to clean up offensively as you guys get back at it this weekend?
Yeah, I think it's nice to get to be able to look at yourself critically over that week and find out what you can get better at, and there's certainly a ton of areas for us to improve, and where exactly, obviously third down, something we need to do a better job at, and just converting, staying on the field. And that honestly will probably solve a lot of problems, just staying on the field for more plays and sustaining drives. That will keep us more efficient, help our run game, score more points, obviously, get us in the red zone so we can be more effective there. So a little bit of everything will help with that. And it's been a focus for us this week, and just execution. I don't think it's anything special. There's no special sauce. There's no certain plays. There's no different things. Just execute a little bit better, and everyone and all 11 of us do a little bit better.
Yeah, you're on pace to throw for only around 500 passes this year, which could be your lowest total as a Lion since 2021. What do you kind of attribute that to? Is it? I think it's less than 30 passes per game on average outside of that first week of the season. Yet you're still scoring points.
Yeah, it changes every year. There's different formulas to do things, and for whatever reason, that's been the way we've done it this year. And we did have the one game where the Bears were up by so much, we kind of didn't play the end of that game, and so a lot of those get diminished there. And then there's certain games where we did want to run the ball a little bit more that early on in this season. Cleveland's one of them where we'd wanted to establish that run and be able to, then open them up in the pass game. So yeah, there's different strategies and different games so far. I don't think that's indicative of anything that is something we're trying to do or not trying to do. It's just how the games have played out so far.
Is it difficult playing in Minnesota with the sunlight coming through the glass? And if it is or isn't, the follow-up is, which stadium is the toughest to play in, not accounting for like fan participation, just like logistics of the stadium?
Oh, wow. Good question. Hardest to play in. Well, first of all, Minnesota, I love playing in Minnesota. I think it's one of the coolest stadiums. I believe we played in Ford Field this week, though, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
That's all right.
What is this, live? What?
But no, the one that's hard is Dallas, because that scoreboard's so high above you, and you end up cranking your neck the whole game and looking up at that scoreboard when you're sitting on the sidelines to watch. And I think that one's hard. Green Bay is always tough with just the airport situation, getting in and out of there. But that one we're so used to at this point. Yeah, I do love playing in Minnesota. It's a fun one to play at, and we'll get that one on Christmas.
So we've learned a lot talking to you through the years, and the biggest which is probably you take what the defense gives you, you get the football to the right places. But yesterday, Scotty Montgomery talked about trying to maximize Jamison Williams. Is there something there to get him the football more, or is that just a matter of time? You have so many mouths to feed offensively that he's going to have his day. I mean, I guess he did a couple weeks ago against Kansas City, but is this a non-issue? You just go where the defense tells you to go?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both. I think, yes, that when the play's called, I have to, the defense will typically dictate where the ball goes. And there's certainly times where I can move a defender and try to get a ball in a certain area, and I've done that. But it's that, yes. And then there is a little bit of the aspect of being proactive, of getting him involved, whether that's early in the game, whether that's on third down, whether that's in the red zone, whatever it may be. He's so dang explosive, and finding ways to get him with the ball in his hands that isn't just exclusive to over the top. I think is kind of the big thing, and because those over the top balls just happen so few and far between, and in our league now with all these defenses playing so deep, it becomes harder and harder. So how do we get him the ball in different situations and get him moving? But no, it's completely a non-issue, and he's had a great attitude about it all, and we expect to see that production continue to go up.
Because he is so explosive and he is so fast, how challenging is it to match up with that speed? If you look at your completion percentage to JMO compared to the rest of the team, there's a big disparity there. But I think a lot of that is probably the difficulty of some of the passes you're throwing, because you're throwing deeper when it comes to JMO. But what is the challenge of catching up to the speed?
Yeah, I don't think there is. I think you nailed it right there. I think we throw him lower completion balls typically down the field. I bet if you looked at within 20 yards, our completion percentage to him and everyone else, I bet it's pretty dang close. So yeah, I don't put any stock into that at all. I think he's done a great job. He's practicing really hard. I'd love to throw him the ball as much as possible and watch him go.
Trade deadline's coming up next week. Do you as a player, you don't want to lose any teammates, and you don't probably want to see any of them get replaced, but at the same time, it's a chance to help the roster. How do you approach it as a player and a team leader?
Yeah, I mean, if there's a chance to add value and get a guy that can help us win, I'm sure Brad won't look past that. But yeah, we got a good roster right now. We're 5-2. I don't think there's any glaring area in my head that like, oh, we need to find a guy. Like, I don't think there's been that for years, honestly. Here we've had a really good roster, and doesn't feel like we've needed a replacement anyway. But if there's anyone out there to help us out, I'm sure Brad will do some digging.
Do you pay attention to who might be available?
I don't.
No.
I don't, because I don't think anyone knows.
That's probably true.
Well
it gets reported on a lot. But
It does. There's a lot of speculation, a lot of report. But no, I don't think any of us know what GMs are willing to get rid of guys, what GMs are looking for guys. No one knows. It's all just speculation.
One more question about the Vikings. They've had some successes this season defensively. They've only given up 30 points once, and that was just this past week against the Chargers. What is it about their defense that makes them tough to game plan against?
Gosh, they kind of can do a little bit of everything. They bring pressure, obviously a lot. That's kind of like who they are and who Brian Flores has been for a handful of years now, and they can kind of bring the pressure from any different spot and in any different personnel, and they'll match personnel. They won't match personnel, so they kind of try to keep you on your toes and potentially on your heels a little bit, trying to figure out what they're doing. And so it's our job to figure that out and go and be aggressive and attack and find ways to gash their defense and score points.
Malcolm Rodriguez back on the field, the practice field for you guys. I know it's the other side of the ball, but what can he mean to this team?
Yeah, he's fun. He's great to have back. I know he's out there yesterday and practicing. And, he's a great teammate. He's a great guy on that side of the ball. Has been great, obviously, on special teams. And if he's able to go, hopefully sometime soon, that'd be awesome for us. And he will bring certainly a spark.
All right, so I was watching some videos the other day on my phone, and it was this dude on an acoustic guitar in like a zoo enclosure, various zoo enclosures, and inevitably the animals would come up to him and react to the music. You, having played for the Cal Bears, having played for the LA Rams, and now the Detroit Lions, I was curious because a quarterback is to do commercials all the time and stuff like that. Have you ever had to work with a live animal aside from your own dog?
Good question. I think I've done something with dogs. Now that I don't think I've ever done anything with like an exotic animal. Gosh, years ago, I think I did something with a golden retriever, something, and that was easy, right? That was the greatest day ever. No, I wish I had a better story for you. I don't think I've ever done anything with anything that like bites or anything like that.
Is there an animal you wouldn't mind? Like if they approached you to do a spot with a lion, would you?
Oh yeah, of course. Would love that. Now, there's got to be some sort of procedures in place. I don't know if it's going to be me and a lion in a room.
Yeah, it's just you with a
But-
stool and a whip. That's it.
Yeah, well, yeah, as long as there's, yeah, we'll have to. I don't want to get any PETA waters here, but yeah, we'll have to make sure there's some distance between me and that lion.
Hey, look, we appreciate your time as always. Good luck this weekend, and we'll talk again next week.
All right, guys, thank you.
Thanks, Jared.
There he is, Lions quarterback Jared Goff here on 97.1.
Hey, is your garage door making some strange noises? Is it maybe not moving as quickly as you want it to? Well, give the folks over at Precision Garage Door Service a call. They'll help you out. 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR is the number. I know this firsthand. I don't know, 8 years ago or so, I was having problems with my garage doors. I called the guys up. They came right out, the expert technicians, had all the equipment in their truck to fix the problem right there on the spot, and I couldn't have been happier. And they even forewarned me. They said, listen, years down the road, you're going to have to get new garage doors. This is just a temporary fix, and I appreciated that. And yeah, when it came time to get new garage doors, I called Precision. They're great. They offer same-day service, and emergency repairs are available as well. Weekends are available at no extra charge. All calls are answered 24/7 by a live person. That's great. Or if you want to set up an appointment on their website, you can do that and set it up for a time that works for you. That's right. You're not beholden to some like 6-hour window of opportunity. You get to schedule when you want them to come out at your house. That's great. So give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or schedule that appointment online at precisiondoormi.com.
It's 97-1 the ticket. So here's the story. Jared Goff, first of all, always great to have the Lions quarterback with us. It is another day and another day closer to the National Football League trade deadline. I'm in a weird place professionally, Gator. You can maybe you and Ken can help me navigate this. I used to love trade rumors. I used to love talking about trade rumors. I used to love looking at proposed trades. I think I have noticed that trade rumors and proposed trades create unrealistic expectations because very few people put together a trade rumor for like a depth piece. Like how many trade proposals is Dan Graziano or Pete Prisco going to put together so the Lions can acquire a practice squad cornerback that could help them down the road? That doesn't happen, right?
No, not typically.
All the proposed trades are Max Crosby and Myles Garrett. And the Myles Garrett thing is hard to imagine because of the cap hit that Cleveland would take, and they already have so much sunk money into Deshaun Watson. So that would be like half their cap taken up by two players that aren't on the roster.
Right. It'd be over $20 million this year in dead cap, and next year would be over $40 million in dead cap money.
And they owed Deshaun something like $200 million. I mean, it's just absurd. But so anyway, all these trade rumors, I like to talk about them still, understanding that most of this stuff isn't going to happen. You heard Jared say nobody knows what's going on. Right. I don't know. He's in a tough spot. I can't say, hey, we can't ask him, what would you like to get? Because the moment he says, well, I think we need another edge rusher, El-Quadin Muhammad's over in the corner locker room going, hey. And so he's not going to say anything, nor should he say anything. But
unless you're Aaron Rodgers, you probably leave that decision to the general manager.
Right, Aaron Rodgers.
But if you're Aaron Rodgers, then you feel like your voice needs to be heard.
Yep.
You've got to say things.
Anyway, but the trade rumor stuff and the trade reports, like yesterday, okay? Well, we'll start with this. So today is, yesterday at some point, Jordan Schultz, NFL Insider, writes, sources another name to watch in the trade front is Giants edge Kayvon Thibodeau. He's under contract for another year after the season, but some around the league have wondered if he's part of New York's long-term plans. Could be available with the Giants sitting at 2-6. Teams are actively exploring the pass rush trade market, but movement has been slow in part because there are so many available options. That was Jordan Schultz yesterday. And then Mike Garafolo yesterday said, and you've got it in front of you?
Yeah, it says spoke to a few teams that reached out to the Giants on Kayvon Thibodeau, and they've been told there's no interest in trading him, sources say. Thibodeau is under contract through next season after the team picked up his fifth-year option, and they intend on having him in 2026.
Mm-hmm. And I feel like we are required by some sort of law here in Detroit to update Trey Hendrickson every single day.
Oh, good. You got something?
I do have something today.
Good.
Again, posted this morning on ESPN's website from Jeremy Fowler. The Bengals have rebuffed trade inquiries, and sources have maintained that Cincinnati has no plans to trade Hendrickson right now. The Cowboys and 49ers are amongst the interested teams, though San Francisco made a move at pass rusher Tuesday night. He goes on to write, the question becomes, will the Bengals' win-loss record change things? A loss to Chicago on Sunday would drop Cincinnati to 3-6. The NFC North should remain wide open for a while. An 8-9 or 9-8 record might be good enough this season, so perhaps the Bengals cling to hope that they can retain the premier edge rusher. Complicating matters is a hip injury that has compromised Hendrickson the past 2 weeks on the field. Okay, so that division, they're a game out. And for perspective, the Lions are a half game out of the division lead. Cincinnati's a game out of the division lead. So it's not like they can't see the playoffs in striking distance, and there are reports that Joe Burrow could be back in December. But another day, they're not trading him report. I suppose Sunday they could pivot. And so you want to be ready to strike just in case. Hendrickson would be great at the right price as a rental. Could he be that, oh my God, they only gave up that player this year?
I don't think so, because I think if word gets out that, like, if you're Cincinnati, and given I think they're just a bad franchise with bad leadership here, I'll use that word instead of the D word I've been using. I just think they're bad. But if you're Cincinnati and put yourself in their shoes and you're finally going to come to the realization that even if you make the playoffs, you're not going to go anywhere this year. And it's not likely you're going to make the playoffs. Yes, you can, but it's not likely. But in the unlikely event you do, of course, you want to do it for your fans and all that. But if you're not going to go anywhere, why hang on to this guy for nothing? So if you're going to trade him, you're going to let teams know, and the bidding war is going to get going pretty fast and furious. There'll be several teams that'll want Trey Hendrickson for that stretch run into the playoffs, just as the rental. They know it's a rental. So that cost, what we saw from Randy Moss years ago, the 4th round pick for Randy Moss, we're all like, wow, that was it?
Yeah.
There were different circumstances with that too. He wasn't exactly doing anything with the Raiders at the time that he was traded cross country. But with Hendrickson, I got to believe that there'd be interest. Obviously, there's interest from the Lions. There'd be interest from the two teams you mentioned there with Dallas and San Francisco. San Francisco went out and got somebody the other day. There'll be other teams. Washington, I'm sure, would be interested. Philadelphia is always up for a good deal. I mean, so many teams, I think, would show interest that the price is not going to be like, oh, it's just a second-round pick.
Yeah, I think there'd be too many teams that would want him. And if the price, like you said, it's not gonna be just a second-round pick, then the Lions would probably have to give up a first-round pick plus, because their first-round pick would be worse than anybody else's first-round pick. And if they can get a first-round offer, they have to be thinking that the Lions' first-round pick would be near the bottom of the first round. So, and that doesn't mean you don't do it. I think it probably means Brad Holmes won't do it.
Right.
But it doesn't mean it shouldn't be strongly considered. And it doesn't mean you shouldn't be in discussions. Like, I could hear every single day, Cincinnati isn't interested in trading Trey Hendrickson, and I would still call and say, how about now? Every single day. And I think it's highly improbable, okay? But
the Bengals have bungled this up so bad. It's just been so bad. They really should have traded him last year when they could have gotten a haul for him. Remember a few years ago when Carolina had Brian Burns, and there were all those rumors, and there were even not just rumors, there were reports that they were offered 2 first-round picks to trade him, and they said, nope, not going to do it. And then you lose him anyway in free agency. I think Burns had a year left to make it worth why you would give up a couple of first-round picks. But this is where the Bengals have bungled this up, because they should have done this last year. They could have gotten a couple of first-round picks for him. They knew he wasn't coming back. You knew you weren't going to give him a contract that was going to be commensurate of what he's due, and you knew what he was asking for. They just screwed it up, and now it's a year later, and they're going to screw it up again. If they don't move him, they're going to lose him for nothing, for a compensatory pick. Congratulations. You just got a 3rd-round pick for letting Trey Hendrickson go. I mean, it's just beyond dumb. Maybe they'll come to their senses. If the Bears beat them on Sunday, if Cincy loses to the Bears, yeah, I could see all of a sudden the Lions communication open up again and people getting in contact with the Bengals and the right offer comes along for them. The best offer, not even the right offer. It's the best offer. The best offer might be a first-round pick at the end of the first round in this upcoming draft.
If you covet an edge rusher, there is one that Dan Graziano reported this morning he believes will be traded. And we will get to that today at 11:02. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Pistons have the Magic at home tonight for their 5th game of the year. They're trying to bounce back after a disappointing performance on Monday against the Cavs and a 116-95 loss at home. After the game, J.B. Bickerstaff spoke about his team's identity once more. Win or lose, keeping that identity is key. The Pistons only had 4 scorers in double figures in that game and none more than 12 points. They'll look to improve on that performance tonight at 7 o'clock. Catch tip-off right here on 97.1 The Ticket with Mark Champion and Rick Mahorn. Chris Villar has the pregame show at 6:35. Lions quarterback Jared Goff just finished speaking with Karsch and Anderson here on 97.1, Odyssey.com/rewind. Goff and the Lions are coming off the bye this past week and hoping to grab a key division win over the Minnesota Vikings this Sunday. Detroit is starting to get back some players on defense as Brian Branch is set to return from his suspension, and others like Malcolm Rodriguez, Terrion Arnold, and Marcus Davenport are all progressing nicely, said Dan Campbell this week. Also news from the Tigers, Tarek Skubal named the MLBPA Players' Choice Awards AL Outstanding Pitcher for the 2nd consecutive season. Also in baseball, the World Series will go to at least 6 games after the Toronto Blue Jays tagged Shohei Ohtani last night and came away with a 6-2 win in L.A. Game 5 starts at 8 o'clock tonight in the City of Angels. Game 1 starters are slated to go again as it's Trey Yesavage for the Jays against Blake Snell for the Dodgers. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or visit Odyssey.com.
Okay, update today on ESPN about possibilities of players that could be moved at next Tuesday's trade deadline or prior to next Tuesday's trade deadline. And certainly there's intrigue here in Detroit. We have a legitimate Super Bowl contender, and you heard Jared Goff talk about that a little bit last hour. And so we just want to update you on the very latest, and we already told you about the Trey Hendrickson update. Another day, another update saying he's not available, but also another acknowledgement that could change. They could pivot with another loss. We shall see. Just a reminder, all of our football coverage here on 97.1 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS. And Paramount Plus, watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Okay, so mentioned before the break, those guys on ESPN, while saying no to Trey Hendrickson, did drop the following. And it was about the 2 edge rushers in Miami. Will Jalen Phillips and Bradley Chubb get moved? Dan Graziano says, I believe one of them will. But which one I cannot say. I still think the Dolphins want to put a representative product on the field. They started 2-6 last year and recovered to win 6 of their next 8. With Tyreek Hill out. That could be changing things. The 4 days following Thursday's game against Baltimore to ponder offers for Tuesday's trade deadline. So he goes on to write, assuming they lose Thursday and drop to 2-7, and assuming offers for Phillips and or Chubb are reflective of the team's level of desperation, it's going to be tempting for Miami to consider dealing players they don't imagine being part of their future. Well, let's start with this. There is a difference. Jalen Phillips is on the final year of his contract.
He's 26.
Yep. Bradley Chubb has got 2 more years after this one. And his cap hit is his base salary for a new team, I believe. You're not responsible for the signing bonus, so his cap hit would be 19.45 and 18.48 over the next 2 years.
Well, that's a lot.
Now, they've got the money this year, but they have a lot of money committed in the next couple of years and money that they're trying to commit in the next couple of years. So I don't know that would work. My instinct tells me they would be more interested in the expiring contract of Phillips than they would of Chubb. Now, Bradley Chubb has 4 sacks so far this year. Jalen Phillips has 2. And then there's scheme fit, right? Jalen Phillips is considered more of a outside linebacker, edge kind of guy. Bradley Chubb is listed as an edge. I don't know, man. What do they, if they see one that fits what they're trying to do, could they be interested here? I think they could be.
They could be interested here for the right price, and I think clearly Jalen Phillips is be somebody who's for a better price than Bradley Chubb. Bradley Chubb's going to cost you money. And for the season, this is a tale of 2 guys that have started off differently. Bradley Chubb was very effective starting the season, where he got, I think, all 4 of his sacks in the first 4 games of the season. Jalen Phillips only has a couple of sacks, but those have come in his last 4. In his first 4, Jalen Phillips didn't even touch the quarterback. In his last 4 games, he's got 6 quarterback hits to go with the 2 sacks. So, do I think the Lions would be interested in Jalen Phillips? Yeah, I do. It's a rental. It's not somebody you're asking to step in and be a starter. Al-Qadim Muhammad's done a great job, but it's somebody that goes into a rotation along with, if Davenport gets healthy again, and how long he stays healthy for, who knows? But it's a guy, if he's healthy, can help you out, and so is Phillips.
So 2 things about this. One is I believe they'd be more interested in Phillips because of the contract. But I've never claimed to try and coach the team. Whatever it does, his skill set fit into what their scheme is? I have no idea. But part of that is knowing how much money you have. We have breaking news, and it's big.
Oh, is it a wow?
Well, you determine.
Okay,
Adam
kind of
Schefter,
bobbing his head like it's a wow.
He says it's a wow. The Lions and Aiden Hutchinson have reached an agreement on a 4-year contract extension.
4, only 4. Okay.
But that is all that Adam Schefter is reporting at this hour. Hutch has agreed to a 4-year contract extension with the Lions.
Also, Ian Rappaport from the NFL Network is confirming that with a little bit more, according to Hutchinson's agent, Mike McCartney, it is a mega extension. So obviously we all expect him to be the highest paid defensive end in the league. No real numbers yet, but according to his agent, a mega extension for Aiden Hutchinson.
So that cuts into the available money moving forward. That's okay.
Well, we knew it. Yeah. I mean, this is a long time coming, and it happens here at 11:08. Kind of wish we had this maybe an hour ago. We could talk to Jared Goff, ask him about it, but
yeah.
Okay. I mean, look, we saw this was coming. I'm curious to see what the actual numbers are going to be. I mean, before we see it, do you want to take a gander? What do you think it'd be?
What I guess it's going to be?
Yeah, 4 years.
So the first thing I need to do is decipher exactly what mega means. What does it mean if one gets a mega extension?
So here's it. Micah Parsons signed a 5-year, $210 million deal. So that's $42.5 million a year, right?
Yep.
But yeah, it's $186 million in new money over 4 years. So maybe that's the better way to look at it. So 4 years and $186 million, which is $46.5 million on average. I'm thinking Aiden Hutchinson's going to get 4 years and damn near $200 million.
Yeah, I was going to go with 4 years, $200 million.
But I'm not going to give him the 200 because that's I'm going to go 448. So I'm going to give him $48 million a year. What was that? 192?
Yes.
That's what I'll go
4 years, 192. I'll roll with that.
Kane, what do you think?
I think he gets the even 200. Obviously, we're just splitting hairs here, as far as per year. But yeah, I think he gets the full 50 per.
Interesting. So, and what really matters is how the money's spread out, how you make everybody fit under the cap, what flexibility it provides. Does next year, is this kick in after next year's club option? So that would be, if that's the case, then that's year when he's 27, 28, 29, and 30.
I think that's what they did with Parsons. I think it's a similar thing.
So I've done a lot of studying of edge rushers, given that it felt like that was something that we were going to discuss a lot here in Detroit. And what I love about this deal is that, I mean, this isn't a shock, but you might find this interesting, and that is players as they get older get less productive. You're welcome. But the number seems to be for edge rushers after 30. And there's plenty of examples. And I went through and looked at, elite guy after elite guy after elite guy. And most of them, the production starts to decline after 30. If it's a 4-year deal and it kicks in after next year's club option, 27, 28, 29, 30. Those are the ages he will be in each year of that deal. And look, if he's still productive, you can extend him again. But as far as from a team perspective, I like this. I like this a lot.
Well, yeah, and they're getting it done. They're signing their best player. You need to do it. It's just pleasure doing business with you. Here we go. Here's to a healthy, term of the contract.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't know what the terms are. But I mean, I think we put some parameters in there where we expect it to be somewhere. I think the cap would be $50 million a year, but it's probably somewhere between 46 and 50, given that's what Parsons got.
I got to see, because the signing bonus is important here, because signing bonuses are spread out over the course of the contract. So, if you sign a 4-year extension with, and if the extension kicks in next year, and let's say the signing bonus is, $50 million, I think that counts $10 million each of the next 5 years. So how much of this year's cap does that cut into? And maybe limit them as far as what they can bring at trade deadline.
Yeah.
Probably not a lot. It's probably not going to affect it too much because they
have a bunch of money under the cap right now. Yeah,
like that.
So they have a lot under the cap right now, and if so, yes, your point is valid about how much it's going to affect it whenever we find out how much.
Okay, this is just breaking news here on 97.1 A Ticket. Aiden Hutchinson gets a 4-year contract extension. I want to hear from Lions fans. You cool with this? You good with this? Is this? It's hard to know what opinion to give until we see the money.
Well, remember, guys, at the beginning of this year, a lot of fans, I don't know if a lot, but a lot of calls we took, a lot of ticket texts were questioning if Aiden Hutchinson would even be healthy. Fast forward to, October 29th, he gets a, quote, mega extension, according to Ian Rappaport from his agent. 4-year deal, and probably close to, if not, $200 million.
One would have to imagine if he's not the highest paid player, it's going to be close to a $50 million a year commitment. And of course, there's finagling when it comes to the cap. Money gets moved around. Shell game. It doesn't mean it's going to be a $50 million per season cap hit. And I can almost guarantee you that. I also would almost guarantee that there's going to be some late year where it's like a $70 million cap hit. Is the way these things tend to work. 248-539-9797. Hutch just got paid. Detroit, are you happy? Does anyone see this and go, they might rue that? I think the length on the contract is kind of perfect. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So this is interesting. If you're just joining us, Aiden Hutchinson just announced breaking news, gets a 4-year contract extension. The terms have not been released yet, but you have to imagine it's in the ballpark of the Micah Parsons contract. And typically if you're up, you get the next highest paid at your position contract. If you're in the top, 5, 10, whatever it is, the next guy always gets more than the last guy did. So we're thinking it's probably a 4-year, $200 million extension.
Close to it.
With the money being moved around shell game-ish. And Kang, you brought up a great point during the commercial break. I will give you credit for it. And that is, it's probably really a 3-year contract, because what happens when guys are going into the last year of their contract?
Negotiate.
Yeah, and he's looking for his 3rd contract as well. And that's what agents do. Not necessarily Aiden was thinking about that, but I'm sure his people were talking to him like, hey, 4-year would be perfect for both of us, the organization and you. Because in 3 years, if you're still playing this well and still in the prime of your career, you re-up again. Look at Garrett, right? Look at Myles Garrett. So if you're on that same trajectory, you're going to be rich man again in 3 years when you renegotiate.
Yeah. So look, here's a guy that has been what we'd hope he would be when the Lions got him as a force on the edge. Now the question becomes, do they do anything else at that position big? We don't know the number breakdown. Does it cut into their available cap space so much that they couldn't get another player there? Are they willing to do that? I have a suspicion that if Brad Holmes was asked about, hey, are you going to improve the edge rusher position? He would say, well, we just locked up Hutch. I think that's what he would say. There is a strong want by some. Yesterday we did the poll, and it turned out more people wanted help in the secondary of the trade deadline than the edge rusher spot. At the very least, they got this guy locked up. Now, some people had no issue with I'm not trying to stir up any crap here, but I know some of you out there were perfectly fine with giving Hutch's money to somebody else. And not because you like that player more than Hutch, but you were like, if you can get another elite edge rusher and it cuts into your future cap space and you don't have money for Hutch, many people out there didn't care. They just wanted another elite edge rusher that would cost that kind of money. Scott, I think that they are comfortable with what they have in-house. They know what they're getting. The player buys in. They know he's coachable. They know what they're getting out of him. I think, when Brad Holmes talks about who they add to the roster, he uses the word intentional all the time. This was very intentional. He's constantly, they talk about their vetting process. That's not to say they can't vet a player that's outside the organization. I just think they love their own guys and want to keep their own guys. And, others have a rule that don't fall in love with your own guys.
Yeah, I get it. But I think, look, they have so many guys that they could fall in love with. You can't fall in love with every single one of them, but you can fall in love with a lot of them. And I think they've done a nice job of trying to space out these contracts as much as they can. But you're going to end up having a decision to make at some point, but that decision is likely to be solved by having somebody restructure a contract so they can get somebody else signed. And they'll have a number of players that they can go and ask that from when the time comes. I mean, this window of opportunity to win, I mean, with now that you got Hutch in tow here, I mean, it's this season and at least 4 more while they've got this band together, so to speak. So it's exciting. What does it mean for the rest of the year? Obviously, some of that money is going to go towards this year's cap that they got the space, but because of the signing bonus, it's going to be prorated for the duration of the contract. So some of that's going to affect this. But here's what they know now. Now they know fully how much money they have to spend when it comes to the trade deadline, what kind of a player they can acquire. And in rental players are still, look, they're valuable. But if you wanted to take on Trey Hendrickson, that rental contract is going to be, what, $15 million a year or $15 million for the rest of the year?
Yeah.
So do they have that kind of space? If Hendrickson does become available, they might.
So the next draft class includes Laporta and Branch in the second round. So their contracts are up too. Did they re-sign
after
Branch?
next year, right?
Yes, just like
this
Hutch
is year
was.
3.
Yeah, just like Hutch was. Do you think that they're working on contracts for those guys too?
For Laporta and
Branch.
And Branch? Yeah, I think they've got to know. Yeah.
And I just wonder, I mean, if they've got money earmarked for them that needs to be accounted for. But
Well, I wouldn't imagine. I mean, if something with them gets done, I wouldn't expect it to be until after the season, much like what happened before the draft a couple of years ago. That's when announcement comes for those guys, because you want to have some flexibility with the trade deadline just a handful of days away here.
You know, the thing is, the Lions have avoided so far, you guys were talking about future extensions and contracts. They've avoided the one that hurts, that got away, really, right? Like the one, because it's got to come, right? They can't not possibly keep every single great player. I mean, losing Josh Reynolds is one thing, losing Jamal Williams is another.
We have the money.
I just got a text.
Ian Rappaport says the Lions and Aiden Hutchinson agreed to a 4-year mega extension, according to his agent, Mike McCartney. It's a 4-year, $180 million deal, $141 million guaranteed. That's less than the deal that
Micah
Parsons got.
We get better return on the dollar a little bit.
So 45. I mean, it's not much less. It's $1.5 million less per year, but it's $45 million a year.
Green Bay, did they overpay for Micah Parsons? 248.
So $141 million guaranteed. Interesting. Don't know what the signing bonus is, but okay.
Interesting.
It's very interesting.
Well, congratulations to Hutch.
Yeah.
But also congratulations to us.
Yes.
We got our guy locked up, and the cap is such a like I feel like I really should have majored in something that would have been useful when it comes to like business law.
It's okay. I got us covered when it comes to the math.
Well, my math skills are eroding quickly. But this is a big deal, and it's a good deal. I love the length. But Lions fans, how you feeling about it? 248-539-9797. Hutch locked up for some time here. Feedback coming in. Matt writes in, the Lions need the end of the season to see how good he does before they pay him. I understand that they can change the amount of money by giving him an extension before somebody else set a record, but I need to see him finish the season and get the numbers he needs.
Why?
I guess he just...
Because he needs to?
Well, I mean, this is you don't trust that he's as good of a player as a contract like this is commensurate for.
Look, there are some players I think in the past I've had that same attitude towards. When the Lions signed Charlie Batch before they had to, I was like, why? What has Charlie Batch done to make you think that you have to invest in this guy right now? You could wait. Hutchinson's different. Hutch is like the best rated defender in the National Football League over the last couple of years.
Yeah, he's been really, really good.
He's outstanding. He is a game changer. He's a game wrecker. He's the guy that you want. I really like Trey Hendrickson. He's not Aiden Hutchinson.
No.
I really like Max Crosby. He's not Aiden Hutchinson.
If there were a draft of NFL players today, where you could just start today, I mean, where's he going? His top 10,
among
top
defensive,
15?
outside of quarterbacks, I think because I think edge rushers go after quarterbacks go. He's probably second or third in the discussion with Myles Garrett and Micah Parsons.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback. Aiden Hutchinson gets a 4-year, $180 million contract extension with the Lions, $141 guaranteed. I'll have to see how it breaks down, how much it cuts into this year's cap they got it done before the trade deadline. Does that mean they wanted to know and have this locked up so they could make that big trade? Is that a possibility here?
Ooh.
Adding to the intrigue. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Breaking news, if you're just joining us, Aiden Hutchinson gets a 4-year contract extension worth $180 million, $141 million guaranteed. It will keep him locked in with the Lions until he's 30 years old, which if you followed and you believe in the data or that I've been taking a look at, because we've been talking about coveted edge rushers for it feels like 2 years now, guys that could be opposite of Hutch. Usually the production really starts to drop after they're 30. And some of the elite guys, more often than not, I found that that's the case. Not everybody, but this locks him up till he's 30. And if he's still productive, well, then he gets onto the third contract. But Hutch just got paid. 248-539-9797. I can't help but wonder if the timing of this before the trade deadline, what are we here, 5 days before the trade deadline, gives them a degree of certainty to know what they can do and know what they can take on. They lock up their guy, and they also have a bit of a target area now of how much money they can afford to commit if they want to commit it for just this year or a player's contract goes beyond this year that they are hoping to get.
Yeah, and again, I would cut because we're all salivating here about, nice, a great contract, and because it's an edge rusher, our minds are always staying with the edge rusher. I don't think that's where the Lions are looking
I don't
to
think
improve
so
this roster by Tuesday. I think that they'll be looking at secondary help and offensive line help. And it may not be for a starter. It could just be for guys that'll be, your last couple guys on the roster that'll be improvements over what you have.
It totally feels like we can sit here and talk about big names, but it feels far more likely, given their pattern, that what they're getting is a depth guy or maybe a decent player. If they get a frontline guy, that's great. And we can talk about it, we can dream about it, and we will do that. But realistically, I don't expect it.
There's some other little details that are coming out. Tom Pelissero just tweeted out that Aiden Hutchinson's deal includes a $29 million injury guarantee in 2029 that converts to a full guarantee a year early in March of 2028. So Hutchinson is now signed for 6 years, and for practical purposes has the security of knowing that he's going to be here for at least 5.
Eric Woodyard says Aiden Hutchinson's $141 million guarantee is the highest among non-quarterback contracts, according to roster management system. So he's got to be happy with that. We're actually kind of happy that the per-year average is less than Micah Parsons. So let's get to your phone calls. Bernard, you're next on 97.1. Hello, Bernard.
Hey, what's happening, guys?
How are you?
Good, thanks. Hey, Doug, I hear you like the length, and I probably would have went with term, but nevertheless.
Fair enough.
But nevertheless, the complete package, if you will, is appealing to me, not just because of the price. I think it's fair, but how much better does he make McNeil and Williams and Mohammed? I mean, when you're signing a guy like that, you're not only, securing him and a top performer at his position, but he's maximizing the value of those other guys on the line as well. And I know that there are very few other edge rushers in the league that I would say has that much of an impact, is that disruptive to actually improve the play of the players around him. And when you're signing a guy like that, a franchise guy, that's one of the things you're looking at. It's not just about jersey sales or the one guy and his performance, but does he make the guys around him better? And in that respect, I mean, this is a home run deal for them, and I'm happy for obviously Hutch, good for him, but for the Lions and us fans, this is big. Like, this is. He's a gold jacket guy, and lock him up.
Well, it's big. Let's understand why. It's big because it keeps the guy here. So, but it's not an addition to the team. So nothing's changed with the Lions in terms of what they are this year and trying to win a Super Bowl for 2025. It just, what this does is keep Aiden Hutchinson in town through 2030, which is awesome. But again, also, it's not adding anybody.
But he does add value to those other players around him.
I'm not disagreeing with that, Bernard. And what I'm saying is that what this is just an announcement. He's got a contract. This isn't adding anything new to this team right now.
No,
It's just
your
you're
point
just-
is completely different than the caller's. Yes,
Yeah.
but his point is just, hey,
there's no
this is
question
why
he
he
makes
likes
people around him better. Yeah.
Here's something to keep in mind. And thank you for the phone call, Bernard. And yes, term. So the Lions right now with a healthy Aiden Hutchinson. Remember last year, Lions blitzed more than anybody else in the NFL. They're now middle of the pack.
Yeah.
Okay, they blitzed 24.3% of quarterback dropbacks, which is roughly 14th, 15th in the NFL. Their pressure rate is top 10. Okay, they're pressuring quarterbacks on 23.6% of their dropbacks, and they are now 6th in the NFL in quarterback sacks with 23. They're blitzing less, and they have an effective pass rush, and they just got Aleem McNeil back. Like, they just got him back. So this is what having a healthy Aiden Hutchinson can do for you. You don't have to blitz as much. You're still pressuring quarterbacks amongst the best in the league, and you're getting home and sacking quarterbacks amongst the best in the league. Like, this is a very effective pass rush right now without having to blitz the amount of time they blitzed last year. Because they blitzed like crazy last year, and they kind of had to. Like, once Hutch went down, how are you going to pressure a quarterback? Well, that was Aaron Glenn, and he would dial it up. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Kyle in Canton. You're next. Hello, Kyle.
Good day, boys. Hey, I called into this show last year and said that the Lions should have sat all of their injured or questionable or starting players for the last 3 weeks because we had no fear of playing on the road. Bold prediction, that came true. We got more injuries, we got more problems, and it didn't pan out the way we wanted. Going to the Wings, I've been slow clapping Yzerman for the last decade. He's got 2 cups coming in the next 4 years. I believe in my eyes that that's a fact. He has the youth, he has the drive, and he now has the coach to steer this in the right direction. Regarding Hutchinson, I think he's taken the Ohtani approach. He's a city man, he's a team man, he's a good man. He's going to get his money, but he's going to extend it out as far as he can, and they are going to add pieces. And they got 2 Super Bowls coming in the next 3 years. I'd like to know your thoughts.
Well, my first thought is I don't remember your call from a year ago, but I will remember this one. Because there's some bold predictions. There's some bold predictions in here.
Nobody.
Right.
You got to remember it. You got to remember
No, I don't.
I
But
don't, Cowboy,
I would say this. You were probably the only one that would ever say sit guys for the last 3 weeks of a season because they're not afraid to play on the road and try to safeguard against injuries. I can't remember how many guys got hurt in those last 3 weeks.
I don't think it was that many, to be honest.
I don't know
with
what it
you.
was. They lost a guy in the playoff game, and I think they lost one right before, maybe. There might be 2.
Trying to remember the last
One,
3
actually,
games.
one in the last 3 games, and then one in the playoff game.
But thank you. I mean, look, we'll remember two Stanley Cups in the next 4 years and 2 Super Bowls in the next 3.
Yeah,
That I will remember.
I think you're also the only ones doing the slow clap for Yzerman over the last 10 years. I think we're all hopeful that this is finally the plan that we're seeing coming to fruition with waiting and being patient with young players that he's drafted and finding the right acquisitions for this team. And the 7-3 start is great, but it's only 10 games. I'm hopeful. I'm a big Steve Yzerman fan, but even I had that seat warmer turned up a little bit. We'll see.
And that's okay.
Yeah, I still think it's a playoff team for sure. That's my thought. And if they're not, then we really got problems. But as far as the Lions winning 2 Super Bowls, I sure hope that I expect them to be contending. I think they're Super Bowl contenders for the next 4 or 5 years. You know, with all these extensions they've given out, Adam Schefter had it listed. Hutchinson's 4 years and $180 million. Goff is 4 years and $212 million. St. Brown is 4 and $120. Sewell 4 and $112. Jameson Williams is 3 years and $80. Kirby Joseph 4 and $85. Aleem McNeil 4 and $97. Taylor Decker is 3 and $60. So, lots of 4-year deals in there and a couple of 3-year deals in there. And those deals really, for a lot of those guys, kick in a little bit later.
On the surface, the most amazing part about this is if you had told us that the Lions would sign Aiden Hutchinson to a contract extension for less than what Green Bay paid Micah Parsons, we would roll our eyes. I wouldn't have believed that. And it's not significantly less. It's a couple million a year. but that seems that's surprising a little bit. And over the course of 4 years, the couple million adds up to an extra roughly 10 million. It's a little short of that, and that could be a player somewhere, a helpful player somewhere. So 248-539-9797. We'll have more of this coming up. Big old tub of pretzels next. 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, let's be honest. Nobody plans for a new roof. It always seems to come at the worst time, and the cost can feel absolutely overwhelming. That's why I want you to know about Shaner Roofing, Michigan's trusted roofing experts for more than 30 years. Right now, Shaner is making it easier than ever to protect your home with 0% interest financing for 5 years. Now, that means you can get the quality roof that you need today without the stress of a big upfront payment. And here's the thing. This isn't some fly-by-night company. Shaner Roofing has a 4.9-star Google rating, earned by thousands of satisfied homeowners who rave about their professionalism, craftsmanship, and customer care. So if your roof is leaking, aging, or you're just ready for peace of mind, don't wait any longer. Go to mymichiganroof.com/zero. That's mymichiganroof.com/ZERO. Powered by Shaner Roofing, where quality meets affordability.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Breaking news. Aiden Hutchinson for your contract extension with the Detroit Lions for $180 million. Fallout and feedback and fallout. Fallout's probably not the reaction is coming in from around the NFL. We'll get to some of that today at noon here on 97.1 The Ticket. But it's time to open the big old tub of pretzels. The big old tub of pretzels and the question of the day. These questions are sent in by listeners. Some of them. Others are people here in the office. But things you
like
debate
Rico
about.
did, right?
Yeah, Rico sent one last week.
He
which-
infiltrated the pretzel.
I will say this. Rico's question might be the one that people remember more than anybody else's ever. And if you missed it last week, Rico's question was, if you woke up tomorrow as a black man, what was the first thing you would do? There's a lot of text on that one.
Did you say something about contract and length earlier with Hutch?
Oh.
Right?
My goodness.
You mentioned it. You like the term.
Term.
Yeah.
Not
All right,
length.
first question. All right, guys. Imagine you could dispense any 3 liquids from 3 of your fingers whenever you wanted. What liquids are you choosing? Wow. What a question.
First of all,
hot off the presses.
One of Doug's is going to be hilarious.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
you and I both know what it has to be. But I want to hear him say it.
Yep.
He's got to say it.
Yep.
Milk?
There it is. There it is. Milk, there it is. Milk, there it is. We got a tag team.
Gatorade, Cucumber Lime Zero.
Oh, there we go.
And Miller Lite.
All right. I will go with Patron Bordeaux, which is
Wow.
the really high-end tequila. That goes on a 1. I will go with Gatorade. I think it's a Cherry Glacier, the clear-colored Gatorade
I don't know.
one.
It's the one you like. You should know.
Yes.
Not us.
Yeah. I don't know. I just know by look. It's the clear-colored Gatorade Zero. And Fresca.
All right.
Here's a question I have. If you said, you got any beer? And I held up my finger and said, I have Miller Lite,
Not
and
touching
started dispensing it into a glass.
touching.
Would you drink it?
No,
Come
I would
on.
not. Absolutely not.
Come on, like E.T.
Yeah, no. E.T. he would hit the finger would light up and stuff would fly around. All right, that's what was
not-
E.T. wasn't like
Gator.
I agree.
Suck my
I agree
finger.
with him.
I mean, it's not what he
This
was saying.
hypothetical, which could never happen, also sounds disgusting.
Yeah, it
Gator,
does sound.
get it straight from the tap. Come
It's
on.
I'm
gross.
not from Doug's tap. Okay, what are you gonna get milk straight from the tap over at?
I hate milk, so no. I wouldn't get it straight from the bottle.
Well, everybody likes Gatorade Cucumber Lime Zero. Would you drink that?
All right, so I'm going Fountain Coca-Cola from McDonald's,
That's a solid call right there.
Jets Ranch.
That's. I hope that's ranch.
Yep. And premium gasoline. Bam. I'm done.
That's well done.
I'm done.
Yep.
I'm done, man.
Look at this
That's all
guy.
I need.
Don't you drive an electric car?
My wife doesn't.
Yeah, I would
Actually, I
need
drive the gas
gasoline.
car. She
Yeah.
drives the electric, so it's for me.
All right, so there you go. Next question.
All right.
I'm very uncomfortable with that question.
Yeah, it's weird.
Didn't like it.
Why? I would love that. Come on. All right. Would you rather get rid of Coney Islands or Chinese restaurants for the rest of your life?
What?
It's got to be eliminated from your diet because you can't go to either one of them.
Ooh,
or
tough
one of
one.
them.
Tough one.
Well, it's not. It's the Coney Island restaurant, and this is why I would eliminate
Bye.
Chinese food. This is why I'm going to get rid of Chinese food. Coney Islands. It's the menus are massive at a Coney Island. I don't always get Coney's when I go there. You can get breakfast anytime. Love that. Get a Euro sandwich. Love it. Still get my chili cheese and Coney's. Chinese food, I'm limited with what I really want to get from Chinese food. It would mean that I would do without egg rolls, which sucks. But Coney's over egg rolls, I'll take it.
Yeah, I'm getting rid of the Coney. No need. I mean, what do I get when I go there? I got spinach pie the last time.
You don't get a Greek salad?
I haven't gotten a Greek salad. I could get a Greek salad,
Any
but I
kind of
got
salad.
I got a piece of spinach pie.
But a honey.
I would much rather and easily give up the Coney restaurant over the Chinese restaurant.
Yeah, I'm with you, Doug. Not for the same reasons, because I love Coney Islands.
don't say.
but the Chinese restaurant is just too much there for me to admit. I mean, a year without that. I mean, you know it already, Gator. I know it's not an easy decision for you either, but just
I love the egg roll.
Orange chicken, almond chicken, fried rice, egg roll, all that's good
Sweet and
stuff.
sour,
Yeah, I need that more than
Fried rice.
more than the Coney Islands. So
Next question.
all right, too
That's
food.
two
dude.
that make me uncomfortable. I
Yeah,
don't like doing
they're
without.
not all comfortable, my friend.
No, they're not. Clearly.
All right. Could you, as an adult, currently pass any of your old high school tests?
Wow, absolutely not with math. I mean, I couldn't pass them then. Why would I be able to pass them now?
You didn't get any better.
No, I did not. I think I could. Most I could, except for math.
For me, it would be none with one exception. I think I would do better in English at my age than I did in high school. I think I am a much better writer. Math skills have eroded bad. Foreign language, no shot.
Badly, by the way.
I'd still do better than I did back in high school. So I would think I could do better in English than I did back then. Me talk not so good then.
Yeah, this is a tough one. I can't do my first graders' homework right now. Like it's bad. Like guys, we'll go through math, and they teach math different now. Gator, you'll understand this. This doesn't make any sense. There's
They've got like
partners
lines
and
and,
groups.
columns, and what are they
Circles.
grouping these numbers over here? And I'm like, what the hell are we doing with our arithmetic?
So we'll get to the end. I'll try to help her through, and at the end, I'm like, I don't even know what this means. Ask your mother. Like she's in first grade. That's embarrassing,
Wow.
man.
What are you doing? Is addition and subtraction? That's is a column
do it
thing-
different, man.
I'm asking because I don't know this, right? Are they teaching math differently because it'll be the same kind of way that they'll teach like algebra and stuff? Does this stuff work with algebra, with putting columns and
No, I
circles
just think
and
it's
stuff like
actually supposed to be more
that? Or
efficient.
it's just a different way of
it
doing
gets
it.
it gets you to the answer quicker and better. That's
I
all.
have no idea. No clue why they
Sounds
do
a
it the way they do it.
Huge mistake.
I just know I felt like a moron when my kid said, "Can you help me with this?" And I
Right?
looked at it for 10 seconds and went, "Actually, no." Let's do
Ask
one
your
more.
brother.
All right. I mean, I thought, now we do have calculators in our pockets. So why don't you just
Right.
use
Yeah.
those?
I don't know. Just
Good point.
Siri,
All right. All right.
Alexa.
Here we go. Oh, wait, this is an old question, I think. Sorry. I think Kenny
Okay.
threw that back in there.
You like this so much.
Yeah.
Ask it again. Our answers may change.
Yeah, right. All right. You're going to a game with your wife or girlfriend. You have the aisle seat, or she has the aisle seat.
Well, for us, it's typically easier because I'm 6'3" and a half, and so I can spill out into the aisle a little bit.
So you're making her sit next to a stranger.
Yep.
I mean, I would ask her what she wants and give her all. There's pros and cons
Gentleman
involved
over
here,
here.
right?
Yeah.
And that's the first and foremost. You have to ask the lady what she would prefer. I would imagine it'd be more comfortable to have me on the aisle, but if there's some creeper next, then 100% what you're going to do is what's best to protect the lady, and give her
Well,
space.
if the question is there's a creeper next to in the third seat, then yeah, I would.
I don't know. Are you sure, Doug? Creeper
Yes.
or leg room?
Doug's taking leg room.
Doug's taking leg room.
She'll deal with it. Yeah, I would. If you added a creeper, then yeah, I would. I would act as a shield.
So I mean, I think all three of us would prefer the aisle seat, but I'm not as tall or big as you, Gators. So I'm taking the inside seat. I don't have to. She doesn't have to sit next to the creeper or not creeper. She don't have to find out. I'm the creeper.
When you're sitting in the aisle or near you have to get up and get down a lot because of anybody walking down. When you're in the middle, I always feel guilty when I'm in the middle because every time I have to like get up, I'm excuse me, pardon me, excuse me. I feel completely guilty about doing that. When you're in the aisle, pew.
Yeah, we'll try
You're
being
not-
the
you're
bull in
not-
a china shop and do that.
All right. So if you're in the middle and you have to get out, do you sidestep with your back to the people sitting down in your row, or do your back? Or are you facing them when you get out?
I mean, I pray
Butt in
there's
their
enough
face or not?
I pray there's enough room for me to walk perpendicular past the people so that the back end is not pointed right in their face.
If I'm on the window seat on a plane, by the way, I feel so bad. Like, I'll hold it for hours just to not make people have to get up, especially if they're asleep. And you got to go. That's
yeah,
the worst.
I fully understand.
All right, there you go. And that concludes the Big Old Tub of Pretzels question of the day here on 97.1. Coming up, more reaction to Aiden Hutchinson's contract with the Lions, the most guaranteed money ever given to a non-quarterback, and yet less than Micah Parsons got. We'll get to the details of it in the noon hour if you haven't heard, plus reaction from around the NFL straight ahead here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. What was a slow news day has turned into a big one as the Lions back up the Brinks truck. Aiden Hutchinson and Detroit have agreed to a 4-year extension, officially totaling $180 million with $141 guaranteed per Adam Schefter. Lions players had the day off today, so we will not hear from Hutch likely until tomorrow afternoon post-practice. However, he did speak with the media yesterday and spoke about the state of the defensive line from an interior and exterior perspective. Hutch currently has 6 sacks in 7 games this year, with a league-leading 4 forced fumbles. His deal comes on the heels of the sign-and trade with the Packers and Micah Parsons. The Green Bay D-end was signed for $46.5 million per year. That's $1.5 million more per season than Hutch's deal, but the Lions' edge rusher had $5 million more guaranteed. Lions face the Vikings this Sunday at Ford Field at 1 o'clock. The Orlando Magic are in Detroit tonight to take on the Pistons at Little Caesars Arena. Former Michigan Wolverines Franz and Mo Wagner are back back in the mitten for tonight's game. Franz is currently second on the team in scoring at just below 23 points per game. Mo Wagner has yet to play this year with a knee injury. He is officially listed as out for tonight's game. Pre-game coverage starts at 6:35 right here on the Ticket. Tip-off set for 7 o'clock. Other news in the NBA, Terry Rozier and Chauncey Billups will not be paid while on leave of absences from their teams, per ESPN. Both of their paychecks are expected to be withheld and placed in escrow pending the results of the dual FBI indictments involving the Italian crime syndicate La Casa Nostra. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or visit Odyssey.com.
You just love that, don't you?
It's just the best. It's like I said, the fact that I'm allowed to say it means I'm going to say it.
We got to raise the curtain here a little bit on our boy Shabath over here. During the last update at 11 a.m., before the update, he says, and I quote, "We need some breaking news. It's a boring day."
Crazy.
And then, I mean, before we went to the next commercial break, the story broke about Aiden Hutchinson's contract extension.
It was like 60 seconds too late.
Yeah.
If it had happened 60 seconds before that, I would have seen it on my phone and just rolled with it.
Yep. But you walked out of studio and the news broke.
Yeah, by the time I got back to my desk. But
some people say things like, "I wish I could hit the lottery."
Right. I
But
wish I could hit the lottery.
See if you have the power.
give it another 40 seconds.
Is there any drawings before 12:05?
I just got to buy tickets today.
Coming up with some numbers.
Well, there you go, Shabath. You ask and you shall receive.
Yeah. My
Shut up, Gator.
I hope the camera's caught that.
What, did I spill water on my face there?
I've been drinking a long time.
Let me try that again. See if I can successfully take a drink of water without spilling it.
Yeah, there you go. Nice job. Well played. That makes up.
That was bad. Anyway, congratulations.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Did he call the shot?
Kind of called a shot.
All right.
Was that ramen today?
No, it was a turkey meatloaf with firecracker sauce and broccoli and zucchini.
Smells like ramen.
Does it?
Yeah.
Does it smell bad?
Not the best smell that we've had in here.
Sorry, it's probably the broccoli.
It'll dissipate.
It was well, I'm sure Valeni will mention it.
If it's still here in 2 hours, dude.
I hope it is. All right, so we do
savor it.
There you heard the breaking news. Aiden Hutchinson gets his contract. Feedback coming in. First of all, Albert Breer tweeted out, "Detroit's build is a fantastic example of what you can do if you hit on draft picks. You have the ability to go get them early, fold existing years into extensions, and keep your team together. Easier said than done, but good on the Lions for being aggressive in paying their guys." So paying their guys. Here's what they have done. Adam Schefter, Detroit's recent extensions. Taylor Decker, 3 years, $60 million. Aleem McNeil, 4 years, $97. Kirby Joseph, 4 years, $85. Jamison Williams, 3 years, $80. Penei Sewell, 4 years, $112. Amon-Ra St. Brown, 4 years, $120. Jared Goff, 4 years, $212. Aiden Hutchinson, 4 years, $180. He did not include Derek Barnes. What was Derek Barnes' contract extension? Because he signed one in the midst of all this too.
Yes, obviously it was nothing like that. It was like $8 million a year. It was like 3 and 24 or something.
3 and 24. Yeah, wow, good remembering by you.
That's right.
Yeah, he got a 3-year, $24 million extension. They have drafted well, and they've kept the band together, and they're keeping the band together. The core players that they hope to win a Super Bowl with. Dare I say Super Bowls? Let's get to one first and try and win one. But they've locked up their guys. Now, what we need to hope is that they stay healthy. You can't always guarantee that, but there's something to be said for. I mean, it's exactly what you said. The formula: draft well, keep your guys. Are they falling in love with their own guys? That's always a fear that people have. But it feels like their guys are worth falling in love with.
Yeah, if it's not going to prevent you from re-signing guys that you want on this team, then let love live here. That's fine. They got Brian Branch and Sam Laporta coming up. Jahmyr Gibbs will be coming up. But Gibbs is a first-round pick, so that's and same with your boy Jack Campbell. But those are both fifth-year guys you can give the fifth-year option to, so you can push that down the road a little bit further. But next up is going to be Branch and Laporta, and that'll happen, I would imagine, in the offseason. Are those two guys you want to bring back? Yeah, those are two guys you want to bring back. Now, it depends on the price. Should you bring them back and set the market? I don't know if that's necessarily going to happen, but it all, these guys know so much about the cap, where it is now, where it's going to go, and how they can finagle through that cap, that I really don't have many worries about this at all. The worry comes if you have Brad Holmes come out and say, yeah, we've got a lot of juggling we're going to have to do. It's going to be tough and it's going to be tight. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get everybody in here. If he says something like that, then okay, you can panic a little bit. But I don't think that's something they're considering right now. I think they have a pretty firm grasp on what's going on.
Here's the feedback that comes in from an unnamed texter. Hutches looked great these first 7 games. I've got no problem with it. Unnamed texter, the Lions are ridiculous. LMAO. Aiden is maybe the 7th best end in football. Lions stay losing.
Okay. Stay losing. They've won 27 regular season games over the last 2 years going into this year. So at 32 and a couple of playoff wins. Stay losing? Huh? And 7 edge rushers?
Yep.
I think you could make a strong case that Parsons and Myles Garrett are better edge rushers, and I'm not going to fight you on that. But 7, you got 5 more. You're going to throw at me? T.J. Watt? I'm sorry, JJ. Yeah, T.J. Watt. I don't get my J's mixed up. T.J. Watt, Max Crosby, Trey Hendrickson are, I think, slightly below Hutchinson. Keep in mind, Hutch's youth plays in his advantage.
Well, also keep this in mind.
To his advantage.
Yeah. Is it the price of doing business? If you have one of the top guys, might not have the best guy, but if you have one of the top guys and their contract's up, those guys still usually set the market.
Yeah.
And if you don't believe Aiden Hutchinson is not one of the best edge rushers in the league, with 6 sacks and 4 forced fumbles.
Well, how many pressures? How many quarterback hits?
Yeah. How many double teams so others can make plays?
Yes, exactly. Then I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know.
That's fine. But your point about, it's timing, right? Remember when Stafford got his big contract extension and people freaked out? And we said, look, give it a minute. And like 3 weeks later, somebody else signed. And within a year, Stafford went from like number 1 highest paid to like 5th highest paid. And then after a couple of years, down even further. I think this one might take a minute. I don't know who the next edge rusher to get the contract is going to be.
Mm-hmm.
But he still didn't eclipse Micah Parsons.
No, he got less than per year than Micah Parsons. More guaranteed, but John and Brighton, he's worth a blank check. Well done, Lions organization. Next one, I love the Hutch extension, almost regardless of term. It means we know what space we have to make moves this year to strengthen the team. That's from Carlos and Allen Park. And we think this timing is significant. I think doing it the Wednesday before next Tuesday's trade deadline, I think is intentional. I think they wanted to get it done and did get it done so they know exactly what they can do at the trade deadline and not dent their future plans. From an unnamed texter, he's not a top guy, so I'd say he's not worth it. He's great, but he's not Myles Garrett. 40 per year, I can see, but not anymore.
Okay.
Well, look, if you're not willing to give one of the top guys, I was about to say a market-setting contract, but it's not even a market-setting contract.
Close, but it wasn't.
I don't know what to tell you. Additionally, I mean, how old is Myles Garrett?
Well, you're not 25.
No. So you're signing him through what should be the prime of his career? And you have a problem with it? I mean, if he gets hurt, all bets are off. I don't know what to tell you. If he gets hurt at some point and people call up and say, I told you, those are unpredictable variables.
Is this...
another one. Myles Garrett is a game wrecker. Parsons is a game wrecker. Hutch is not.
How many forced fumbles this year?
4.
4. Already.
Hutch is not better than Parsons. It's a fair contract for that reason. Only blue glasses wearing homers would think that Hutch is better than Parsons, plus leaves a few million per year for the team to use when signing other players. That's from Bill in Lake Orion. I don't know if we said he was better than Parsons, but
I don't think he's better than Parsons. I think he's the third best defensive end or edge rusher in the game behind Parsons and Myles Garrett. And if you want to make arguments for somebody else, go ahead. But I think if you want to throw him in the same class, you can't say he's outclassed by the other guys. If you want to say they're all lumped together with Max Crosby and Hendrickson and whatever you want to do there.
I would ask the people that don't like this contract, and I'm surprised at how many we're getting, and that's fine. What is your plan then? Let his contract expire next year and do what? Do what? Who are you going to get better that you think or know is better than Aiden Hutchinson?
I think there's something else at play there. My guess would be that the people that don't like this extension for Aiden Hutchinson and start to downplay him, he's not that effective. My guess is they're probably Spartans.
Oh,
I think it gets petty, and I think that's what's coming out. People don't like him.
What about fans of other teams? Think we got Green Bay fans saying he's not as good as Micah?
Well, I don't think. Again, are we going to argue he's not? I don't care about the Parsons stuff.
Well, what are you supposed to do if you're trying to build a winner? What are you supposed to do? Would you let his contract expire? For those that don't like this, would you let his contract expire?
Wait till after the 5th year before I pay him.
Well, guess what? You're probably not getting him back then.
Oh, you can, but then you're going to pay another $5 million a year,
and you're going to have multiple teams bidding. It's going to cost more, and he could decide to go elsewhere. Then you get into a Trey Hendrickson situation where a guy's like, "Why didn't you pay me?"
And then you're a dumb organization. Sorry, I brought the D word.
You said you weren't going to.
I said I wasn't going to.
97-1 the ticket.
Hey, it's great to see our teams in the D back to their winning ways. It's just like the team over at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield is making sure that the customers win on every deal. And right now, how about these deals? They're unbeatable. Starting with the employee pricing you get for everybody on every 2025 demo in stock. Plus, you can get a 2025 Silverado or 2026 Equinox for only $299 a month, and that's with zero down. There's no games, no gimmicks. It's just great winning deals for the customers. Need more money for your trade-in? Well, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has got you covered because they treat trade-ins like a highly sought-after free agent. Big money, huge money for your trade, up to $2,000 more. If you're paying too much for service, only to feel like you're in the cheap seats, well, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will have you feeling like you're sitting on the 50-yard line. Service is open every Saturday. Free loaner vehicles available. No appointments necessary. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will get you in and out quickly. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at 696 and Telegraph. Go to sarahchevrolet.com. Together, let's drive!
We have really slipped into a weird place. Gator, I feel like for about the last 372 days plus, all we've heard about is add another elite edge rusher. We could have brought that topic up, adding another elite edge rusher. We could have brought it up any time in the last 375, 380, 385 days as we
I was
approach.
wondering why you chose
Here's
it.
why.
It was at the anniversary of when Hutch got
Yeah,
injured?
whatever it was when he got hurt, but leading up to the trade deadline last year.
Yeah.
Add another, got to get an elite edge rusher, got to get an elite edge rusher. Then when Hutch came back, even though when Hutch was hurt, we got to the offseason, got to add another elite edge rusher. Now the Lions have signed Aiden Hutchinson, and we're getting texts from people that would have let Hutch walk. So are we taking feedback from people that don't want any elite edge rushers? Is that the new hotness? You know, the whole league zigs. I zag. They want to pressure quarterbacks. I don't want to pressure quarterbacks and see what offenses do then, huh? Is that really what's going on?
I don't know. I think, like I said, I think people that are, poo-pooing this signing of Aiden Hutchinson are probably people that have allegiances to Michigan State. I think that's probably the number one reason, because they don't want to laud the praises of a guy who's a former Michigan player.
Dude, I
even
guess,
though he's playing for the Detroit Lions and has nothing to do with anything what happened in the past.
To me, like, embracing Chris Spielman is
was
the easiest thing to ever do, ever. As a kid that grew up in Ann Arbor and despised the Chris Spielman's Ohio State teams, and then he became a Lion, and I'm like, this is awesome.
It's like when guys for the other school go to other teams, I can dislike Tom Brady all I want because he never played for the Lions.
He would have been a good Lions quarterback.
This might have been pretty good. Charles Woodson might have been a nice Lion, but I can dislike them when they played for the other teams. But if they come and play for my team, I kind of have to say, all right, Hutchinson's a great player, and he's a great player. Full stop.
248-539-9797. Paul in Clinton Township. Hi, Paul.
Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
Okay, Gator, listen, man, I couldn't possibly, and I told the call screener, I couldn't possibly love you more than right now because you called it out. And this has been going on in the Lions fandom for years. Ohio State fans and Michigan State fans cannot separate college and pro for whatever reason that is.
I'm sure the Michigan fans feel the same way if Ohio's some Michigan, and it's not all. By the way, it's not all Michigan State fans feel this way. I'm saying that the ones that are going to be vocal about it, I think it's obvious why they're vocal about it.
If you let me finish, I would have said the same thing.
Okay.
Nothing's 100%. I will also tell you, listen, we've had Taylor Decker, Jonah Jackson, we've had Ohio State players. You don't hear any of that same stuff because they are that, okay? Anybody that statistically looks at Aiden Hutchinson, looks at him as a leader, a player on the team, there is zero reason to not like him and want him to succeed and pay him on the team. I believe you nailed the vast majority of the reasons. Yes, not every Spartan's the same way. No one would ever claim that. Not every Buckeye is the same way. And I'm sure there's a couple Wolverines that don't like Taylor Decker for whatever. But I'm saying you're correct, in my opinion. The vast majority of the complaints to the signing of this guy can't possibly be based on him as a player. They've got to be based on some ulterior motive, and I'm saying you nailed it.
Well, Paul, whether it's that, it could be Packer fan, could be Bear guy, I suppose over the course of time, somebody might be right. I don't know what evidence could be used right now. If I'm trying to craft an argument against this Aiden Hutchinson not market-setting edge rusher contract that he just signed, it would be, I'd like to see a little bit more to make sure that there's no lingering injury effects, which I don't even believe. that there are. I think it's pretty clear there are no lingering injury effects. If you told me would we be able to make that decision after 7 games, I'd say that was probably optimistic. But he's got 6 sacks, which isn't an astronomical amount, but he's trending to have 14, 15 on the year.
He's looking
trending
better,
to have double-digit forced fumbles.
He's looked better in the last few weeks than he looked in the first few weeks.
Yep. On top of that, he's one of those guys, when another team makes their game plan against the Lions, the offensive coordinator sits down, where do you think, how do we deal with Aiden Hutchinson ranks on their game plan? Is it 5th? Is it 6th? Is it 7th? Or is it first?
It's number 1 with a bullet. Number 1 with a bullet. He's never one-on-one. Never.
Mm-hmm.
And if he is, that's a huge mistake from the offense to try to go one-on-one blocking Aiden Hutchinson, unless the plan is to throw on the opposite side and throw quickly.
248-539-9797. Ian, you're next. Hello, Ian.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
So I've been listening to you guys, and I think you maybe have a little bit of point with the Spartan thing. And I say this as a Spartan. But my dislike, or whatever you'd want to call it, Aiden, ended the very first year he played for us. That guy has torn it up. He is an amazing player. I think we should all be thanking our lucky stars to have him and be grateful to be re-signing him. I personally think the reason that a lot of people are up in arms about this is because, frankly, we're cheap. And by we, I mean the collective Detroiters. Every time a player comes up, Jared Goff, Amon-Ra, somebody, we're always like, oh, we can't pay him that much. We got to pay him a lot, but we can't pay him that much because we got to sign this guy. And I think we're just cheap. I think that's what it comes down to. And so people hear $45 million a year, and all that, and they just flip out. It's just the number. I think people just
might be
get over that.
I think because people don't understand a salary cap, or they think they do and they don't, because none of us do. we can think we understand it pretty well, but we really don't have a firm grasp on it at all. But I'll tell you who does. Brad Holmes and the Lions. They're not shying away from signing these guys. Spotrac just came out with what they think extensions will cost on a per-year basis for the next 3 players the Lions going to have to sign. Whether with Kirby Joseph, it's not Kirby Joseph. Brian Branch was at $20 million. Jahmyr Gibbs, I think, was 19.3, and Laporta was like 18.5, and Branch was 20.5 actually. So they have an idea, a pretty good idea of what they're working with.
Sure thing. And I also think that in about, we'll say, 2 years from now, we're going to look at this deal and be like, hey, that's a deal now. That suddenly Aiden Hutchinson's affordable. Like, that happens every year where, as long as they live up to they play and do their part, every year we always look at it and go, oh, yeah, that guy who was the record setter, now it's a great deal and it's worth the money.
And I imagine at least one of these deals that they've already gotten done and will get done is going to look bad. Because it's just the law of averages.
Yeah, the law, you can't. What happens is guys, do get injured. And that's the risk you're always taking with long-term commitments. But I don't know what you're supposed to do. Do you not re-sign anybody out of fear they're going to get injured? You hear from the quarterback coming up. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Time for our weekly chat with the quarterback. And, of course, Halloween party last night was all over social media. Jared Goff, how did it go?
Oh, it was fun. It was really good getting the guys together and seeing what everyone came as. And, yeah, it was fun. Fun seeing everyone.
You got skills. Saw the juggling. I've always been impressed by anybody who can juggle, but is this something you were working on or something you've always been able to do?
No, I've been able to do that for a little while. There were some clowns and scary clowns doing some tricks. And I said, oh, I can juggle too. Let me see those, and just showed them.
Did you want to punch any scary clowns, or are you okay with scary clowns?
I was okay with them. They were nice. They were fine.
Who had the best costume?
Gosh, good question. I mean, Saint was pretty good. Decker was pretty good. Who was funny? I mean, there's a bunch, man. It's hard. Everyone was dressed up. It was all pretty good.
Now, you were the chef from Ratatouille. Your whole family went in costume along those lines. How did that go over?
Yeah, well, not my daughter, but Kristen was the rat.
Okay.
Remy, I believe, is right his name, and yeah, it was fun. She was along for the ride with me, and it was really cool.
And the daughter, what is the daughter going to be for Halloween?
She's also going to be a rat.
Gotcha.
It'll be just a different setting, and she won't be with my teammates at the team party.
Right.
So how did you spend the time off? Did you get out of town? Did you have family come in? Do you call up Amon-Ra and J-Mo and go out and have a catch? How does the off week work for you?
Yeah, a lot of rest, a lot of chilling, resting, recovering, hanging out, family, getting to see my daughter for a little bit longer than usual, and going on walks and getting your body back and feeling good.
Manning Cast, you got to do that Monday. You enjoy that?
Yeah, it was cool. Yeah, it was fun. Those guys are good, and they keep it light and easy. I've been able to get to know those guys over the years, and they're always fun.
When you watch a game, and we got to watch you watch a game, but when you typically watch a game, are you working? Like, are you dissecting defenses? Are you thinking about what would work and what wouldn't, or are you just relaxing?
Not typically. I mean, if we're playing a team like last week, we had the Vikings on Thursday night, and so I sat there and watched most of that. And you're not like dissecting it, trying to see what's going to work, because you're going to watch it on tape in a few days anyways. But you are looking like, oh, okay, they're doing that now. Oh, okay, awesome. Oh, cool, they did that to attack that. Like you're getting a little bit of information, sure.
Do you feel like that maybe our interviews weekly help prepare you for the Manning Cast? Some of the
yeah, oh yeah. Well, certainly. I mean, there ain't no replacement for live television or live radio. So it's definitely a job that you guys don't get enough credit for. Is speaking on the fly and doing it easily.
Well, thank you very much.
It doesn't always go smoothly.
No, it's not smooth at all. But one of the things you did say, I was actually we replayed part of it yesterday on the show, and the part that I took away was kind of curious, was that here you are, a California kid, and you grew up a Peyton Manning guy over a Tom Brady guy. What happened there?
When I was I was whatever 8, 9, 10 years old, so that's early 2000s. It was one of those two guys, and at the time it was like the evil Patriots dynasty, So you just anything to take them down, and Peyton was kind of the guy who had had a chance against them, and so I just grew up a Peyton fan, and for whatever reason he was the guy I gravitated towards, and obviously have grown so much appreciation for Tom and what he's done. But when I was 8 years old, I didn't care. I was a Peyton Manning guy.
All right, as far as football's concerned, you guys always talk about cleaning things up, and for the offense, you still have one of the highest scoring offenses in the NFL, so it's not a crisis, but what do you want to clean up offensively as you guys get back at it this weekend?
Yeah, I think it's nice to get to be able to look at yourself critically over that week and find out what you can get better at, and there's certainly a ton of areas for us to improve, and yeah, where exactly, obviously third down, something we need to do a better job at, and just converting, staying on the field. And that honestly will probably solve a lot of problems, just staying on the field for more plays and sustaining drives. That will keep us more efficient, help our run game, score more points, obviously, get us in the red zone so we can be more effective there. So a little bit of everything will help with that. And it's been a focus for us this week, and just execution. I don't think it's anything special. There's no special sauce. There's no certain plays. There's no different things. Just execute a little bit better, and everyone and all 11 of us do a little bit better.
Yeah, you're on pace to throw for only around 500 passes this year, which could be your lowest total as a Lion since 2021. What do you kind of attribute that to? Is it? I think it's less than 30 passes per game on average outside of that first week of the season. Yet you're still scoring points.
Yeah, it changes every year. There's different formulas to do things, and for whatever reason, that's been the way we've done it this year. And we did have the one game where the Bears were up by so much, we kind of didn't play the end of that game, and so a lot of those get diminished there. And then there's certain games where we did want to run the ball a little bit more that early on this season. Cleveland's one of them where we'd wanted to establish that run and be able to, then open them up in the pass game. So yeah, there's different strategies in different games so far. I don't think that's indicative of anything that is something we're trying to do or not trying to do. It's just how the games have played out so far.
Is it difficult playing in Minnesota with the sunlight coming through the glass? And if it is or isn't, the follow-up is, which stadium is the toughest to play in, not accounting for like fan participation, just like logistics of a stadium?
Oh, wow. Good question. Hardest to play in. Well, first of all, Minnesota, I love playing in Minnesota. I think it's one of the coolest stadiums. I believe we played in Ford Field this week, though, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
That's all right.
What is this, live? What?
But no, the one that's hard is Dallas, because that scoreboard's so high above you, and you end up cranking your neck the whole game and looking up at that scoreboard when you're sitting on the sidelines to watch. And I think that one's hard. Green Bay is always tough with just the airport situation, getting in and out of there. But that one, we're so used to at this point. I do love playing in Minnesota. It's a fun one to play at, and we'll get that one on Christmas.
So we've learned a lot talking to you through the years, and the biggest which is probably you take what the defense gives you, you get the football to the right places. But yesterday, Scotty Montgomery talked about trying to maximize Jamison Williams. Is there something there to get him the football more, or is that just a matter of time? You have so many mouths to feed offensively that he's going to have his day. I mean, I guess he did a couple weeks ago against Kansas City, but is this a non-issue? You just go where the defense tells you to go?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both. I think, yes, that when the play's called, I have to, the defense will typically dictate where the ball goes. And there's certainly times where I can move a defender and try to get a ball in a certain area, and I've done that. But it's that, yes. And then there is a little bit of the aspect of being proactive, of getting him involved, whether that's early in the game, whether that's on third down, whether that's in the red zone, whatever it may be. He's so dang explosive, and finding ways to get him with the ball in his hands that isn't just exclusive to over the top. I think is kind of the big thing, and because those over the top balls just happen so few and far between, and in our league now with all these defenses playing so deep, it becomes harder and harder. So how do we get him the ball in different situations and get him moving? But no, it's completely a non-issue, and he's had a great attitude about it all, and we expect to see that production continue to go up.
Because he is so explosive and he is so fast, how challenging is it to match up with that speed? If you look at your completion percentage to JMO compared to the rest of the team, there's a big disparity there. But I think a lot of that is probably the difficulty of some of the passes you're throwing, because you're throwing deeper when it comes to JMO. But what is the challenge of catching up to the speed?
Yeah, I don't think there is. I think you nailed it right there. I think we throw him lower completion balls typically down the field. I bet if you looked at within 20 yards, our completion percentage to him and everyone else, I bet it's pretty dang close. So yeah, I don't put any stock into that at all. I think he's done a great job. He's practicing really hard. I'd love to throw him the ball as much as possible and watch him go.
Trade deadline's coming up next week. Do you as a player, you don't want to lose any teammates, and you don't probably want to see any of them get replaced, but at the same time, it's a chance to help the roster. How do you approach it as a player and a team leader?
Yeah, I mean, if there's a chance to add value and get a guy that can help us win, I'm sure Brad won't look past that. But yeah, we got a good roster right now. We're 5-2. I don't think there's any glaring area in my head that like, oh, we need to find a guy. Like, I don't think there's been that for years, honestly. Here we've had a really good roster, and doesn't feel like we've needed a replacement anyway. But if there's anyone out there to help us out, I'm sure Brad will do some digging.
Do you pay attention to who might be available?
I don't.
No.
I don't, because I don't think anyone knows.
It's probably true.
Well
said. It gets reported on a lot. But
It does. There's a lot of speculation, a lot of report. But no, I don't think any of us know what GMs are willing to get rid of guys, what GMs are looking for guys. No one knows. It's all just speculation.
One more question about the Vikings. They've had some successes this season defensively. They've only given up 30 points once, and that was just this past week against the Chargers. What is it about their defense that makes them tough to game plan against?
Gosh, they kind of can do a little bit of everything. They bring pressure, obviously, a lot. That's kind of like who they are and who Brian Flores has been for a handful of years now, and they can kind of bring the pressure from any different spot and in any different personnel, and they'll match personnel. They won't match personnel, so they kind of try to keep you on your toes and potentially on your heels a little bit, trying to figure out what they're doing. And So it's our job to figure that out and go and be aggressive and attack and find ways to gash their defense and score points.
Malcolm Rodriguez back on the field, the practice field for you guys. I know it's the other side of the ball, but what can he mean to this team?
Yeah, he's fun. He's great to have back. I know he's out there yesterday and practicing. And, he's a great teammate. He's a great guy on that side of the ball. Has been great, obviously, on special teams. And if he's able to go, hopefully sometime soon, that'd be awesome for us. And he will bring certainly a spark.
All right, so I was watching some videos the other day on my phone, and it was this dude on an acoustic guitar in like a zoo enclosure, various zoo enclosures, and inevitably the animals would come up to him and react to the music. You, having played for the Cal Bears, having played for the LA Rams, and now the Detroit Lions, I was curious because a quarterback is to do commercials all the time and stuff like that. Have you ever had to work with a live animal aside from your own dog?
Good question. I think I've done something with dogs. Now that I don't think I've ever done anything with like an exotic animal. Gosh, years ago, I think I did something with like golden retriever, something, and that was easy, right? That was the greatest day ever. No, I wish I had a better story for you. I don't think I've ever done anything with anything that like bites or anything like that.
Is there an animal you wouldn't mind? Like if they approached you to do a spot with a lion, would you?
Oh yeah, of course. Would love that. Now, there's got to be some sort of procedures in place. Right. I don't know if it's going to be me and a lion in a room.
Yeah, it's just you with a stool and a whip. That's it.
Yeah, well, yeah, as long as there's, yeah, we'll have to. I don't want to get any pedo waters here, but yeah, we'll have to make sure there's some distance between me and that lion.
Hey, look, we appreciate your time as always. Good luck this weekend, and we'll talk again next week.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Jared.
Jared Goff here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's NBA tip-off week, and FanDuel is your home for live betting. So even if you miss the start of a game or want to ride a hot hand, FanDuel has live bets on everything from who will score next to fourth quarter comebacks. Plus, you can combine your bets into same-game parlay bets if you so choose. But let me recommend this for new users. Stay away from the same-game parlays. Do this. Take advantage of this great offer. Because if your first $5 bet wins, new user, you get $300 in bonus bets. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug, log on to the app, whatever you want to do, and sign up today. Play your game. You can make that $5 deposit and decide, I'm never going to make another deposit ever again. Here's my $300 in bonus bets because I won my first bet with a heavy favorite on the money line, and just play with that for a while. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. So obviously we talked to Goff earlier today and didn't have a chance to ask him about the big news of the day, which is Aiden Hutchinson's new contract, because it broke after our interview, but 4 years for Hutch and $180 million. That is slightly less per day than Micah Parsons makes, which is interesting and certainly seems like a pretty decent deal if you are the Detroit Lions. But look, I was surprised. We read a bunch of ticket texts that first came in where people were not exactly thrilled. I was a little surprised by that, and it could be for a variety of reasons. I don't mind dissenting opinions, but I guess if you don't like this contract, my question is, what would you do? Because we have spent the better part of over the last year talking about adding another elite edge rusher with the listeners. That might be the number one topic that got called about in the last year and change. Is you got to get another elite edge rusher. And we've debated whether or not that's a realistic way to build a team. And now they signed the one they have to lock him up for 4 years after his first contract runs out after next year. So they have him for the next 5 years through his age 30 year. And some people don't like it. And I'm like, are you planning on building a team with no elite edge rushers? Are you trying to win that way? And if people say, well, Micah Parsons is better, okay, how do you get Micah Parsons off of Green Bay? Or if you like Max Crosby better, how do you get Max Crosby from the Raiders? Like those players, Myles Garrett. But by the way, Hutch is younger than all these guys. But
I think that, I expressed my opinion earlier. I think people that are unhappy with this, a lot of them are probably just Spartan fans that don't want to root for a Michigan guy. I think others, and maybe this is the bigger group of people, is that they don't want to pay somebody until they have to. And why not let this year or next year play out and then pay them when you have to? But there's a risk involved.
Yeah, there is a risk involved with that. But here's the other thing. I feel like that's what previous Lion regimes would have done, and that's why the Lions weren't a team that players wanted to stay with. 248-539-9797, because it's not unusual to lock up a guy, a really good player, before their first contract expires.
If you don't like this contract with Hutch, you just don't like Hutch as a player. There's no other way around it. I thought it'd be $200 million for sure. It's not. I don't believe in the hometown discount, but I do think he didn't take the max. You know, I think the max was like $200 million. And Brad Holmes, I credit him. He's Yoda. He's a Jedi Master. By the way, he's extending this contract. Hutch still has to play out the next 2 years of his rookie deal before this even kicks in. This is how Brad Holmes is able to keep doing this. He's a master.
I think the other thing Brad Holmes has done is like, okay, look, we value everybody on this team. All right? We don't put one player above everybody else. Like, yes, you could have set the market, but you didn't. Thank you. Penei Sewell could have set the market, but you know what? He's where he's at. And other guys they're close to it, but they're not there. And it's speaking of the aggregate of this team. Everybody is playing their role. And yes, they're getting paid differently, but they're not singling one guy out and saying, well, he's got to get paid because he's the star. You're all stars. They're all getting paid, and they're still going to get paid. And they're going to pay these guys in the offseason when it comes to, the second-round picks of Brian Branch and Sam Laporta. And when they're going to have to give an extension to Jahmyr Gibbs and Jack Campbell, that'll happen as well.
Let's get back to your phone calls. Dylan in Commerce. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, Dylan?
Yeah, hey, how are you guys doing?
We're good.
Yeah, I just heard you guys earlier about the Michigan State thing. It just feels a little lazy if that's, an honest opinion of a lot of people. And it doesn't really seem like that would be a good reason or a valid reason for a lot of fans. To me, it's mostly the contract. I'm not saying it's a bad contract, but Holmes is paying a lot of guys, and, you can't pay everyone. And also winning teams don't just come from homegrown guys. So I think that's where a little bit of the discontent comes from. I'm not saying it's Hutch, but it's the overall theme that Holmes has set among the team of basically just our guys.
Do you think they shouldn't have given an extension?
I just said I didn't think that. I think it's not about Hutch. It's about some of the other guys and the theme that he set. I think Hutch is worth it. I also think some of the discontent could be where people think it's easier to replace an edge rusher than certain other positions. So, I've heard the theme before. Edge rushers, are a dime a dozen. Like you can just pick a rookie, come on, and make instant impact. Versus with quarterback, it's a little different.
Ooh,
I'm not saying I agree. I'm not saying I agree.
I don't think I've heard anybody say that they're a dime a dozen. You can just pick one up in the draft. I think you always try to get the guy, and you struggle because there aren't that many guys.
Well, I mean, I would say you can find a lot more edge rushers that come in as rookies and make instant impacts or their younger years than versus you watch quarterbacks do it. I mean, you watch guys come in, instant impact, and then they might not be good long term, but you see it all the time. Rookies, young guys come in, and then
with like double-digit sack totals?
No, impact.
All the time. I guess you have to define impact. I mean,
all the time.
I
don't know.
I would disagree. I think it takes an edge rusher a little bit. Some guys hit the ground running, but
if that's common knowledge, it's not common to us. I would think that you and I are in lockstep on that one. Tom in Rochester, you're next. Hi, Tom.
Gentlemen, how you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
So back to the Michigan State fan and not wanting Hutch sign with the Lions. You guys saying that maybe it's Michigan State fans calling it. I can assure you, I'm a biggest Michigan State fan there is. So is my son. My son's a senior at Michigan State. He has a Lions Hutch jersey. I have a Spielman jersey signed, coming from Ohio State.
When I said that, it doesn't paint the brush on every Spartan fan. I'm a Spartan as well. And I don't think it paints the brush. I think that because I think also that people that may not like this situation today with the Hutchinson signing, or they wanted to prove it longer or whatever it is, I think those people are incredibly in the minority. I think it's a very small group, but they're vocal. They're calling in about it, but I think it's probably less than 10% of Lions fans out there are upset with this.
Yes, I believe it's the ones that are calling in complaining about the Hutch signing are the same ones that called in a couple weeks ago right before Game 4 of the Tigers and Mariners and were complaining and were pissed off that the Tigers were in the playoffs. I think there's just people out there that just love to complain, and if they're not complaining, they're not happy. They're the same people that could be in the Caribbean with a drink in their hand, not a cloud in the sky, and then they get up off their chair and complain that the sand is too hot. You've got those kind of people.
They might have a complaint today with the hurricane going through there, but yes, understand.
Gator, I'm a big fan of data.
Data.
Yeah, I think applicable data.
You like to take that for that.
Yeah, so I'm going to provide some data. If you do not like this contract, we'll delve into an apples-to-apples comparison with Aiden Hutchinson and the best in the league. We will get to that today at 1:02. Plus more of your phone calls and feedback. Hutch, a new deal, 4 years, $180 million, locked up by the Lions. 97.1 The Ticket.
The Lions are capital P paying Aiden Hutchinson. The Metro Detroit native and star edge rusher agreed to a 4-year, $180 million extension with his hometown team this morning. With $141 million guaranteed, Hutchinson earned the most guaranteed money for a non-quarterback in NFL history. He's now the second highest paid defensive end in all of football. Hutch is not the only player to earn their keep in Detroit lately. The Lions have extended a total of 8 players for almost $1 billion in recent years. Big names like Hutch, Jared Goff, Penei Sewell, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and others have signed with the Lions for a total of $936 million to be exact. The Pistons will tip off against the Magic tonight. Both teams are looking for a bounce-back game as Detroit is coming off a loss to the Cavs on Monday, while Orlando is in the middle of a 3-game skid. The game gets started at 7 o'clock tonight from Little Caesars Arena and can be heard live on 97.1 The Ticket with Mark Champion and Rick Mahorn on the call. Pre-game at 6:35. Today, Tarek Skubal was announced as the AL Most Outstanding Pitcher per the MLB PA Players' Choice Awards. It's the second straight year the Tigers' ace was voted as the best American League pitcher by his peers. The Tigers also made news today by re-signing right-handed pitcher Troy Watson per Evan Petzold with the Free Press. Watson is a 28-year-old right-hander who signed a minor league contract with a non-roster invitation to spring training. He's expected to make his MLB debut in 2026 and could earn over $1 million if he does. And Terry Rozier and Chauncey Billups will not get paid this year per ESPN. Both of their paychecks are expected to be placed in escrow while on leave from the NBA. This, of course, after both were arrested by the FBI for sports betting and illegal gambling in association with La Cosa Nostra last week. At the Coralville Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or visit Odyssey.com.
I don't want everyone to write this number down. Aiden Hutchinson has played 46 games in the
46.
National Football League.
Like the Bears defense, the 46 defense.
Yeah. And he has 34 and a half sacks. I want you to write those two numbers down. Actually, you don't need to write down 46. Just write down 34 and a half.
34 and a half.
Okay?
Wait.
So quick Google search. I Google searched TJ Watt's stats through 46 games. Okay?
Okay.
What was Hutch's number?
34 and a half.
Well done. For some reason, the Google search returns TJ Watt through 47 games.
Okay.
Sacks, 34 and a half.
Okay. Comparable. Yeah.
Myles Garrett through 46 games.
Mm-hmm.
Sacks, 38.
Mm-hmm.
Micah Parsons through 46 games. Sacks, 45.
Mm-hmm.
Max Crosby through 46 games. Sacks, 25. Jared Verse is pretty good right now. Has only played 24 games. Sacks, 8.5. So double it, roughly 17. Brian Burns, the guy is really good, through
Had a heck of a
46
season
games.
this year,
25.5. Hutch fits in just fine amongst the best in the league and better than many through 46 games. He's not as good as Micah Parsons, right?
No.
But he's not getting paid as much as Micah Parsons.
No, I think he's right on par with Parsons and
Myles
Garrett. I think he's probably chasing them, and that's fine.
Yep.
But I don't think he's that far behind those guys. Would you call those guys game wreckers?
Yes.
Yeah. You know what I would also call Max Crosby and TJ Watt and Brian Burns? Game wreckers. Aiden Hutchinson is a game wrecker. You said it before. If you're an offensive team, right? If you're an offensive coordinator and you're getting ready to take on the Detroit Lions, your game plan, the number one thing you have to worry about in the Lions defense is number 97.
Yep.
Without question, that's the first thing you look at and go, okay, how are we going to make sure this guy doesn't kill our quarterback? Because that's what he does. That's what his mission is. His mission is to get to our quarterback. How do we stop that from happening? That's the number one thing every team looks at when they look at taking on the Lions when it comes from offense versus Lions defense. Now, it's not to say that they don't look at, okay, their safeties are really good. We got to pay attention to them. Keep an eye out for this guy. Pressure up the middle from McNeil. But before we worry about that, what are we going to do about 97? Every team in the league would do that.
248-539-9797. And I'm not sure that Hutch isn't the one you'd want out of all those guys for now and the future. If you consider the future, given his age, Jared Verse maybe, is on his way, but Jared Verse isn't trending to be as effective as Hutch was.
Parsons is young, isn't he?
Yeah, but he's older than Hutch, right? So he's where Micah is. I mean, Micah is the one you can make the case for, of course. But how old is Micah Parsons?
He's 26.
26. So he's definitely comparable. Definitely comparable. But if we're talking about being comparable, Hutch is a year younger. That's a good person to comp to. And again, he's not getting paid as much as Micah Parsons. I guess do you think there were people in Green Bay that when they traded for Micah Parsons and signed to that contract didn't like it? I mean, there probably was.
I'm sure there were some people that didn't like it, but I think by and large they liked it. I think it's interesting what they have going because short term works really well for them. Long term, what's going to look like in a year or two when you've got Rashawn Gary to re-up? Because right now that's a pretty good dynamic duo.
248-539-9797. Mike is in Westland, and he's on 97.1. Hi, Mike.
Hey, gentlemen. Sorry you caught me mid-bike there.
It's all right.
Yeah, I cannot believe the short-term memories of some Lions fans. Do we not remember back in 2014 when our general manager, Martin Mayhew, guaranteed us, no worries, and Ndamukong Suh is coming back here. We're going to re-sign him. We don't need to draft Aaron Donald. We took Eric Ebron, smartest guy in the room, and then, what happened a year later? Suh had no intention of resigning here and didn't come back. We are locking up a high-end talent in an organization that has been begging and pleading for its fan base, pleading for high-end talent for years. And we are talking about a guy here who is probably one of the 3 to 5 premier pass rushers in the league, alongside some of the aforementioned names, Myles Garrett, Micah Parsons. And I just can't believe the short-term memory of some of these Lions fans. I mean, it was not even barely a decade ago we were going through the whole Ndamukong Suh fiasco, and we let a high-end pass-rushing talent walk for nothing. So I'm ecstatic that they signed Hutch when they did, and I'm ecstatic for the deal that he got because I'm happy for him because he deserves it, and he's such a high-end, high-quality player, and he loves football. He eats and breathes football. He's a Dan Campbell guy through and through. So I think this is a great deal. I wish that Lions fans and sports fans in general had longer-term memories and could remember just a few years back when we were begging for high-end talent and we lost our top pass rusher.
I'll tell you what, in hindsight, I think we're kind of glad they didn't sign Suh to that deal because Suh was not the same player with Miami or Tampa.
However, in hindsight, we probably do regret not drafting Aaron Donald.
Well, 100%.
I got to go back to something.
Not getting the replacement. Yeah.
Something that now I don't believe in hard and fast rules when it comes to anything in sports. I think it's, well, I shouldn't say anything, but I think when you lock into hard and fast rules, you're not reacting to the market and you're not reacting to the context. But the guy called up and said you can't build a championship caliber team with just your own guys. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, offensively, Jared Goff was a player they traded for.
Right.
Graham Glasgow is from the previous regime. Does that count?
Well, they brought him back as a free agent.
Yeah, Taylor Decker. But like pretty much the whole offense is their own guys.
Mm-hmm. Well, David Montgomery is an acquisition.
That's true. I'm just looking at the starters, and he's in a backup spot. Yeah, some of their depth guys, but the starters, and if David Montgomery, he can't start. So, but Goff, not their own guy, traded for him, although he was one of Brad Holmes' own guys. Gibbs,
first guy.
St. Brown, J-Mo, Tesla, he's listed as a starter here, but Laporta, Decker was not their own guy, but he's a Lion. Mahogany's one of their own guys. Ratledge, one of their own guys. Sewell, one of their own guys. And we mentioned Glasgow. Defensively, Hutch, own guy. Lee McNeil, own guy. DJ Reader and El-Quadin Muhammad, not their own guys. Alex Anzalone, not their own guy. Campbell, their own guy. Barnes, their own guy. Terran Arnold, their own guy. Brian Bush, their own guy. Kirby Joseph, their own guy. And then Amik. What'd I say?
Bush.
I don't know where that comes from. I do know where that comes from. I would not want Brian Bush starting at strong safety.
No.
Anyway, Amik is an outsider. And
DJ Reed's an outsider.
Yeah.
They brought in.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know that there's some magic formula if you've got to sign this many free agents. What you do have to do, I think it is a prerequisite. To win a Super Bowl, you have to draft very well. and they are doing that.
Well, those Cowboy teams were dynastic in the 90s.
Yeah.
How many of those guys were their own guys? A lot of them. I mean, there are a number of different ways you can build a team and have a very competitive team and hopefully a Super Bowl winning team. This is one of them. I approve how the Lions are doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Call me crazy. So they're depending on their own draft. Here's why they're depending on their own draft, because what they were left with wasn't much. They had to replace everything except for Taylor Decker and Frank Ragnow was how they had to replace stuff. And they've gone about it the right way. Now they're at the point with their drafts that I think we can all say at some point, feel free to trade a draft pick if you want to land a player from somebody else's team, because they've built up this team, the depth on this team so much through the draft and through undrafted free agents and free agency that this roster, top to bottom, is arguably the best in football.
It doesn't matter how you do it. Just get the talent that's good enough to win. It really doesn't matter whether you draft or free agents. You could do a super team, grab Barkley, A.J. Brown like the Eagles. You have like the Patriots. Draft, all your players, Gronk, Brady, Edelman. It doesn't matter. Just get the talent, right?
Do it.
When you draft, though, what you do is you do it the cheaper route, at least for the start of it, which is how Holmes and Dan Campbell have done it, which is awesome. It's like scoring touchdowns. I don't care if it's all runs or all passes. Just score. Why are we being so picky about that?
I don't know. 248-539-9797. Get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 Michigan Auto Law. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of law. And because they specialize, Michigan Auto Law has recovered more million-dollar auto accident results than any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. Michigan Auto Law is nationally recognized for winning truck accident cases. Michigan Auto Law is also board certified in truck accident law. Plus, great customer service. They will call you back. So, you want to reach out to them? Michigan Auto Law, they are the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Wings win 5-2 last night. Dylan Larkin a couple of goals. Pistons at Orlando or hosting Orlando tonight. Two young teams. They both lost to Chicago this year. Orlando won their opener. They've lost 3 straight. They're trying to score more. They went out and got Desmond Bane, a guy who can really shoot it, although he hasn't through 4 games. I would like to see the Pistons hold an opponent under 30 for a first quarter. That would be nice. Haven't done that all year. But we'll continue to monitor. It feels like two teams that have a bright future in the Eastern Conference. Orlando's really weird in that they drafted Jace Richardson. They already had 4 Wolverines on their roster, former Wolverines. One of them transferred out in Colin Castleton, but a lot of homegrown area talent down there. 248-539-9797. Jeremy in Detroit. Put us on hold.
On a base.
This really is. This feels like the music you'd hear in like the lobby of a boutique hotel kind of deal.
It had a little bit of Miami Vice to it.
I was thinking that, Gator, as well. Like they're in a club trying to get a drug deal done.
Yeah.
And this is the music that's playing in the background while they're sitting at a table with bottle service.
Right. And like the 2 cops that come in are at opposite ends of the bar, but they're
Doug,
walking towards the same area.
Put the music back up so we can talk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
They walk in opposite ends. They see each other, and they make eye contact with each other, and they kind of look like, hey, dude's over there, in the booth.
Mm-hmm.
Got it. And then the camera pans, and one cop is slowly putting his hand to his side to get to his sidearm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's like a big fish aquarium somewhere in this club.
Yeah, big fish aquarium.
No question.
With like a small octopus and some clownfish. Yeah, and then there's like a big Samoan bodyguard. Yeah, you and I, we know what's going on.
Hotel lobby.
Yeah.
Boutique hotel.
And then
Not like a
the,
Hampton.
The gangster's girlfriend is there, and she's really upset. They just got into a fight, and she gets up from the table, walks away, and grabs her purse, and bumps into one of the cops.
Jeremy,
It's like,
are you there, Jeremy?
Jeremy.
Yes.
Oh, hey.
Yeah. Sorry about that, guys.
Can you put us back on hold? We were kind of grooving out to the
We're
music.
having a moment. Yeah.
Yeah, but I just wanted to comment on the whole Hutch thing, man. I think people don't look at his extension as an addition to the team this year. If we had signed Hutch like coming off a Super Bowl, I think more people would be happy. I just feel like going into this year or during the middle of this year, everything's an addition. We want the team to be better than it was at the beginning of the year. And signing your own players this year, I mean, right now doesn't make the team any better. And I think that's how people are looking at it because we're so hungry for that title.
Yeah, I think it could be part of it. It's something I brought up earlier. That I love it. I love this extension because it keeps the best player here for years to come. However, you're not bringing anybody new. It's not an addition to the team. It is what it is, which is what's needed and what's necessary. Now we want to hear something by Tuesday that they've added something else to this team to get them ready for the playoff run.
No, I 100% agree with you, and I think it has to be another move after this one that would make people feel a little more comfortable. The other thing, I mean, just from a fan standpoint, I understand how flashy and how great defensive ends are and that position and how it causes havoc. But the other thing is the big 3 defensive ends or the big 4 defensive ends that everybody's been talking about for the last couple of years. I think another thing that throws people off is none of them have won anything. Like, none of their teams are ever any good. The Browns, the Raiders, Cincinnati, like even Micah when he was in Dallas, they didn't win anything. So I think that's another part for some fringe fans. They're like, we're spending a lot of money on a position that might not translate to winning championships because the best players at that position don't necessarily win.
I find, Jeremy, first of all, thank you for the phone call. And I don't know that there's a direct correlation between elite edge rusher and not winning. Okay. In fact, I would argue that there probably isn't. It's just coincidental that they got on some pretty bad teams. Over the course of time, I think it would behoove an NFL team to have a great pass rusher. But you do bring up a point, which is why an obsession with adding 2 I find to be odd. Because if you are doing that, you're doing it at the expense of committing the resources to something else to make you a more complete football team. But we've done this for years, long enough to know that people are chasing a perfect team. And you should try. But there are limitations, and you have to take some chances here and there. For instance, the Lions took a chance that their guys that they were putting opposite Aiden Hutchinson wouldn't be so weak that it would render the Lions pass rush null and void. The Lions pass rush is top 10 in pressure rate and top 6, I think, in quarterback sacks right now. And they're getting Aleem McNeil back, and they might get others back. But as it stands right now, it's more than adequate. And, you need to have playmakers. And they got playmakers all over the field. They got a playmaker in Brian Branch. They got a playmaker in Kirby Joseph. They got a playmaker in Jack Campbell. They got a playmaker in Aiden Hutchinson. They got playmakers all over the offense. Like, they're a nightmare to play. And this thing about people aren't stoked because it doesn't make them any better. You can make the case that because they signed Aiden Hutchinson, that it cuts into their pool of money that could be used to trade for a player that has term on his contract. It makes it more likely that the only pool of players that they can go after now are rentals.
Right. Which is typically the only players that are available at the trade deadline anyway.
I mean, there are exceptions,
There
of
are
course,
exceptions.
but these are the guys that get moved the most, and they get moved for more affordable prices in terms of return. So he could have there could be something he's saying to that for people that would, because there are some people that say, screw it, throw everything you can and go get that guy who's under contract for a long time. And I don't care that it's Hutch's money. Hutch can walk at the end of his contract, but because I want to win now. I'm trying to win a Super Bowl now. And they decided to lock up the known commodity that they have and trust and love.
Right now, as it stands on the Wednesday before the trade deadline, which is Tuesday, do you think the Lions make a move before the trade deadline?
Yes, I do.
And where do you think the move is going to be?
A cornerback.
For a corner, okay. I think the same thing. I think it's also...
Well, that's no fun. Change your answer, Gator.
I'd like to, but well, put it this way. I don't think they're going to go and add a defensive end. I just don't.
I don't either.
I think
they could.
They like what they... Yeah, they could.
I mean, there's the Arden Keys of the world, and there's the
maybe
Jalen Phillips. Yeah.
It might be available, maybe. And they could do that. But I think that the prudent move is to add to the secondary that's banged up, or to add an offensive lineman, find someone that's a better option than what you have right now as a backup.
And just so people who haven't listened to the whole show, Dan Graziano earlier today with our daily Trey Hendrickson update said, nope, at this point, no chance Cincinnati is trading Trey Hendrickson. And now there's this from Adam Schefter. At this hour, he reports, for those wondering if the Browns would consider trading Myles Garrett by Tuesday's deadline, the answer, in the words of one source, quote, no chance. Source added, quote, people have a better chance of winning the lottery. You can always call and ask, but the feedback we're getting, remember the whole Dallas flirtation with Max Crosby, word out of Vegas? They're not trading him. So, I guess things could change. You keep calling back and say, what about now? But
remember last year was Max Crosby talk.
And?
Well, and he didn't get traded, and they actually got hurt.
Right. And Trey Hendrickson, by the way, is slowed by injury, too. 248-539-9797. Feedback to the Carson Anderson inbox. What do we got coming in here regarding Hutch? A diehard Spartan fan here. I hated him. I hated them drafting Hutch, but I have fallen in love with him watching his play. I would do this deal every day of the week and twice on Sundays, and I would not say that Parsons is better than Hutch. They both bring something a little different to the table. Not sure what's wrong with people. If Hutch was a free agent, every team would sign him to that deal. That's from Alex. I'm an Ohio State Lions fan. I love Hutch, and I love the signing. I think Parsons will start to slow down late in the year in Green Bay. Ooh, I'm intrigued, Buckeye Lion fan. Why do you think that?
I think this group that comes out being less than lukewarm about this signing, I think it's a small group, very small group. They might be vocal.
They texted.
They did. They're letting their voice be heard, but I think it's a smaller percentage of people.
If, quote, your own guys are amongst the best players in the league at their positions, why wouldn't you keep them? The mythical free agent isn't always the better option. Well,
here's the other thing. Do Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes care about fit?
Very much.
Do you think?
Very much.
So they've invested with these players 3 and 4 years at this point. I think that they understand exactly what they're getting from these players, and like you said before with the previous comment about the free agents, you don't know what the free agents. You have an idea, but you know 100% what these guys are for this team, and they're some of the best at the game. Why wouldn't you bring them back?
It might be just getting used to the fact that it's such a competent organization right now that the way they're doing it is not anything we're accustomed to.
Well, that's true.
Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, it's getting cold out there, and I know you see the red, white, and blue trucks that they're everywhere, and I hope you understand why they're everywhere. They're out there to help you out. So if your furnace or your boiler, are they ready to fight against the fall air? Make sure they are, and call the team over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, because they're going to help you stay warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market. My house, it's getting cold. Turn the heat up. Came right on. Why? Because Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling came out to my house months ago to make sure that my AC was running right, and then also made sure that my furnace was right. They get the A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They've got a bunch of 5-star reviews on Google. So whether it's your home, in your home, I should say, your furnace, your water heater, boiler, water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
The usual Twin Peaks bourbons and brews will look a little different today as they are in the middle of the Halloween costume party. That's right. Your favorite Twin Peaks lodges are throwing the Halloween party of the year until Friday, featuring awesome drink specials that you won't want to miss, like the $4 Fireball and Jaeger shots. But the action doesn't stop there. Stop in tonight between 6 and 8 for special samplings on bourbons and enjoy the beer of the month, New Belgium Juicy Haze. They got postseason baseball, pro basketball, hockey action, as well as college sports all week long. So there isn't a better time to check them out. And, of course, the beautiful Twin Peaks girls will be in their Halloween costumes. And the scratch-made food like their trophy trout or mom's pot roast, your favorite draft beer poured at a bone-chilling 29 degrees. An extensive bar featuring all your favorite high-end bourbons and tequilas, as well as craft cocktails and wall-to-wall TVs. Talk about the ultimate man cave experience. See the difference today at your nearest lodge. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Boy, breaking news today. Aiden Hutchinson gets a 4-year, $180 million contract extension. He had 1 year to go. Oftentimes you don't see guys get to that end of that year and get to the open market before they get extended. And this doesn't make him the highest per annual, second highest contract, annually speaking, behind Micah Parsons. but he is comparable to Parsons in a lot of ways. And really, there's kind of Parsons and Garrett and Hutch through their first 46 games as sort of the best that there is in the game right now. The other two have a little bit more production through 46 games than Hutch, but he is certainly in the conversation. And right now, he's younger than all of them, so there's still more good years ahead. Seems like a good deal. We got some complaints early on, and now we're kind of getting the recoil. People going, what the hell are people complaining about? 248-539-9797. Black is next on 97 1 Ticket. What's up, Black?
Hey, how you doing?
We're good, Black.
Hey, first I just want to say I love the positivity on this show. I credit that not to being your job, but being the guys that you guys are. So definitely appreciate that.
Thank you. It's not for everybody, but
each their own.
Yeah, exactly. There's different things out there for different people.
Yeah, for sure. All right, I got two things, and they all kind of evolve around energy. So the first thing is I wasn't really seeing the same kind of energy when J-Mo was up for his contract, and people was wondering if he was going to get paid or his deal. Aiden definitely has a better rap sheet. Honestly, I honestly feel like Raymond could go out there and do what J-Mo does as far as stretching the field.
Do you?
But
he doesn't have his speed.
Yeah, but it's more so the concept, trying to stretch the field so you can get the underneath guys. I mean, he doesn't have many targets this year either.
Well, he's got his, I think it's 30 targets on the season for Jamison Williams, which is kind of falls in line with the same as everybody other than St. Brown. I think Laporta has the next number of targets, I think, at 38. So it's in line with the other guys, but I think there's no question that Jamison Williams being on the field changes the defense. Those safeties are looking at Jamison Williams. They have to respect the speed, and I guess I disagree with you, Black. I think if you have somebody else, if Corey Raymond or Khalif Raymond is out there playing that position and he's going deep, he's not drawing the same attention. He's not Jamison Williams, all due respect.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, and the other thing I had about this, I love Jared Goff. You know, Jared Goff's my quarterback for sure. But I hear Jared Goff's, his chant, just places where I don't supposed to hear it or just randomly. How about a chant for Dan Campbell? I credit him to most of the success and coming in and changing the organization from day one. With his infamous.
Well, you can start a chant anywhere you want, Black.
Yeah.
I think if you started, I don't think people would stop.
Towards Jared Goff, it's like Jared Goff. How about a Dan Campbell chant for one time?
Well,
I don't know.
But understand why it was
Harder
where it came
cadence.
from.
Harder cadence. It's got to have the right cadence.
That's true.
Yep.
But it also came about because nobody was doing it until that playoff game against the Rams when Matthew Stafford came in town. And what it was pumping up our quarterback at the same time, saying goodbye to Matthew Stafford. That's where it came from, and it's kind of hooked on ever since.
Yeah, look, I don't think there's a shortage of Dan Campbell love in this town. I think there's plenty of Dan Campbell love in this town.
Shortage, no.
And I think Detroit is behind it. But you know what the weird thing is? I think the NFL, you got a lot of teams in the NFL that are now, quote, looking for their Dan Campbell, which is crazy to me. There's a lot we're getting used to still, having a competent team, but still haven't got to the mountaintop. Got to get to the mountaintop. Great chance to do so. I think the next few days might go a ways towards determining whether or not they can do it, if they can add the right piece. You know, it's funny, you and I, unfortunately, were in lockstep and said the exact same thing regarding the trade deadline move we expect. We expect help in the secondary. I'll go so far as to give you a name that has been floated out there as a possibility. I don't think it's going to be an edge rusher. There are names out there, but the Jets have a cornerback that's become a bit of a spare part in slot corner, Michael Carter II. He seems like the kind of guy that could be had for almost like a late round pick swap.
Well, the name Reek Willen keeps coming up too.
I don't know
Seattle.
why.
I don't know why either. I think
they're good.
I think he'd be great here. I'd take him in a heartbeat.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the number one priority in getting before the trade deadline is if you're going to add somebody to the secondary. I don't think it stops you from adding other players if you can, but I think that should be the priority. I think offensive line is probably the second priority, and then another defensive lineman was probably a third priority. But I don't know what's available to him. Nobody does.
Mm-hmm. Well, as Jared Goff said, but that doesn't stop there being reporting. I mean, the one thing about the reporting is I can't remember who the DB was from Tennessee that just got traded to the Rams, right? Is it McCreary, Roger McCreary? There was,
right, yeah.
Yeah, there were reports that he was available, and then bang, he got traded. So it's not as if we in the media are completely clueless, but there are guys that get moved that there is speculation, public speculation that they can get moved. 248-539-9797. Johnny is next. Hi, Johnny.
Oh, wow, that was fast. How you guys doing?
Good. We're short on time, so that's why we got you up quick.
Oh, okay. So I'm just going to pre-fire something that I know is coming in a week with the trade deadline. Very happy that we extended Hutch. I'm ecstatic. What I don't want to hear, and I pray you guys ignore their calls, the people are going to call up, people who are going to complain when Brad does not trade for a Max Crosby or Myles Garrett caliber player. He's going to make a trade, I think, one guy for depth, and really all we need depth because what did injuries do? But this guy, he signed J-Mo, he signed Monty, he signed Goff, he signed Sewell, now he signed Hutch. They're paying players. They're playing good players to stay in Detroit for extended periods of time. This team will be competitive to good to great for years to come. I don't want to hear these small-minded fans calling up and going, oh, why didn't they just go all in at the trade deadline?
Well, that's going to happen. People are going to say they should go all in, and what does that mean? And, what players are available to go all in with? I think that the complaints could be, if they are going to complain about that, could be legitimate if one of those players actually gets traded to another team.
A big star.
Yeah, if there's a big player that's traded to somebody that could have helped the Lions out, I think that's when it can become legitimate. But doing the preemptive, they got to go all in. They got to do whatever it takes to get Myles Garrett, and then you don't end up with Myles Garrett, and neither does anybody else. Yeah. Is foolish.
Yeah, but who are they going to get that makes logical sense for what, a rental? For how many first-round picks? Who would they land?
It's quite possible that Trey Hendrickson becomes available, even though Cincinnati is saying constantly, "No, we're not moving him. We're not moving him."
Every day there's a Trey Hendrickson update.
Yeah, and there's a reason for that because people are like, "Are you serious? You're not going to trade a guy? You're not going to make if you make the playoffs, you're going nowhere, and this guy you're going to lose for nothing."
And if you're Cincinnati, they're saying, "Well, we're a game out of the playoffs, and we hope they have Joe Burrow back. If we can just." I mean, why did they trade for Flacco if they weren't thinking about trying to keep the train on the track?
I got it. And now Flacco's not even sure Flacco's going to be able to play on Sunday.
Well, thus is the life of an NFL team with injuries playing such a huge role.
Bad NFL team.
Yep.
Bad franchise.
I thought you were getting away from that. Oh, you got
I
away from
did.
dumb.
I didn't use the dumb word.
That's true.
Well, kind of did.
Here's Rico Beard. What's up, man?
Hey.
How are you?
I'm good, man. How you guys doing?
All right.
Pretty good. You having a good day?
Yeah, I've been having some Yes, we're having fun. It was a debate that I really wish we could do for the show, but we got to do sports stuff. So
okay. You don't have to.
And you know
we
what?
do nothing but sports. Nothing but sports. We
You know
never
what? Here's
veer
the
off
thing.
sports.
I'm not going to spoil it because we may do it tomorrow. Because I'm like, you know what? If it wasn't for Hutch signing this deal, we probably would lead with this. Because it got quite contested out there.
Oh, really?
Yes.
A non-sports?
Non-sports.
We led with this. One of my boys in my game notes as I was working through Michigan State, the Open, if you see where I have the little highlighter mark, one of the boys got into my computer and added something to my script that I almost read on the air to sabotage
You almost
me.
put Ron Burgundy?
Yes.
Oh!
I left my computer open and I had a pregame script out for Michigan State. And in the middle of it, they added blank yeah.
That ball finds him. Of course, he made another play. Oh, bleep, yeah. He's the best. Smart captain material. Oh.
Anyway.
Go F yourself, East Lansing.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the funny thing is, have you ever read a live read? It's the first time you're reading something.
Right, and it's just like, who wrote this?
Yeah, and you
And
are
you just ball it up in the middle, like, you know what? No.
I'm Rico Beard.
Just along for the ride. Just keep reading because you never read it in the first place.
I'm just excited because I can make a movie reference. You guys get it.
Oh yeah,
Good for
I
you.
don't get to do that. What do you guys got planned coming up next? You're not going to do the heated non-sports.
No, we'll do
debate.
that tomorrow.
Okay.
We're going to talk about this Hutch deal. Kind of saw this coming. Biggest question now, what's next? What do we do? Because we paid him. Can we jump into the deep end, or are we just going to save up money for the other three players?
Have a great show.
Thank you.
Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Store Services of Southeast Michigan. The Lions have extended homegrown edge rusher Aiden Hutchinson for another 4 years and $180 million. It includes $141 million of total guarantees, according to Tom Pelissero. The deal keeps him in Detroit until 2030 at least. In other NFL news, the Bears have also signed safety C.J. Gardner-Johnson to their active roster. The Pistons are
$180 million too?
Yes, no, 190. He upped them. The Pistons are back on the floor tonight against the Magic. Asar Thompson was present at shoot-around, but remains questionable with an illness. Marcus Sasser, Karis LeVert both missed last game. They're questionable as well. Pre-game at 6:35 right here on the ticket. Tigers ace Tarek Skubal has been tabbed the Players' Choice Award AL Most Outstanding Pitcher. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon. 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we're off and running on
Good
a Wednesday.
remix.
Yeah, these Charles Ramsey drops. I don't care if they're
I think in your previous life you were a DJ.
maybe like a bad wedding DJ, like the Dan Band, where you're just up there cussing and flipping
Yeah, I was
off
about
the
to say, is that
bride's
the old school?
husband or the bride's father.
That's the old school band.
No, the one from the movie.
Yeah.
And they cuss and like Will Ferrell's like,
Yeah.
what did he just say?
Old school, yeah.
Yes.
Need more. Yeah.
Right, that one. Or at the Catalina wine mixer, and he takes them to the candy shop. I have a question. I really hate the fact I have to ask it. I don't understand it. I don't understand anything. Doug and Scott made a big thing about there are people walking amongst us who don't like the Aiden Hutchinson extension. How? Why?
Yeah, Aiden's your guy. I mean, you knew this was going to happen.
It's 4 years, not 7 or 8. It's 180, and I'm not going to say that is a Walmart DVD bin value, but it is slightly less than Micah Parsons. The reasoning for that is you gave Aiden more of a guarantee, so the number is a little bit lower, but it's 141 of 180 is guaranteed. It's an A-plus job by Brad Holmes.
Yeah.
And I want to salute Mr. Dance Man over here because he even got the time frame right. The idea of letting Aiden come back, prove it, David Montgomery time frame of re-up. He's had a really nice season. I just, how do you not like the deal? Like if you criticize the JMO deal, I hear you. If you criticize the Kirby Joseph deal based on positional value or lack thereof, or you like Brian Burns, you like Brian Branch better, or look, those things I understand. But if you get an Aiden Hutchinson, you hold on to an Aiden Hutchinson. Now, I hope you're not doing this whole thing, well, Micah Parsons is better. Right. Well, he's on the Packers. All right, Myles Garrett is better. Well, he's on the Browns. And by the way, Myles Garrett makes like $10 million more a year. The whole point is Aiden is one of a select group of guys that's a lead dog off the edge.
Yeah.
Rico, what am I missing where they got a bunch of negative feedback about it? It's like, I'm not going to stand and applaud, but I'm saying it's an A-plus job by Brad.
Okay, but I think a lot of the negative feedback might comes from people just whenever somebody signs, it's the whole, it's not worth it. And they sort of, I don't get paid this much. Yeah, well, you also don't do strip sacks, okay? So, yeah, you can't come off the rush edge. So that's why you don't get paid that much. It's, well, look at all this money. And what about and it's everything that you could do with somebody else's money. And I looked at that deal and was like, about averages to $45 million a year.
Look,
Okay,
I said
a little bit less than some of the top guys.
We've
but-
talked about
yeah.
4 at 200 or 5 at 250. Like, that's kind of what you'd be gunning for. They got him for a little bit less. They upped the guarantee. Everybody should be happy.
They upped the guarantee, and I do think that, hey, you know what? You actually got a hometown discount. I think on all your guys, they say, hey, we could keep all of you here together if you take a little bit less, but we'll make it up in different spots.
The little
you
bit
won't
less.
be the highest paid in your position, but collectively, you guys are going to be around and playing with each other for a long time.
I think the little bit less is a great point because a couple mil here spread over 5 or 6 players equals a 7th player. That's kind of how it works. No, not an Aiden level contract, but like maybe it turns into the ability to keep a Laporta. I don't know.
Right. Because, hey, here's the thing. Aiden, other guys before you took a little bit of less so we can sign you. You're going to take a little bit of less because we got to sign Gibbs. We got to sign Laporta. We got to sign Branch.
And the taking less, let's be clear about something. All right, while a Micah Parsons deal is flashier, this is almost all guaranteed money. If you are a player, especially one whose leg was in 7 pieces last year, the security is not in the press release. The security is this money is guaranteed to me. This is multi-generational, life-changing money. The rookie deal is nice.
Yeah.
This turns you into Monty Burns.
Yeah. You know what? Now Aiden can move out of his parents' house.
Okay.
No, seriously. He was living there for a while. Like, now, Mom, Dad, thanks. Let me now buy you a piece of property on my estate to show my thanks.
I'm not going to solicit people who don't like it. Again, for Doug and Scott to be receiving that, they are the most positive show on the station. I am surprised that people were negative about signing Aiden Hutchinson. It's just a weird thing.
Because I was talking to Gator afterwards. It's because you're not a Super Bowl champion team. It's like, well, is he worth it? Remember when? And I harken back to Stafford when he was the highest paid QB, and it was, but he doesn't win anything and this and that. And then over a few years, he was cheap bargain basement DVD bin, as you would say.
But by the time Aiden's deal will be reworked, not forcibly, but like literally just say 3 years from now, the top D end in the league might be approaching $60 million.
Yeah, but because I'm assuming because they haven't won, you keep signing all these people, but we don't see a Super Bowl Lombardi trophy in there yet.
But it's
maybe that upsets people. Look, man, I don't know. Like, this was the deal. This was actually a great deal across the board where I think everybody shook hands at the table and got something out of it and was totally happy.
You get him up to his year 30 season. Age 30 season.
He didn't make $50 million a year, but he got $141 million guaranteed.
And that's the trade-off as an organization.
I think he could put cheese on his Whopper. He'll be okay.
But if you want the flashy number, you've got to give back some of the guarantee.
Yes.
I think it's a win for both parties. So I'd love to hear from you guys on it. I don't know. Look, the future of this team didn't include Aiden Hutchinson, and in fact, the conversations, whether this show or any show, about adding edge help had nothing to do with insurance for Aiden leaving. It was, I want to add and invest in Aiden Hutchinson beyond
make his
deal.
job easier, make his life easier, because now
if you're top 10 in pressures, let's be top 5 or top 3 or just be number 1 and kill everyone. Shout out Rico Beard, Nick Bolton reference. But 248-539-9797. I think it's an A+ job by Brad Holmes, the Lions, Sheila, and by Aiden. Let's be clear. I'm not going to turn him into.
Well, he hit the ground running because I think that for the Lions, look, you came off the broken leg, Aiden. We need to make sure before we sign you to this deal, the money is there. Show me what you got. And the last 3 games you've had strip sack fumbles.
He's turned it on.
Yeah,
and it just, I don't know. I'm not going to turn him into Robin Hood. Like, oh, he's like he's not a martyr.
No.
But it was a fair, square deal for both parties. And that doesn't happen all the time in the NFL.
Yeah, and if you're Brad Holmes and you're the Lions, okay, you know what? He bounced back from the broken leg. Because, Mike, some people never really recover, and they become injury prone. And I think if Aiden had gotten injured again, it was like, you're not going to be in this category. We're going to put you in this category. We'll keep you. But you're not going to be making that much, but he didn't.
The other angle, too, is, I don't know who these people are that are being negative about it, but if you don't like this deal. It's weird because, if anything, you're holding it against the team that they don't have a Super Bowl and that they're signing their players. It's a different argument when they don't make big trades or don't make a huge free agent signing. You're conflating things. Your plan to keep Aiden was sacrosanct to everything else. You were always keeping him. Why would you not love the fact they did keep him? And I'm with Rico in this regard. Like, he did take a little less to get a higher guarantee. It's 4 years, not 5 or 6. I'm thrilled by it. So I'd ask your thoughts on it, and I don't want you to feel that you can't call. I just genuinely was a little gobsmacked listening to Doug and Scott today, and they were getting a lot of negativity on the ticket text about this deal and signing Aiden, and it's rare. I don't know what to say, but I don't. I'm Jonathan Smith right now. I'm standing blankly and just going, How could you be mad?
Yeah, I think the title of this book is
Oh, boy.
I'm buying the drinks tonight.
248-539-9797. David, your thoughts?
Yeah, I will tell you where I was with this deal when I initially saw it. When I initially saw it, there were no numbers. So I assumed he was going to get $51 million per year. And I didn't think he should be the highest paid non-guaranteed non-quarterback. I didn't think that 50. I was like, I don't know. Because in my mind, Garrett, Watt, and Parsons are more impactful on the field than Aiden. And then the contract numbers came out, and I said, and Evan can tell you, I was talking to him. I said, wow, this is a win-win. Because he's not the highest paid. He gets the guarantees more than anyone, and yet 45 will look like chump change in a couple years.
It's
a good deal.
Yeah, it's right where it needs to be. Right. If he would have came out there like, wait, you're getting paid more than Myles Garrett, okay, you're good, he's great, okay? He's another level. He's on a bad team getting 5 sacks in one game on a team that has no chance for anything.
So seeing the numbers, you're right, Mike. I don't get why anybody can say any negative about this. There's nothing negative to say about this.
No, and it's interesting because the other thing I'm not going to do, and like ESPN just put a piece out today, and you can do what you want with this. I don't think that, again, the conflation of issues is a weak point in this town. Signing Aiden doesn't take away the desire. I won't call it a need because that trips people out. The desire to continue to add to the D-line. Here's a blurb from ESPN as they describe the Lions trade deadline. Key position of need. This is ESPN, okay? So just hurl the slander over there. Okay. Edge rusher. The Lions rank dead last in pass rush win rate at 26.3% and desperately need help across from Aiden Hutchinson. With better pass rushers, they wouldn't have to manufacture pressures with blitzes. Now, do I think that take is a little bit negative? Yes. But they're third and 10 sacks. Okay, just cool it. We're third and sacks. Because I can already hear the calls coming in, and it's like, all right, well, you're still not quite getting this. The data, and when you play better teams, you just want more of more. Aiden is the linchpin to all of it. That's the only reason I bring up that blurb. It begins and ends with Aiden. Investing in Aiden beyond the contract is the whole point of all those discussions. Yeah. And I don't think they need to trade for a star. Let me do that one. We're not doing the Trey Hendrickson shows. It's not April. We're not doing a Max Crosby. None of that. I don't think they need that. But I do think adding somebody, you've got this deal done, what's next? But it's A+ work by Holmes.
And see, I'm with you about the adding people because to me it was like when they re-signed Goff. Okay,
we're dirty sharks.
He's the linchpin to the offense. And then they went out there and they made sure they kept all his toys. For Aiden, what I don't want to hear is, well, we got one and we don't need any more. And how many times I don't care about what other teams have. You got him. Get somebody else. And it doesn't have to be, as you said, Max Crosby. No. It doesn't have to be this person.
Those are off-season.
You could go out there and get somebody. I mean, heck, I'm watching trades yesterday like, wow, okay, this guy went for a 6th or 7th round pick. Yeah, you can make a trade like that. For a second, I'm like, are the Patriots just in the selling mode? But
no. They're restructuring. 248-539-9797. We'll get your phone calls. Aiden is signed. I think it's a great deal. It's a great job by everybody involved. Okay, what's next? I mean, that's really my mindset.
Good
We're less
job
than a
by
week
them.
into the- good job by me. Better job by your bank account. Rico?
No, that won't be me in the basement. No, absolutely. That either. That's inappropriate. Don't make me get the squirt bottle. All right. Let me talk about Matrix Basements. Okay, David, can you help a brother out? Thank you. Let me talk about Matrix Basements. They came in. I had a totally unfinished basement. They set up mine, and I love it. I absolutely love it. I'm moving things in there right now. I'm buying things for it. They can do the same for you without all the slander from Mike, and they can do it right now. They're offering a build now, pay later plan. What is that, Rico? It's no interest, no payment for 24 months, 2 whole years. Why wait for your dream space? You can have it right now. Stop dreaming and enjoy your new basement. Whether it's totally unfinished, a remodel, you're adding a room, you're adding a bar, you're adding a game room, whatever. Kids room, Matrix Basements can take care of it. Go to matrixbasements.com. Let them design a plan for you and get started with the build now, pay later plan. 24 months, absolutely zero interest, zero payments. That's it. So build now, pay later, and enjoy your beautiful new basement sooner with Matrix Basements.
You've heard the ads, lawyers talking about verdicts and decisions and wins. They treat you like a taxidermied buffalo on a wall. Look, that's not how it rolls with David Feminio. It's personal. He's involved in every case. It's about keeping your family steady, helping you move forward after you've had a terrible accident. So if you've been in an accident, just call David, 855-65-CRASH, or visit getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, let's get the ticket text. David, you tell me. What's the early response? I got to guess we're getting something different than Doug and Scott did.
Just keeps proving again and again there's a lot of stupid people in this town. That
What's
is
the
Jim
issue?
and McComb.
Oh, good. Okay. I thought you were saying that.
You
got it.
I think signing Hutch was a great move. I think it was decent value. I don't think he's top 3, but worth what we paid. I love it. I was listening earlier, and it was crazy. I thought the deal would come in at the end of the year at about $53 million per year. This is a great deal. A++ by Brad Holmes. Hutch for $200 million was my expectation. The fact that it's less is amazing and should be celebrated. Then you have this one here. I think Hutch's agent cost him a ton. If I was Aiden, I would have taken Scooble approach and push for hitting the open market.
Right, but the difference is if the agent works for the player, if the player's happy here and the player's winning here and the player sees an opportunity to play winning football for several years versus have brain rot like Myles Garrett or Max Crosby, then you just tell your agent, if you don't want to do what I want to do,
I can find a new agent.
Go do it for somebody else.
Right, because at this point, you're going to be a key piece to the puzzle.
Which is every reason why I don't think Scooble wants to be here.
Right.
Like it kind of works both ways.
Because if you...
Sorry?
No. There's a reason why I think that a lot of the players on the Lions have taken a little bit less because they have bought in. They believe in Dan Campbell and this system, and they believe that they can win. So you will take a little bit less to stay on a winning team, or you could break the bank and you end up on the Dolphins or you end up on the Titans. But you know what?
You're Alvin
rich.
Harper on the Bucs.
Right. You're rich, but your team ain't doing much. So, yeah, you took a little bit less, but did you really? Because you got a chance.
He also has the opportunity in his age 30 season, and it won't be. It'll be his age 29 season, maybe age 28. He'll get another deal.
Yeah. And then here's the thing. If this thing falls apart, then maybe that's when he says, okay, I want to be traded. And now all of a sudden he becomes Max Crosby. All of a sudden he becomes Myles Garrett where, yeah, Detroit, we had a nice run, but now things are falling apart and, whatever. But, yeah, these guys all took a little bit less for a reason.
Because it's higher guaranteed money.
And you're winning, and you can keep everybody together. We talk about the band. The band is happy right now. The happiest person, probably Jahmyr Gibbs, because he knows I'm next. Guys, thanks for not taking everything off the table and leaving me a little something. Because you know what, Mike? Contrary to popular belief, we will pay a running back.
Oh, God. That one's going to bother me. I know they should. I just hate it.
Good.
I hate paying a running back.
Good, because I got bothered at the beginning of this year. So
I know. I love
and
Gibbs.
Mine still doesn't make sense, the wide receiver. Amon-Ra makes sense. Let me before
Total sense. He's
that
a stud.
makes sense. Amon-Ra, key piece to the offense. You take him away from this team, that's a different offense.
You're going to eat your words Sunday. I guarantee you. Jamison Williams is getting in the end zone Sunday. As Charles Barkley says, guarantee. Coming out of the bye week.
Usually those don't work for Charles
I guarantee. J-Mo scoring. And he's going to do some off-brand celebration that probably shouldn't be shown to children.
Tesla.
No, J-Mo.
Tesla.
Both.
Okay.
Because Brian Flores is a fraud. Hey, let's go to Brian in Detroit, 97.1. Brian, what's going on?
Yeah, hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
So I have a couple of points, and then I have a question at the end. So my point is this. my first point is you have 30 other GMs right now in the league watch this deal go down, and they're all wishing they could be in that position with that player. There's no question about that. And then my second point is this. If you put all these people right now, put this in front of them, the people that are having a problem with it, before they signed Goff, if you were presenting these people with the Goff deal and the Aiden deal, what would they be saying to themselves right now? Oh my God, we have a chance to have Aiden for 4 years and this cost. So I just don't know how people have a problem with it. And
I'll give you an example,
picture,
Brian.
I think
I'll give you an example. I can only hope that I will be so happy that Abdul Carter is a good enough player that I then get to pay him $181 million for you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm with you. Yeah. You get a guy, you got to keep a guy. Now, the order of how it gets done or what you want to do and when you want to do it may be different, but this deal to look, he's going to step down a little bit to get more to guarantee. It's not overly too much term. It's an A+ job.
It's better than that.
Better than A+. What are we creating a new grade?
We are, because Brad Holmes is just manning it up. This sets us down the road for better things. So, and then my question to you guys was, and then I'll let you go.
Yeah.
Does this affect the salary cap at all with this deal?
I got to look at how it's structured, but the fact it's guaranteed, you'd have to look at whether it's front loaded, when it triggers. It doesn't start until after his current deal. I mean, Brian, I can't answer it on the fly. You'd have to dig into it. You'd have to lay it out in the cap table. I wouldn't be able to give you a good answer, so I'd prefer not to give you one. Is that fair?
Oh, fair enough.
Okay. Appreciate the call.
I'm going back to work.
You got it.
All right, man.
See you. 248-539-9797. I'm going to stay timely because David's in a bad mood. We'll get to more of your phone calls momentarily, okay?
Yeah.
Are you all right?
I think I'm going to call David Feminino. I'm going to sue you for jacking my read.
Listen, I was just thinking your basement is going crazy right now. NBA tip-off. FanDuel, you're home for live betting and for Jaylen Brown shaving his head so he doesn't stain any more Pistons jerseys. FanDuel has got you covered because they are the official betting partner of the NBA. Best live odds anywhere. $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So visit FanDuel.com/ticket. You can sign up today. Play your game with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, we get to the people. If you're just joining, Aiden Hutchinson re-upped 4 at 180, 141 guaranteed. We started it just a little different because Doug and Scott were talking about the negative kickback they were getting on Ticket Text. I don't get how you can be negative about it. I don't. It's a great deal. You got it done. He came back off the injury. He proved he was right. I think Rico nailed the timing of it. What's the issue? For me, I go, perfect. Now, what's next? Deadline's Tuesday. How are we going to get better? That's beginning, middle, and end for me. The thought of me being negative about that deal doesn't make any sense. And I do think by taking a little bit less, getting a higher guarantee, both sides are happy. I don't know. It's a weird thing. I don't think in any way, shape, or form the voices of dissent are the majority. Clearly not. But it was just something to bring up as we started the show today. We'll go to Matt, 97.1. Matt, what's going on, pal?
Yo, what's up, man? So I like the Aiden deal. I like defense because I think defense wins championships. Take Aiden, for example, with the sacks, get the offense off the field, get the Lions offense on the field, score more points and run it up. Now, this is an assumption, and I shouldn't assume, but I think the reason people are angry is because they have nothing going on with their lives, and they're angry about that fact, so they have to find something else to get angry at.
Matt, you've described all of social media. You have described a collection of people who hate their lives so much, they sit online and bicker nonstop at people they have no idea what they're doing.
Over the dumbest things. So,
hey, I don't like this musical artist. Let me hop in the chat and talk about it. Like, I don't know, Matt. Yeah, maybe that's it.
They're upset with their lives, and so they need to find something to complain about.
I mean, look, Matt, to Rico's point, Matt, yes, is the money getting to a point that we've lost cabin pressure for people making sense of it? Sure. But it's also different in that the NFL's never been doing better. Revenue's never been higher. These guys are the 0.01% of the 0.01%. They are commodities. Yeah. You know, they deserve what they get.
Last thing, just think, 10 years from now, the deal that Aiden's got is going to feel minuscule.
Correct.
In 10 years from now, it could be, $250 million or something. Some crazy number.
And we've already lived it, Matt, when Stafford signed his extension. By the time Stafford was 3-4 years into it, Matt, he was like the 15th highest paid QB. This is how it's going to go. You're right. A couple years from now, you'll have edge rushers making $60 a year.
Hey, real quick, before I go, Kenny, go Dogs this weekend. We got it. That's it, man.
Be careful.
I love your guys' show.
Matt, I'm with you, brother. Be careful with the cocktail party now. Georgia's only a 7-point favorite, and Florida's a weird group. They still play hard, even though their coach is dead.
Yeah, but I think that those two guys, Matt and Kenny, don't care about the point spread. They just want to see Georgia.
Oh, I know. No, I know. I'm just saying you're not playing a dead cat this weekend. Gotcha. Florida will be up for that game, and Georgia has had real first-half problems, especially defensively. I notice Kenny's not yelling at me. It's when the Delta headset takes over in the second half. Then it's like, whoa, wait a second. Florida's got a great D-line if they're healthy. Be careful. Ken, are you nervous at all or no?
Nervous? No, but I understand the reason for concern.
Okay. Yeah, Kenny's focused on the World Series, right?
I'm saying be nervous because it's the SEC and not the Big Ten. The SEC, you don't get free rides. The Big Ten, it's one giant free ride.
What are you talking about, man? I've heard your podcast.
Big Ten sucks.
I've heard Cookies. Way to go, Cookies. Next commissioner of the league.
I have no idea what you're referring to. We'll go to Brian.
I'm just saying he's Big Ten's better than the SEC.
Yeah, but he's admitted the Big Ten sucks. He's finally come to our side of things.
He said he just did that to pacify.
Got it. Brian, 97.1. Hey, Brian.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good.
Good. Hey, I think Brad got something cooking for this free agency. With this contract right here, I think he might add a big-time defensive end.
I'd love it.
For the trade deadline.
I'd love it because, look, they're searching for an answer on third downs where they've tried to move Muhammad inside. He's been terrible inside. He's been excellent outside. Aleem being back is going to help, but I think it's Aleem +3 on third downs. And that's going to be Aleem, Aiden +2. Again, I would love to see them add somebody. but I'm also not pinning my hopes to it. All right, good talk, Brian.
Okay.
Very loquacious. We'll go to Ivory, and then we'll get moving. Ivory, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, guys? You guys all right?
Yes, sir. How you been?
I've been pretty good. Tired, just got off of work. But, I think one of the forgotten things, I'm not the only one that probably thought about this, but them paying their own guy, I think, first of all, I think it's a great deal, especially it's a relief for probably him and his family, especially after going through such a, my wife went through the exact same injury he had, and it's a gruesome thing, and to get guaranteed money like that, life-changing money is good. He's a good player, well worth it, I believe. I think one of the forgotten things, like about them paying their own guys, like Amon-Ra, Goff, Panay, and I know part of it, a lot of guys, like, maybe he didn't like them signing their own people, but one thing it does, though, from outside the organization, from other free agents and players and college players, is that these players know, like, okay, yeah, I like that. I want to go there because I know if I give my hardest and I play very well and I'm a good player, they're going to take care of me. So I think that goes a long way when you got a lot of these other players in the league. Of course, winning, you still have to win, which they've done. But that adds on to it. So that goes a long way when these other players, they see this and they're like, yeah, send me there. They talk to the agent like, yeah, what's Detroit up to? What do they got going on? Because I know that I pray my hardest. It's not going to be any of this Dallas stuff and Jerry Jones and, I don't know. If you're a good player, you're gonna get paid, and we're gonna keep you. They're not gonna be able to keep everybody, but
no. But Ivory, I think you touch on it. I think it's probably as much a statement about the culture they've built. I love what Dan Campbell said. Right. The standard is the standard. It's a Clemson line, but it applies here. Like, they have standards, and they also have a culture. If you put in the work, you do right by this team, the team's going to do right by you. And again, we can quibble about timing on some of these things. Or maybe you felt like they did something too early or paid a guy a little too much. That's part of being a fan. Mm-hmm. The overall picture is, what did you call it? The band is in a good mood.
Well, no, the band is together. They made sure the band is together and the band is happy. And
it's the opposite of being a State fan.
And they left a little bit on the table for all the younger members of the band who are waiting for their payday.
David, take a text and we'll move on.
I would have had criticism of Hutch, or I've had criticism of Hutch, but I love this deal. Always had a problem at 50, but 45 is great. That is Bill at work. Someone says, remember the salary cap will have 2 more bumps before this contract starts. The Lions also have a number of contracts that could be open for renegotiation to sign other players, Jim in Sterling Heights. The negative people are Fairweather fans who decided to join the last couple of years and are now puffing their chest out like they are true fans.
The fan gatekeeping is the most pathetic thing in the world. Do me a favor. Since you're such an elite fan, go to the team store Sunday and redeem your fan points for a free jersey. Or let me know how it works.
Or walk up to the ticket booth and say, I don't have a ticket, but
right, I'm a great fan.
I've been a fan for 25 years, and
fan gatekeeping is bar none, maybe one of the 3 least favorite things about this job. Gatekeeping fandom is dumb.
But yeah, this contract, it's the perfect deal because you're right. It's going to go up. The salary cap's going to go up. I mean, can you imagine what Will Anderson's contract is going to look like when it's time for the Texans to pay him?
Right.
Yeah. And you're going to be like, Aiden's only getting $45 million a year compared to what he's about to make.
By the way, I know we're talking about something completely different. You having this Oregon-Wisconsin game up on the monitor, this is...
This was up already.
That was Doug.
It's got to stop.
This ain't me.
Dude, put on Judge Judy or something. I don't even care.
You realize the remotes are on your side of the room.
I don't know where they are.
Right,
I don't watch TV during the show. I just looked
right
up
there,
and
buddy.
I'm like, oh my God. No, it's just amazing. Like Wisconsin, Michigan State, Arkansas, VTech, like all these programs, they're not A programs, but they're solid Bs, are all just absolute garbage, ass, trash. Like, holy hell, Wisconsin hasn't scored in 4 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, it's like when Tennessee became from the top to average, they were still 6-6.
That's gone.
These teams, oof. Yeah. Who would have thought that the 2 inaugural teams in the Big Ten championship game are both winless in conference?
And Jonathan
Taylor just played for them not a few years ago.
Just to put things in perspective.
All right, uplifting stuff. David, any of the other ticket texts, or can I move on?
You can move on.
Okay, Truck Month, Moran Chevrolet. Time to evaluate and elevate your tailgate at Moran, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. Game day start with a 26 Silverado LT Crew Cab. You can lease one at Moran starting at $179 a month, 24 months, or the 25 Equinox LT, $299 a month, 36 a month. The team at Moran, they make the process simple, fast, and stress-free. Go to MoranExpress.com, or you can stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. All right, turn our attention to some football. David, music, please.
So I wanted to go through some QB rankings. We are now halfway through this season. We always have an idea before the season of who will be
Drake
the best
May's not in your
quarterbacks.
top 5, I'm leaving.
This is from The Athletic, so we can discuss it. So let's start at the bottom four, what they think the bottom four right now is.
Oh, great. Okay, can I just say Saints QB1?
I was about to say Spencer Rattler.
He's not the worst. He is number 30.
Okay, but he's bottom 4.
He is bottom 4.
All right. Who else? I'll tell you another one. I don't want to be mean. I know he's a rookie. Really tough situation. Cam Ward?
Cam Ward is not. He's number 21, actually.
How?
I have no idea.
Team scores 7 points a week. All right, go ahead. I'm done.
Kyler Murray in there?
Oh,
Kyler
geez.
Murray, the combination of the Cardinals quarterback, yes, they are second to worst. 31.
Who's worse?
The worst would be the combination of what they have in Carolina of Andy Dalton and Bryce Young.
I'll allow that.
Andy Dalton, a.k.a. Andy Billups. That performance Sunday bordered on mafioso. The interception, the fumble, like he hasn't played before. You're 50. When you exit the pocket, someone is going to be behind you trying to kill you. And he's like, tra-la-la, fumble. Then before the half, you have no timeouts. You got 11 seconds left. It's 3rd and goal from the 7. He takes a sack, and it wasn't one of these avalanche routines. He's like, tra-la-la, I'm a stupid ginger, dead. And then, boom, they can't get the field goal unit on the field, and they beef away 3 points. It was Billups' activity. Sorry.
The fourth.
I hate Andy Dalton. I hate red-headed
is that going to be
quarterbacks.
the new thing now, Billups?
Oh, Chauncey's poker table.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Fourth worst quarterback, they believe, is Justin Fields at 29.
Hard to argue.
Yeah.
So
you got benched for Tyrod Taylor.
And
You
you're
had
only
a
back in
negative
the
10.
game because there's nobody else? Question mark?
Yes, but he did play well, and I did appreciate his post game where he opened up about some of the struggles going on for him. You know, it's not like he wakes up in the morning and goes, ha ha, I want to be terrible today.
And I will say this, not to defend him, I do think it may just be the Jets because a lot of quarterbacks have left the Jets and actually done things in life.
Listen to me.
No, Mike.
You're DiCaprio holding onto the board, and the board is Justin Fields.
No.
Love him.
Look at the quarterbacks leave the Jets, Darnold, and
You got to blow the whistle, man.
Darnold's not doing well. They ran him out of town.
I understand,
It's
but there's
kinda
a
like the
stop
Browns.
between there as well.
No, but it's like the Browns. The Browns are an organization where quarterbacks just go to die.
Truth.
And then they go other places, and you're like, oh, maybe they aren't that bad.
So just because you mentioned Cam Ward, you wonder who's worse. Let me just throw them all out there. Tua, they consider worse. Geno, worse. Joe Flacco, or the combination of what they have in Cincinnati. Combination of what they have in Atlanta, Kirk Cousins and Penix, Marcus
Cousins made him
Mariota,
take a step back.
Jaden Daniels, and then JJ and Carson Wentz and Dylan Gabriel. They're worse.
Wait, JJ and Carson Wentz are what number?
They are number 26.
Lions got a free square this weekend. I'll tell you what.
You know what? They do.
JJ ice cold coming in here, and he doesn't know the Lions plays. Uh-oh.
Am I a bad person? I feel as confident as I did when they played the Browns and Bengals. Those 2 weeks.
Plus, Goff assassinates Flores.
It's just like, yeah, this seems too easy.
J-Mo scoring. Guarantee.
So the 4 quarterbacks in the middle of the pack at 18, Jackson Dart.
Yes!
17.
We are wholly mediocre. Yeah!
17 is Trevor Lawrence. 16 is Bo Nix, and 15 is Aaron Rodgers.
You know, Mike, as an organization, you just want to stay as mediocre, as in the middle as humanly possible. You've accomplished this.
Kenny, when you have been the wet wipe for the league the last 5 years, you know what? Mediocre's a definite step up.
I understand.
The Giants have been rancid.
Okay, but here's the thing. They're entertaining, man.
Okay,
that
go to
team
hell.
is fun to watch.
Yeah, it was a blast last week.
Oh, Mike, there are certain
week
NFL
before.
teams, it's painful.
Do you feel him patting you on the head right now? That's what it feels like, looks like, seems like.
All because his lover, Justin Fields, sucks.
No.
This is what I have to deal with.
Kenny, no, it's not. They're watching the Browns. That's work.
Oh, good for you guys. You're entertaining.
No, watching the Giants is like, man, I can't wait for neighbors to get back because this Dart thing, great pick with Dart.
So next year, because you got to wait till next year.
No, I mean with Scatterboo, because man, come on, Scatterboo was the dude.
And he's
again,
dead.
you got to wait
And
till
he's
next
dead.
year.
And he's dead. He's got Nick Chubb's leg. He's dead.
Dead. He's merely injured.
So how does he be excited for the rest of the season? Because everything you're saying is next year.
Jackson Dart still playing. And that's when we're talking about quarterbacks. Go ahead, David.
It's just a flush wound. It'll be fine.
I brought us back.
Let me give you the top 10 here, guys. At number 10 is Jalen Hurts. At number 9 is Daniel Jones. Number 8, Lamar Jackson.
All right, I can't believe I'm going to do this. Daniel Jones is criminally underrated on this list.
They're saying that Lamar not playing is still better than Daniel Jones.
Indiana Jones is a certifiable MVP candidate, along with his running back, Jonathan Taylor. He's low on this list. I have to let my hatred and bias go. Danny Dimes has been unbelievable.
Yeah. At number 7, Drake May.
Hold on. You skipped over somebody. Where the hell is the other guy from that draft class? Where's Caleb?
Oh, Caleb, yeah, we didn't get to him because
what is he, 25th?
He's worse than the middle of the pack. He is 20th.
I was about to say, is he like 15 to 10?
Yeah, he's 20th.
You know what? Yeah. Some games good, some games Caleb. Other way, you're running in the wrong direction.
Oh, dear. Drake May at 7?
At 7, yes.
I'm not going to go crazy. I'm glad he's near the top 5. He's been awesome.
Number 6 would be Matthew Stafford.
I'll take Drake May.
Okay. Number 5 would be Jared Goff.
I'll live with it.
Interesting. No, the whole Goff Stafford thing.
Right next to each other.
You know what? I want to say Stafford almost is getting better with age. He's what Aaron Rodgers used to be, where it's like never count him out.
As long as you don't touch his back.
Next.
Because it will break. Just saying. Wow. Number 4, Jordan Love. That may be too high.
A little bit.
That may be too high.
It's a little high, but he's in that top 7, especially when you completed 20 passes in a row on Sunday night in Pittsburgh. How'd the Yinzers hold up with that?
Well, let me just move on. Number 3.
That's right. The Yinzers?
Yeah, it's what people from Pittsburgh
that's
call
what
themselves.
they are. Yeah. Number 3, Baker Mayfield.
Yes. Stud.
Yeah. Okay. Number 2.
Mac Jones. No, I'm kidding.
No. Mac Jones, though, if you want to know, he is 19th. He is 19th.
He's better than Caleb.
Or the combination of what they have.
He's better than Caleb.
Number 2, Patrick Mahomes. And number 1, Josh Allen.
It's hard to argue. Lions had a chance to kill the Chiefs, just like Jason Voorhees, and they didn't do it. Now the Chiefs are going to wreck everybody.
I'm going to disagree. Don't they play this week, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I think that Mahomes is playing some of the best football right now. So I would put Mahomes at 1.
So they can flip-flop.
Yeah, I would do that. I mean, like it or not, he's looking very Mahomes-esque, where he's just out there doing his thing. Everything that Caleb wants to do, he's doing it.
We had a chance to kill him, and we just didn't put him away.
Well, hopefully the Bills can kill him.
It won't happen.
Okay.
We're on a collision course. Lions, Chiefs, just buckle up. We're on a collision course, David. The rematch.
There's a lot of football to be played.
Super Bowl 700. It's going to be Lions, Chiefs. Dude, they are Freddy Krueger.
I don't know if I want the Lions, Chiefs, because does this mean scriptwriter?
Yes.
2.0?
Yes.
So you don't have a chance.
No, we have absolutely a chance.
Actually, because of the script before, they have a chance. They would have a chance.
So then the script writers would like you if that happens.
Possibly.
Or Dan Campbell goes up behind them and puts them in a sleeper hold, and then we go win the game. Go to sleep.
I gotta think that
go to sleep.
That may be a 15-yard penalty.
Those are
Dan Campbell just breaking necks.
Boom. That's a 15-yard penalty and also a felony.
Go review this in New York. Dead.
Those are your mid-season QB ranks. 97-1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The Lions have extended Aiden Hutchinson an additional 4 years after his current deal expires. The contract worth $180 million. It'll keep him in Detroit until 2030 and has a $141 million guarantee. The Pistons take on the Magic in Orlando tonight, right here on the ticket. They may be without Asar Thompson, who's questionable with an illness. Karis LeVert, Marcus Sasser, both have that same designation as well. Chris Villar covers the pregame for you at 6:35. Shams had the latest earlier on the NBA gambling situation. Quote, Miami Heat guard Terry Rozier and Portland Trail Blazers coach Chauncey Billups will not be paid while on leave of absences from their teams. Sources tell ESPN both of their paychecks are expected to be withheld and placed in escrow pending outcome of FBI cases, unquote. Tampa will host the college football championship in 2029. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy. That's coming from the person who doesn't like cider mill donuts. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Yeah, he can fire back. They're just overrated. What do you want? I'm sorry. It was a one-liner off the air. I just don't care about them. Oh, sick burn. Yeah. See how that works out.
Come on.
Listen, don't be all upset that I don't care about the cider mill like all you hillbillies. Now, here's the deal.
Okay, I thought we were still in commercial break.
Oh, no.
I didn't know you had turned your mic
This is
back
all
on.
on the air.
I didn't know you turned your mic back
That's
on.
the best content. And let's just get after it. We want to bring something up.
Cider mill donuts?
Hell no. We'll leave that for the other day parts. But Kenny's been basically a zombie the last 2 days because he's been fully pot committed to the World Series. The 18-inning game, last night's classic, Ohtani's greatness on display the other night. But you wanted to go a different direction here because you and Kenny were talking. I think it's an interesting topic. I just worry not enough people here are watching it to participate. But sell me this pen.
No, I get what you're saying, Mike. Watching this World Series, you're actually out there watching two teams. And granted, they have high payrolls, but they have stars. They have legitimate superstars. Not, hey, we have 6 people on the all-star team. They got real all-stars. They got real people out there. It's entertaining. Why? Because at any given moment, one of the star players steps up and has big moments throughout. We talked about Shohei, saying, hey, is he the greatest player ever? Guys, Vlad, okay, it's time for you to hit a home run. He goes up there, hits a home run. Freddie Freeman says, you know what? He hits the Steph Curry night-night. Everybody can go home after 18 innings because I'm going to get the walk-off. When you watch this World Series and you see what the Dodgers and the Jays have, and then you look at this Tigers team, it's not the same.
It's a reality check.
It is such a reality check that you got to do something. You have to bring in. But I know you're waiting for the young players in the minor league. I don't care. You need some players here right now.
Can I ask you to stop for a moment?
Yes.
Just real quick, because do you know what the lead of your offseason is right now?
What?
You're talking about bringing people in. The number one storyline of your offseason is you're likely trading your best player.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to put a bullet in the topic. I'm trying to juxtapose. That's been every piece of reporting is the Tigers are going to shop Skubal at the winter meetings December 7th through December 10th. So while you're saying, hey, I'm watching the World Series, and it is a bit of a reality check. Well, cutscene. Before you can add, it sure sounds like they might be subtracting. See, this is where you and I have a very different view of this team than the other day parts. And fans, there's a growing number that have the same view that we do, which is we appreciate the competitive baseball.
Yeah.
But you're allowed to ask the question of, are you actually trying to win a World Series? Because here's the standard. And we've always talked about this. Now it's going to be 30 of the last 31 World Series champions are going to have a top half payroll. Mm-hmm. And it is a star-driven thing. It's why a Moneyball team's never won it.
Yeah,
So
pitching
this-
chaos, that's fun. It's cute. And, oh, look at the different, hitting chaos, lineup chaos, whatever you wanted to call it. Or how about you just go out there and get some dudes? Like, we got guys here, man. They got dudes.
All while trading your dude. See, that's the juxtaposition. I love talking about it. And look, I think the Tigers have every opportunity this offseason, but we're talking about some different things now. Like I've said this before, I'll say it again. I don't think it's wise to keep both Riley Green and Kerry Carpenter. I think they are essentially the same player. You trade one, and you probably trade him for some pitching. Now, the Skubal thing is a different debate. We did the 3 angles of it. We're not going to do Skubal radio every day. You could keep him for one more run, you could sign him, or you can trade him. It sounds like, feels like, seems like they're going to deal him.
Okay.
That's what it sounds like.
And when it comes to Skubal, and maybe it's me, but when I see, Yamamoto go out there and throw the complete games, and then you juxtapose that to Skubal tapping, something happened where he leaves at the end of 6. You know what? I couldn't put it better. I could not put it better myself. I was like, wait, I thought it's pitch count, and no, that's new baseball. Or you can just say, you know what? This is a big moment.
Yeah.
I'm going to go out there, and I'm going to show you what big-time players do in big moments. Give me the ball.
Here's the question for you guys. Is this a little bit of a reality check of, look, we get comfortable, the Tigers win a bunch of games. I'm not going to sit here and, they collapsed. Guys, they made the playoffs, okay? Well, they didn't start last year hot, right, but they ended it hot. They've made the playoffs back-to-back years. Whether they're ahead of schedule, on schedule, whatever you want to term it. The bar, the standard is the standard, and you're nowhere near the standard. So the question becomes, how do you get there, and is your team going to make a good faith effort to get there? Or is this just another offseason towards a 2028 zenith? I don't know. I don't have the answers. I'm just saying to Rico, and no slander, no smarm, because I love this topic and discussion. It's very hard to sell me that you're trying to win it all when the lead story is you're trading Cy Young.
No, you're right. I mean, I wish I could sit there and argue with you,
but
but I can't.
No, but it's okay, because if they trade him but go on a spending spree, you can do some things. But see, that's the problem.
But are they going to trade him and then say, well, you know what? Since we don't have the Cy Young picture here, we're just going to go ahead and now we're just going to wait on the guys to come up from the
I don't think you can with back-to-back playoff appearances. I hear what you're saying loud and clear, but I just don't think you can. I don't think the marketplace will accept it.
Because if you trade or trade Skubal, you have to spend. You have to do something.
You don't have to do anything.
Yeah. I hate that.
Look, I
right.
think they did spend a little bit last year. Obviously, I made fun of the Cobb thing from the moment it was announced when David said it to me. I think you had the day off. They tried with Bregman, but they got to have a big offseason, because I do think where they are versus where they need to be to win it all, it's two completely different things. It's not the same sport. Like when I watch the World Series, it's very similar to going from watching Michigan State versus Rutgers to then Georgia-Bama on a Saturday night. It's a different sport.
Right. We're going to walk Shohei. Okay, well, that just means Mookie can come up and do something. Or Freddie Freeman goes up there and hits a 3 or it's a grand slam. Like, it's different guys. It's not just a guy and then a bunch of gym class heroes.
Where do you guys stand on it? Has this World Series opened your eyes a little bit? And how do you kind of work your way through, okay, what do we have to do to get to this level? But yet, every piece of literature and reporting, you could take it with the tiniest grain of salt you want, is suggesting you're absolutely going to shop Skubal at the winter meetings. Those two things are hard to marry. It's hard to reconcile that. How do we get to this level, cutscene, we're trading our best player? And again, I'm not mad that they don't want to pay him what he wants. I think if the ask is real, like I've been talking about $400 million now for 2 years. It looks like I'm right. I'm not paying him that. I'm just not doing it.
No, especially after watching what I saw with other pitchers in the league who are about that lifestyle. I'm trying to win, not trying to manage my career. That's going to make it very difficult for me to sit there and say.
It is amazing. And Kenny, I don't know your take on this because you're watching every single pitch, but like it is amazing what Skubal in Seattle did to people. That moment, the idea that he didn't go back out there, the mutual agreement comment, and it's probably not fair he's taking this amount of heat for all the great he's done. but it is clearly stuck with people.
It's noticeable because it's not across the board. It's like, okay, that was your moment. That moment is when you solidify your lore in Tigers history. As people still look back at the JV and remember when he did this and all the different players going all the way back to the 84 Tigers. It's like you had your moment.
So let's ask the question.
That was his moment, and it was almost as if he was like, I'm good.
Well,
Guys,
you
here's the question.
You juxtapose that with what you saw days later with Max Scherzer yelling at John Schneider. No, this is my mount.
But Max is
Bleep
a
you.
sociopath. There is
100%. That's not what I'm arguing. But Skubal doesn't have that gene in him. He doesn't have that.
So let me ask the question. This is the best way to put it. Take everything into account. How do the Tigers get to the next level in your mind as a fan? Or do they ever? Because it's very hard to say they can get to this level based on X, Y, and Z. In the very same offseason, it sounds like, feels like, seems like they're going to trade Tarik Skubal. 248-539-9797. Let's talk about it. Yeah. Because ultimately, you want your team to be playing in this series. But when you look at what it takes to get here, and you'll find an outlier or two, but when we get down to brass tacks, it's going to be 30 of 31 years. Top half payroll, star driven. So how do we get there? Because if it's just going to be a wait for the kids thing, I don't think that's what's going to do it. No. Especially if it is trade Skubal, service manipulation of Clark and McGonigal.
Or you keep Skubal, but you're still waiting for kids to get up here. So why are you paying him that amount of money? Because you're still not quite ready to be one of the halves. You're have-ish.
Yeah, and I do think the division you play in plays a role.
But
we'll continue. 248-539-9797. America's favorite place to watch football is Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience, and it's built for you, the fans. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view of the big screen at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Vegas on Fremont. Stadium Swim, book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, we'll get to the people in a second. I just want to explain something. So, like when I said every piece of reporting, totally just on a lark in the commercial break. I go, all right, Tarek Skubal into the Google machine, right? Mm-hmm. Google me, I win. Here is every piece that comes up. And it's in that, like they give you like a section of 10 articles, okay? In the order they are listed, okay? Will Tigers trade Tarek Skubal? ? Tracking the latest rumors. That's Detroit Free Press. ? SI writes, Orioles send massive haul to Tigers in Tarek Skubal trade. Rumored Tarek Skubal trade destinations. Mets linked to big trade for AL Central ace. Yankees owner expected to deny Skubal trade. By the way, that doesn't exist yet. Over price tag. Insiders imagine Yankees and Tigers Skubal trade. Mets linked to big trade for AL Central ace. So when we're talking about how do we get to this level, it's in the midst of talking about trading the singular best player you have. Right. That is the issue. And even if the decision under a microscope is the right thing, I don't want to pay him. I can't pay him because I don't think they'll ever carry a $200+ million payroll. I also am not sure there's going to be baseball in 2027.
Fair.
I'm not trying to be the black angel of death.
No. But especially if the Dodgers go out and win this thing, seeing how they put this team together and how they are kind of circumventing the way they're paying players. Not necessarily a cap in baseball, but you know what I mean.
David, Ticket Text, what are people saying here about the reality check of the World Series, and how do the Tigers get to the next level? Do you even believe they're going to make an effort to do so? Remember, plenty of teams in baseball and basketball. I won't comment on hockey. I'll leave that to Kenny. Football's different. Everyone's chasing the same thing. They just don't know how. But in the NBA and baseball, there is a theme. Not everyone's actually trying. Many NBA teams or MLB teams are plenty happy filling their ballpark, winning enough games to be competitive, and keep it moving. That's sad reality. In the NBA, it's the same thing. How many teams are actually gunning for a championship? So again, before you convince yourself they're all in to do it, ask yourself then, what do they have to do in order to do it? I don't think trading Skubal would be at the top of that list. So just we're having a conversation. Go ahead, David.
As a Tigers fan watching this World Series, we are so far back from these teams, we wouldn't have a chance. They are on two higher levels. We won't ever compete with that. That is Gary in Detroit.
So your question is, do you find a different way to do it? Because you can't do what the Dodgers are doing. You can't. There's no fiscal scenario you can do that. You'd go bankrupt. You can't ask your owner to go bankrupt. But the question will just become, look, the Dodgers won't be there every year.
No, but see, I think you had a competitive advantage, especially these last 2 years. Had you had that legitimate number 2 starter going into the playoffs, because you had Skubal, and if you were able to follow that up with another starter who can just shut down people, you gave yourself, we always said, look, in a best of 3 and 5 series, Tigers have the advantage. But when it got to 7 games, not anymore.
See, but let me ask you this. Why do you need that second starter? Because in this division, you're just fine with everything you just have, and you can win it and make the playoffs every year.
Because, David, I'm going past the division.
Well,
I'm looking at how do you become that team in the World Series where we're doing shows down at the downtown because the Tigers are still playing right now.
See, but the fans don't ask for more than the division. They're just happy with winning a division. And in fact, we didn't even do that.
I'm not going to say that. I don't think that's fair.
That's where Rico actually might ultimately be right, is the daiquiri comments that he makes all throughout the summer is fans will show up to the ballpark, and when we're in the playoffs, they'll jam that ballpark. They just don't realize they have untapped potential, and that if you spend a little bit more, activate a little bit more, you could have World Series numbers.
I think you can get a lot better without spending a lot more money, but you have to do what they don't want to do. They have to stop collecting the Pokemon cards, a.k.a. prospects, and you're going to have to make some difficult trades. Look, you have 2 catchers in the system that are the same. You got to take one of Lorenzo and Briseno, and you got to move them.
Maximize them.
Right, like you have some duality here. Look, I understand. You're worried it's going to turn into the John Smoltz, Doyle Alexander thing. I know.
And see, that's what I was about to say. You have to be okay with being wrong. Because if you're trying to play it safe, this is what safe looks like. Yeah. Safe is, okay, we make the playoffs and let's see where we go. It's safe.
Right. And again, do you have to spend, like, yes, will I be all over the Bo Bichette train again in the offseason? Yeah. Why? Because he fits everything they need. Contact-based hitter. He is a shortstop. You know, you can have McGonigal at second, which is where he probably profiles. It just, they're going to need to spend. Don't get it twisted. But they're not going to go crazy. Trades can be the thing that gets them there. But Scott Harris has not shown a willingness yet, let's be fair, yet to put his ass in the jackpot. Because those are the moves that can get you fired. Versus if you hoard prospects and then you give everybody a wet wipe to tell them how excited you are about said prospects, you could sell hope in eternity. Oh, you don't like what we got now? Just wait till you see
blank.
They say, like, that's the whole point.
No, you're exactly right. And I also don't need another offseason of just being happy that they flirted with a free agent. I don't want just the flirting.
David, they made a winning offer.
I'm not saying
the Red
they didn't.
Sox did was asinine.
I'm not saying they didn't, Mike. What I'm saying is I can't have another offseason of just being happy with just that.
That's fair.
I need more than that. I need you to sign someone.
Okay.
And that goes back to where I say,
or trade.
No. But let's just say, like, these last 2 years, you had Skubal. You bring in somebody else, and now, okay, you meander your way to the playoffs, but now we have an advantage because we got a 1-2 punch that should carry us, that if a couple of bats heat up, we're good.
Let's go to people. Go to Casey, Birmingham, 97.1. Case, good to have you back. What's going on?
So, one, happy that they signed Hutch, and, you know, I think it's a win-win. But on the Skubal thing, it is what I thought was going to happen and honestly needs to happen is moving Skubal and spending the majority of that $400 million that he wants on other bats and, you know, more pitching help. You know, we need, like the Lions have, is multiple star players, not just one. And that's the only way that we're going to get anywhere close to where the Dodgers are at. You have to have a lineup where the other team's fans are thinking, oh, no, not this guy, versus we have, like, Kerry Carpenter, and that's the only one that anybody's scared to pitch to.
Oh, and I also think you have to have a conversation about Riley Green. Either Riley gets some of the splits in order, and again, I don't freak out over strikeouts, but it is pretty egregious when you're striking out 200 times. Look, these are the hard decisions an organization has to make if they're serious about getting to the next level. I think the Tigers...
Honestly, I'm fine with moving Riley to get a pitcher. Because, like you said, him and Carpenter are basically the same thing. But
yes, but
I
Casey,
like
you have to understand something. You have to have you got to have a spine. You got to have balls. You're going to make franchise-altering trades. Look, we don't know what Scott Harris is willing to do. He would have to be willing to put his job security on the line to make those kind of trades. You trade a Riley Green and it doesn't work, and he blossoms somewhere else, that's the type of thing gets you fired. They have shown no willingness to make those types of moves yet. But if not now, when? Because I think it's a pretty tough offseason if you trade Skubal and you don't do some of those things, that's going to be very hard to sell. It just is.
No, it is. And I think because of Skubal is how you're able to win or at least be competitive in this bad division. And if he's not there,
they got Melton. I mean, I do like him.
I do too, but he's not.
You know what I don't like? Jack Flaherty's vesting option at $21 million.
I wonder if he's going to opt out.
A guy with a 5.5 ERA opting out? Is he nuts?
It's a joke.
Got it. Sorry. 248-539-9797. More of your calls, texts. Next, we'll get some football in the mix as well. 97.1.
Hey, if you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models, there is only one place to go. That is Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Why? Because Hamilton is leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction because Andrew Pavlik and his staff want to be your Chevy dealer. So whether you're looking for that sleek sedan, a tough truck, spacious SUV, doesn't matter because Hamilton Chevrolet has the inventory and the selection is best right now. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on the road, and a Chevy that will not only fit your lifestyle, but your budget as well, including the new October Rico deal. Get this. For the last week of October, you can lease a new 2026 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4 as low as $199 a month. For 24 months, you walk into Hamilton with $995 down, you'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I always say, the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Find out why Hamilton is leading the way. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Brought to you by Randazzo Heating, Cooling, and Electrical. The Lions have locked up Aiden Hutchinson until 2030 thanks to a 4-year, $180 million extension, which will kick in after his original deal there. The Pistons also host the Orlando Magic tonight in their final game of a 3-game homestand. Asar Thompson is questionable with an illness. Hear the 6:35 pregame right here on the ticket. Ex-Piston Malik Beasley has been working out at Detroit Mercy's Callahan Hall the last few days. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 at 97.1theticket.com.
David, ticket text. We'll get to the calls, check in on some football. We got plenty of other stuff to do. I may even have an off-brand question for Rico since he is the movieologist on the show. I just read a headline that I thought was fake, except it's not. I checked multiple newspapers for this.
Okay.
You have some splaining to do.
Oh, boy.
David, go ahead, buddy.
Resign to the Tigers doing little to nothing in the offseason. Harris will claim injuries played a large role. Vierling, Meadows, Reese, all healthy. I have no faith in the right moves being made. Travis in Commerce. Maybe the Tigers should look at signing guys on a 1-year prove-it deals. You'll get their best effort without long-term commitment.
Oh, my God. That's called shopping at the clearance rack. That's what they've been doing. What do you think these Maeda deals and Cobb deals and Flaherty, where it's this vested option stuff, that's what they've been doing. No, how about you plant a flag? How about you find somebody who's got term? Look, when we were talking at the deadline, let me be clear about something. I'm not telling you it wouldn't have hurt. All I ever said is you were never trading McGonigal or Clark. I'd hang up the phone. But whether it was David Bednar, Duran, Griffin Jacks, name it, all those guys have term. You could have added the bullpen arm we all really wanted to go with Finnegan. And that player would be here now and next year and the year after. Those are the types of moves you can make. They have to do that. And again, when you look in the aggregate, when you look at salary allocation, those moves wouldn't have killed you. What kills you if you try to go to free agency and you try to do this Juan Soto crap? Not that they would have, should have, or could have. I'm just making a point. There, you can get a lot better without spending a lot more money. And you got to make hard decisions as a franchise, what prospects are untouchable and which ones we're going to try to make our best effort to maximize their value because they're not helping us now or in the near term. It doesn't mean they won't turn into good ball players, but when you start to look, and I mean, obviously, I'm not going to comp everything to like my team. But, oh, my God, we can't trade Anthony Volpe. Oh, my God, what do you see? Clint Frazier. Oh, my God. Dude, it's just enough. Some will work, some won't. What do you get, and what does it do for you? I do think trades has to be the way forward because I don't think it's appropriate for me to ask Chris Ilitch to carry some $230 million payroll. You'll go bankrupt. They can do more than they're doing, but they can't get into that pond.
No.
They can't play with these teams.
No, but I think what you're looking for, can you go get arm, bat, or bats? Couple of guys.
What was that?
Bats.
Yes. Multiple, please. Or have another year of spin a wheel, Wheel of Fortune batter edition. It doesn't win the World Series. It never has. It never will.
More Jahmai Jones.
Oh,
yay.
Oh, God help me. I can't wait. But he had an OPS. Okay, if your season's on the line, is he going to win you a game? Stop.
No, the one that always got me, we had 6 All-Stars.
They're the fakest All-Stars in history. I mean, Casey Mize is a slightly above average pitcher, not an All-Star.
Okay.
Javi Baez had a good 40 games, and I want to tell you, I'm thankful he did it. That's not a real All-Star. Zach McKinstry, please, 17 other people said no, not an All-Star. If this is what we're going to do, keep doing what you're doing then. And Kenny's right. Then you're a daiquiri franchise if that's the case.
I'm looking at real All-Stars playing right now. Like, yep, this guy.
Look up and down the lineup of both of these rosters. Where do any of those players fit into that lineup?
Kenny, and that's what I was about to say. Are any of these guys starting?
Kerry Carpenter. Carp against right-handed pitching starts for anyone in the league.
I love him.
Sure, yeah, of
about to
course.
say,
But not against lefties. I know that's the weakness, but I'm happy to play him more against lefties. But that's a me.
You know what? No, but my thing is this: if you're that star, you're just playing. It's not a either or type of thing.
And in an ideal world, McGonigal will be that guy. Like, he won't be Joe Adele, who took 4 years to finally turn into something after blowing his shoulder out.
No, I'm talking about Carpenter. Like, I don't care.
Yeah.
Just put him out there because you saw what happened when he was playing with Seattle in the Seattle series. Yeah, it works.
That's the official Tiger of this show. Let's go to Patrick, 97.1. Pat, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, fellas, how you doing?
Good, Patrick. What's up?
So, a big Skubal fan. Love watching him go out there. But boy, what a shot in the gut when he came out of that game. I mean, that just tells me I don't want to pay him. I just assume trade him and let's get a haul for him and move on. I don't want to pay what he's asking for 2/3 of a game every 5 games.
Yeah.
It's not worth it. Let's put the money somewhere else, get a few guys, and move on.
Listen, I mean, the whole get a few guys and all this. If you are, here's what I would warn: any deal you make involving a Skubal, you're gonna have to get one major league guy back as a part of the package. Now, whether that's a pitcher,
yes,
whether that's a hitter, there has to be something I can immediately inject into the franchise. Then we get into the prospect
One starter
cap.
and some prospects.
Yeah. Now, here's the thing: do I think you'll get more than what the Brewers got for Corbin Burns? Yeah, probably. But any illusions that you're getting the mega offer, the Godfather, no, that died 18 months ago. That's gone.
But let me ask you. How much do you think it hurt when the whole country saw him throw 99 pitches and come out of the game?
Hurt who?
And Skubal, and his last pitch was 101, and he doesn't want to go out there for the 7th.
Yeah,
the whole country saw that. I mean, that has to hurt his value, don't you think?
I don't think it hurts his value. I think it hurts the credibility here in this city. But I don't think it hurts his value because he's trying to save his arm. He's trying to say, guys, I want to do more. I don't want to do anything silly. I just think here in Detroit,
who's going to step up and pay him when they see this? We can get this guy for 6 innings.
The teams that money doesn't matter. I mean, Patrick, I know you. I'm not expecting you to like that answer, and I don't want you to think I'm being flippant. I'm not. Patrick, teams like the Yankees, the Mets, the Dodgers, etc., the money doesn't matter. That's who. I mean, right now, okay, you go, well, who's going to do it? Do you think, I'm a Yankee fan. You think I care if he only goes 6 every night? We have a ballpark where if you can neutralize left-handed hitters, your advantage skyrockets, right? The short porch and right. If I have Skubal, and I have Rodon, and I have Garrett Cole, and I have Max Fried, and I have Cam Schlittler, or whatever his name is, you've created a mega rotation. Do you think I care about 6 innings? No, I do not.
No, but I think here it just. I'm sorry, David. Go ahead.
I need these people to move on. I really do.
No.
I get it.
No.
No. Hold on. Woo! Because I absolutely get it. I understand in the moment. That's how I want my pitcher to be. I want him to say, you know what? Give me the ball. I'm going back out there. I understand that. But this is now the end of October. Move past it, people, because this is what I don't want to do. I don't want to hear you say we're trading Skubal anymore. I'm tired of it. You on one end, you want to win a World Series and make a World Series. The other end, you're trading Skubal. Can't happen to me. You're keeping him if you want to win a World Series. Go all in.
It is, David, if I may.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Rico.
Mr. Hull, sir. The problem is...
You're so petty, man.
No, it's not. What he did spits in the face of Detroit grit and toughness.
Oh, God.
And that's fake.
And that's what Detroiters, they can forgive a lot of things. Why do you think they love Beef Stew so much? Oh, did you see the fight? He was ready to go after all the Lakers.
So we want fakeness because that wasn't real.
No, but it was the toughness. So Beef Stew can do no wrong. It's why they love J-Mo. He hangs out at the Coney Island. He keeps it real. And then when you see that, it's like, well, aren't you going to go back out? No, I'm good. What do you mean you're good? You're from Detroit. You want to go out there till your arm falls off. Actually, I don't. I'm looking at the bigger picture. So that's what happened.
I scored that round.
97-1.
Yeah, I scored that round 10-8. This is a good knockdown, drag out. That was excellent. I can leave. You two just keep going. If you're 65 or older, it's that time of year. Review your Medicare health insurance plans. The annual enrollment for Medicare subscribers is now through December 7th. With all the changes, call Mike Purpur, National Benefit Plans. Over 30 years of experience in the health insurance industry, Mike and his team are going to shop the entire market and Medicare supplement solutions that are not only affordable, but that are going to fit your specific needs. Call Mike Purpur, 877-734-2200, or on the web, nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right, let's touch table on some football in about 10 minutes. David, we'll get to the ticket text in a second. Hold on. I want to knock these calls out. Just having a conversation about the World Series. Is it a reality check of how far the Tigers are away? And while no one's asking them to spend, they can't spend like the Dodgers. Yeah, they can't do look, the Blue Jays are in Toronto's biggest city. Canada's biggest city. And they're owned by Rogers, like Bob Rogers or whatever his name is from Rogers Communications. Like he's one of the richest people in Canada. The point is there are ways to close the gap to get closer to this. I think you understand you're not going to do it with your Jonah Hill, Brad Pitt style of ball. But the question just becomes, how do we begin to have that conversation if the offseason starts with trading Skubal? To David's point. Now, I'm not arguing Rico's point either, whether it's fair or not, because I don't think it's totally fair. This Skubal thing from the Seattle game has really stuck with people.
It has.
But look, I think trades are how it has to happen, and especially if you are trading Skubal and getting more prospect capital as a part of it. I mean, enough. Sit in a room, lock the doors, cater in some subs, and you're going to have a pile of untouchables and a pile of people you're willing to trade. And you better start putting some uncomfortable pieces in the tradable pile. Because if you're not going to give anything, you're not going to get anything. And that's been the story, the wrap on this franchise through a couple of deadlines is they're really hard to deal with. And they're just not willing to give up anything anyone cares about. You're not going to get anywhere. I can't ask you to spend like that, but I can ask you to act like it. So that's just kind of what we're rapping about. Let me go to Christian, 97.1. Christian, how you doing?
Good. How you doing?
Good. What's on your mind, buddy?
So I just want to talk about this Skubal topic, and it's like, to me, even if they trade Skubal, which it seems like they will, either they're going to get a bunch of prospects that are going to flame out in the next 3 years, or they're just going to be successful somewhere else. So I just have no faith in Chris Ilitch at this point, because he's really, like, at the trade deadline, he'll pick up someone for like 1 year. He's good enough to be like, oh, we made the playoffs. That's something good. But if you make the playoffs, then the next step should be competing for a World Series instead of, oh, well, we're good in the playoffs. No, you're just in that middle spot. That's the worst spot to be.
But but here's your issue. Christian, I don't think it's advisable to pay this guy that type of money. Remember, you got a couple things working against you here now. He's had 2 catastrophic injuries. He's a guy who clearly is not going to do what Rico wants, or many people in the city want, which is throw more than 100 pitches. And you'd have to be giving in to Scott Boras at a term and a price that is artificial, meaning he's giving you that price because he doesn't want his client in Detroit. Seems like, feels like, sounds like. So you can't give in to that. That's bad business. Now, you could keep Skubal and ride this thing out and then surround him with a bunch of talent and try to make a run this year. You can do that. But, yeah, I mean, Christian, I hear you loud and clear. I'm just telling you, I don't think there's a lot of wisdom in paying this guy $40 million a year if your payroll doesn't eclipse 200. You know what I'm saying? It's too much money on a guy who plays once every 5 days.
That's very true. To me, it's more, my issue is more like, yes, Skubal he's shown that, yes, he's going to be the guy to go 6 innings and that's it. If he's not feeling good, he's going to be done. And like you said, it's not smart to put that much money when you have shown you're not going to pay anybody on this roster. My whole issue to me is just with Chris Ilitch and just being like, oh, we're just good enough to make more money and take more money from the fans. Just keep their hopes up.
And guess what? If they don't have the right kind of offseason, Christian, I'm going to agree with you. I got to let the offseason at least begin to happen. But if they don't do anything substantive this offseason, I think that opinion of this organization becomes, first of all, more in focus, but more fair. Like, how do you follow up 2 playoff appearances, trade your best pitcher, and you didn't do a whole hell of a lot else? I'm not saying that's what's going to happen.
Right.
But to Christian's point, if that happens, they deserve heat. They do.
I think they'll get a ton of heat unless they catch lightning in a bottle.
Oh, please. In this town?
I think people will surprise you.
Organizationally, they could crash their organizational car through your living room window, and in this town, people will be like, what a blessing. The Tigers are here. Right, but your whole family's dead. But the Tigers are here. They can do no wrong for some people.
I think I think they've raised the bar whether they wanted to do this or not by making the playoffs in back-to-back year. You can't just go backwards. People have somewhat of an expectation, especially because you play in this bad division.
I'm glad you feel that way. I just think the vast majority of people, I'm going to agree with Kenny. Tank tops and daiquiris. They don't have a standard for this team.
And that's kind of my point, is that the idea that this team is actually going to do something, if they don't, it's reprehensible. But I agree with you, Mike, in that I don't think this town actually would hold anybody's feet to the fire in that regard.
I mean, hell, it's year 7. You still got people defending Iserman.
I was going to say, this is the best case scenario with this type of rebuild, and then you look at the worst case, and they're wearing skates right now.
And listen, I'm pumped up. They're 7-3 to start their season, but Kenny has told me we're not allowed to get excited yet. I go, okay.
We've seen them go through hot stretches before.
Cookie said you got to wait until a certain month, and he won't even say the month. He spells it out. So,
okay, we'll go to Jay, 97.1. Jay, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, Jay. What's up?
Hey, I think they should kind of trade Terrence Scoble because, look, they haven't been able to do it with him. Now, he went out there in his game against Seattle. That was like you said, that was his time to show, hey, I'm this big-time pitcher. I want the ball. Who's to say that he's not going to do that once he go ahead and get paid? He doesn't go beyond 6 innings.
Jay, I get what you're saying, and this kind of goes to what I'm saying. Like, Mike, a lot of people just didn't like that because it was, I hate to put it this way, it was anti-Detroit. He didn't.
Hey, I agree. Because, look, your season was on the line. This wasn't just another game. Now, another game, yeah, okay, you'll go along with that. But you had a chance to move on. And you are the number one pitcher. You want the ball.
See, but hold on, Jay.
Michael Jordan coming out of the game in the fourth quarter?
That's not even a good comparison, first of all, Jay. And let me let you know here, because I've just looked up and I've done a little research. Just 2 pitchers that got big deals, and that was Scherzer and that was Garrett Cole. Each had 1 complete game before they got their contract. Afterwards, they had 4. So that tells me, get your contract and you do it. Yes, you can flip the switch.
I hope so. I love the Tigers, and I want to see them improve. And maybe, hey, one more point. Maybe Scott Harris, he's a good guy, but maybe he's not the right general manager. Maybe he should be in charge of talent, because the general manager got to be able to pull the trigger and make those hard decisions at times. I'm just saying.
Well, look, that's what we're going to wait to find out. His major league town evaluation has been suboptimal. We do need to see some of the trades. It's all a part of the job description. He's done wonderful work retooling the minor league system, the development of players, but there's another portion of this that, yes, we have to start to see it.
So like I said, just watching the World Series, I'm watching 2 different products. Really good baseball, and then here, which was good baseball, but it wasn't championship level.
David, ticket text.
Skubal is Anthony Richardson tapping his helmet. No professional in any sport.
You can't say that.
Should ask to come out
I
of a
struck
game.
out 14 people and threw 100 pick. Come on, we can't be doing this.
This ranks right up there where you got angry about, and I said the whole daiquiri crowd, and you're like, no. There are going to be some Detroiters that will never, ever forget that he
then that's a
didn't
damn
go
shame.
back into the game.
That's a shame, honestly. I mean, you can want more. I'm not going to vilify the guy. David, go ahead.
Without Skubal, we are the Chicago White Sox 65 win team. We have minor league hitters at best, minor league starters without Skubal, and minor league bullpen.
You know what? It's time for a break. You don't need to do any more. You've done such a great job with those 2 ticket texts. I don't want to hear anymore.
Go ahead. Well,
No. Just hit a button. I don't need to hear anymore.
Tell them about some pizza, Mike.
Brought to you by Founders Brewing All Day IPA. The Lions have extended homegrown edge rusher Aiden Hutchinson for another 4 years and $180 million. It includes $141 million of total guarantees, according to Tom Pelissero. The deal keeps him in Detroit until 2030. In other NFL news, the Bears have signed ex-Lions safety C.J. Gardner-Johnson to their active roster as well. This just in, according to Evan Petzold of the Free Press, Tigers hitting coach Keith Beauregard will not return to the team in 2026. He's decided to pursue other opportunities. Tigers ace Tarek Skubal has been tabbed the Players' Choice Award AL Most Outstanding Pitcher this year. Mariners catcher Cal Raleigh was a part of the announcement video next. Pistons back on the floor tonight against the Magic. Asar
What a
Thompson
riveting piece of audio, Jeremy. Thank you so much for that.
I had no comeback. I don't know. The Pistons are back on the floor tonight against the Magic. Asar Thompson was present at shoot-around but remains questionable with an illness. Marcus Sasser, Karis LeVert both missed last game. They're questionable as well. Pre-game at 6:35 right here on The Ticket. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's touch table on some football. David, fire it up.
It's crazy to believe that we are about to hit the final month of the regular season.
Thank God.
It went by so fast. And something that we usually do, we go through important games.
Oh, I was saying firing coaches?
No, we go through important games to start the year. And now that we kind of have an idea of college football playoff contenders and all of that. So let's go through the final month of the season here for key games. And I don't know, from the scale from 1 to 5, 5 meaning this game, yes, it's going to mean a lot. 1 meaning it's a dud. Vanderbilt, number 11 Vanderbilt, will visit number 19 Texas this weekend.
It's a 4.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I mean, it's not an outright elimination game, but I mean, it's mighty important. And Vandy's sitting at number 9 in America, back-to-back home wins over, again, I know it's not a murderer's row, but Mizzou was top 15 and LSU was ranked at the time they played. Can they turn the trick, go on the road, and beat Texas? I think the game's more important for Texas.
Can Texas they get themselves back in that college football race with the win?
Well, they lose this game. You're talking about a total meltdown here.
See, I think the game's more important for Vandy because Vandy is one of those teams that, because they're not a powerhouse, the Commodores every week have to go out there and prove you belong at the table. Okay, but this is the week they'll fall off. Okay, but this is the week they'll fall off because they're not that blue blood SEC team. They used to be the homecoming SEC team. They're the smart kids.
For that reason, though, doesn't this feel like a little bit of house money for Vandy?
Yes.
That's how I feel.
To me, it does.
But no, Kenny, but I'd say this. If Vandy goes and loses to Texas, you're going to see, told you they weren't real.
My whole point is, though, Texas with 2 losses, you'd have 3 before you even get to the Georgia game, the A&M game. You're talking about Texas losing 5 games. And see, you're talking about Sark maybe leaving.
And I guess I've already written off Texas, and Sark has
already that's good to know. Why didn't you start the damn topic with that? It would have explained a lot to me. All right, I still was thinking there's hope.
No, you got a coach who, you know what, maybe I'll go coach the Titans. Wait, I didn't say that. It was irresponsible for you to actually print what I said.
So let's move over here. This game on November 7th. There's a group of 5 team that does get into the playoff. You have Tulane going to visit number 25, Memphis. And right now, it's simply, yes, Memphis will have an important game against Navy at the end of November, but this will give Memphis the tiebreaker that needed to get into the championship.
Yeah, look, they escaped massive comeback in the fourth quarter. I think they were down 17 to USF. USF missed the game-tying field goal. That FedEx money's got Ryan Silverfield cruising. If they can keep Brendan Lewis, their quarterback, healthy for the stretch drive, what do you want me to say? Enjoy going to the playoff and being a 21-point underdog. Whee!
Would they get ranked higher than Notre Dame?
I'll rate that game a 3. Notre Dame's in regardless, and I don't even consider them group of 4. They're not.
Right, but they're going to be at the bottom of the. They're going to barely get in.
They'll get in.
Okay.
Because, Rico, you know Notre Dame is viewed as this golden Fabergé egg.
They will, but I think they're going to be, the second? The group of 5 school will be the lowest seed, and they'll be the second lowest.
Yeah, they'll have to play 7 games to get in.
On November 8th, you have number 10 BYU going to Texas Tech. And right now, the more important person for the game, Texas Tech needs that game because right now they have a loss in the conference.
It's
BYU is undefeated.
It's a 5. It's the Big 12 showdown.
Yes.
It's a 5. And for Tech, it's McGuire's career. They spent all this damn money. You lost your road game to ASU, I'll forgive you. But if you lose to Team Super Soaker, get out of here. Get out.
And for some reason, BYU just keeps winning. So
Guns up. Beat Bear Bachmeier. I've had enough.
Yeah, because
tortillas.
Texas Tech
can't do that. That's a penalty. That's $100,000.
They have to get by Cincinnati, and then they don't play Cincinnati, so they would have to beat
Cincinnati's got
BYU.
a road trip to Rice Eccles at night this week.
They do.
Wave goodbye, Brennan Sorsby.
Well, here we go. Another game on November 8th. Navy, number 23 Navy goes to number 12 Notre Dame.
Navy's got North Texas this week.
Yes,
so
they do.
I
that may be more important right now.
That's the problem.
Immediate.
Now, who they got on November 8th one more time?
Notre Dame. At Notre Dame.
Well, you know how that's going to go.
I'll leave the military academies to you.
No.
No. Notre Dame, David, I guess I'll look at it. That game is probably about a 2.
Damn.
Wow.
All right, Rico just sunk the battleship. It's over.
Why a 2, though? I mean,
if Navy beats North Texas, that game becomes a 5.
Okay,
the loser is dead.
So we're a week early of seeing the importance of the game. Got you.
Because if Navy beats North Texas and goes into that game,
North Texas has the quarterback that
Drew Metzenmaker.
Yeah.
Put some respect on his name. He threw for 600 yards last Friday night.
You told me about him, and I'm like, wow.
One play per 20 seconds. Breakneck.
He won't be there next year, but this kid's pretty good.
He's really good.
I was like, and the whole game, I'm like, okay, who would he look good? What uniform would he look good in next year? Yeah.
Not North Texas.
No.
If Eric Morris gets hired, he's coming with. David, go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to be honest on this one. This one's probably also a week early. This game is November 15th. It is Oklahoma at Alabama. But Oklahoma first needs to worry about beating Tennessee this weekend to give the Alabama game importance.
2 to me.
Yeah.
Because I think OU's going down. I think they'll lose at Rocky Top.
OU has not been the same since the Mateer injury.
Or since Mateer turned into Billups. What was that last week?
I just think that he came back too soon.
Buddy, that was like a month ago. It's his 3rd start post-surgery. He played like Stevie Wonder last week. I don't want to hear about too soon. Okay. That's ridiculous.
Too soon.
Oh, come on.
Because, look, maybe he rushed back and he shouldn't have.
What? You're getting paid. Get on the field. David, go ahead.
We're about a month away from this matchup. It is USC at Oregon.
Nope.
Now, the only question I have here is this is a 4th team for the Big Ten. No, USC needs this game for that to happen.
David, here's the thing. The funny thing, and I actually talked about this on the pod this week. Oregon will dictate if there will be a 4th team from the Big Ten because Oregon will play USC. They're going to play UW, Washington, and they're going to play Iowa, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Oregon's going to dictate. They run the table, there won't be a team. It'll leave it up to Ohio State and Michigan. And if Michigan beats Ohio State for the 5th year in a row, they'll get it. If not, Big Ten will only send 3.
Big Ten should only send 3. It's a garbage conference this year. Look at the quality or lack thereof. It's terrible.
Brother, I'm not about to fight you on that.
It's just not good.
No, it's
not like Troy Aikman. It's not good, Joe. It's not good.
It's very top heavy. And look, and really, Oregon.
I don't know that they're that good at this point.
I was about to say, Oregon can show me something because they're going to be playing in some de facto playoff games because you're gonna have teams who want that final spot. But really, it's 2 really good teams in the Big Ten. There's Oregon, and then there's a lot of teams in the middle, and then there's Wisconsin and Purdue.
Yeah, I think you could have stopped it in the middle. Go ahead, David.
And then let's close it out with this one because this is a game that happens at the end of the year that I always ignored because one team always dominated.
Michigan, Ohio State.
It is Georgia at Georgia Tech this year on November 28th.
5. It's a 5 based on Both teams right now are trending for the playoff. G-Tech could afford one loss. And I'm nervous this week. They're on the road at NC State, and NC State just lost their tight end, Justin Jolie, who's really good, but it's only a 5.5-point spread. I
They
digress.
wearing the white helmets?
I hope so. They're much better. But Georgia Tech, you'd have seeding on the line. If G-Tech loses a game, it's a de facto playoff game because 2 lost G-Tech isn't getting in. Georgia can't exactly play with their food. That'd be a 5. And that game last year was an absolute classic. That was a war between those two.
On Black Friday this year.
Where's the game?
It is at Georgia Tech.
At Bobby Dodd
You
Stadium.
know what? Because of that, 5.
I see Kenny doesn't care about the game at all.
That game's. You're right. It's a 5. I just don't. I wish it wasn't a 5.
It's a tough rivalry game out of conference after you've played the entire SEC slate.
And
That's
you're right.
tough.
They can't play with their food anymore. There's no more of that left.
Right. It used to be a tune-up, get-right game for you, and not anymore.
You're exactly right about that. And that is your college football blitz.
Ever wonder why Fanatic Sportsbook is America's fastest online growing sportsbook? Well, most sportsbook, their rewards are just a flat thing. But Fan Cash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack the Fan Cash. With the Fanatic Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% back in Fan Cash on your wagers, whether you win or whether you lose. You can use your Fan Cash to unlock the world of Fanatics with profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, game tickets. You get what I'm saying. So much more. That's the real value for your sports fandom. Did I also mention they're giving away millions in Fan Cash this year with games like Fan Cash drops that are offered live in the Fanatic Sportsbook app every single Friday. Hint, hint, hint. So switch to the sportsbook that always has your back. Go check it out for yourself and download the Fanatic Sportsbook app today. Winning, it just hits different here. Got to be 21 or older. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, listen, David Femininio, the guy to call if you're in an accident, but what if you didn't have to make that call? That's why he started David's Driving Edge. It's about safety and trying to prevent it in the first place. Go to getdavidgetpaid.com/driving edge. But if you do have an accident, you know what to do. David is here. Call him. Go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, Rico's going to sabotage the show here for a minute. I had something planned, but Rico is just brimming with laughter and smiles, and he swears it's about college football. So the floor is yours.
It is about college football, Mike, and it's one of those things that you just didn't expect. Sometimes life gives you a gift, and that gift is coming from the state of Louisiana. We had the secret meeting in the governor's mansion.
Yes.
Correct?
Us, the greatest.
Governor's back.
What now?
This is according to Ross Dellinger. Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry at the news conference, he called Brian Kelly's contract terrible, announced that AD Scott Woodward would not hire the next coach and says he'd rather Donald Trump be in charge of the search rather than Woodward. Then he told reporters, y'all reporters need to start looking at who represents these people. Woodward's agents, Kelly's agents, the Texas A&M agent, they all have the same agent.
Jimmy Sexton.
This is ridiculous. Lawyers will be disbarred the way these agents act. It's time for the NCAA to put up guardrails. It's fine. We don't need guardrails if big billionaires want to spend the money, no problem. But if I have to go find $53 million from the state, it's not going to be pleasant.
This is both a nightmare and a dream, because as we sit here waiting for Jonathan Smith to be fired, like I can't imagine a world where Gretchen Whitmer is out there being like, yeah, Smitty's contract's a joke. These agents are a joke.
Did I oversell that?
You're the governor of a state.
Did I oversell that?
No, you undersold it. This is glorious. When you wonder why it means more in the SEC, flowchart to governor press conference, shredding Brian Kelly, the contract. Is Scott Woodward. Is Kelly rep by Jimmy Sexton?
I believe he is.
Oh, man, it's so good.
We're going to have a lot of recruits, maybe the best recruits.
So it went from the secret meeting to, the governor, if I got to go find $50 million from the state, it's not going to be pleasant. Like, wait, you're going to take $53 million from the state of Louisiana.
I can't wait for the state of Louisiana to close a children's hospital to pay for Kelly's buyout.
But that's why it means more in the SEC.
Are you sure that's a real headline? Promise me that's not from Ross Dullinger. Please tell me you didn't get duped.
No,
that's real.
That's real.
Wow, that's glorious.
While you think taking $53 million from the state is a bad thing, everyone in that state would say, yeah, I get it. Do it.
No,
it means more.
David, no, I have to stop.
It means
Ross
more.
Dullinger. David, Louisiana is a very poor state.
I understand that.
Yes,
they
you
also
have
care
oil,
about football.
But oil money.
They just recovering from Katrina.
Oil money funds LSU. They have corporate partnerships with oil companies. But the rest of the state now, this is a different thing. You can't take $54 million. Look,
here's the thing. There's really one team where Texas has a bunch of teams.
And a bunch of oil.
There's one team and a lot of sugar in Louisiana.
Yeah.
So
that's fair.
It's their they don't care about the Saints.
No.
They care about LSU.
Yes.
So yeah.
The governor out here like a radio host, just bombing Woodward and Kelly. And Jimmy Sexton, you better be careful. That means you ain't hiring one of his clients. He reps everybody. Does he rep Lane Kiffin?
I think he represents Yeah.
You best be careful.
Hey, like I said, I'm reading this as Jimmy was talking to me, and I'm like, hold on, Jimmy. This is good.
Hold on. Jimmy Sexton, I gave you 3 names for that gig. Does Sexton rep these guys? Kenny, look this up. Look up the first 2 while Rico looks up number 3. Fair? I said if you wanted to go legacy, Thanos routine, you call Urban and Saban for LSU. If you want to go realistic, you go to $16 million a year and you go to Dan Lanning. DC at Georgia, recruited in the South, energetic, young, understands the SEC, and I'm sorry, Oregon's a really good job. It's not a great job. You're still an outpost. It's still Oregon. LSU's LSU. LSU's a different planet.
Doesn't look like Dan Lanning.
If Lanning,
yes, he does.
Oh, wait. Yeah, he does.
So Sexton reps
DeBoer,
Lanning?
Smart, Sarkisian, Norvell, Lane Kiffin, Franklin, Lanning, Sweeney, and then
that's
it was
He's
Nick
good.
Saban, yeah.
All right, well, let's see. Better be careful going to Jimmy Sexton. That's the ultimate power broker. That's the kingmaker. Be very careful. Governor of Louisiana's on one. David, give me some ticket text. That's tremendous. Damn. And I know it's a nightmare. Oh, you don't want that at Michigan State. Look, I've reached full I don't care mode. It would be horrifying and hilarious all at the same.
And that's just it. Imagine the press conference of Big Gretch. Oh, by the way, let me pause talking about the roads for a second.
Right.
We got a problem in East Lansing, and it ain't the roads. It's the coach.
That
And-
contract's terrible.
Like, what do we? Is this real? Are we rolling on this?
Jay
Oh, this
Bat
is great.
better get it moving.
No. Bat's not even going to be the guy. I'm not letting him. Now, here's the thing. Woodward may not be the person to do the search. Hired Jimbo Fisher. Hired Brian Kelly.
Well, there's your top 2 buyouts in college football history.
Same AD hired them both.
Oh, boy.
So it's funny. I agree with the governor on this. No. You can't do that. How this man still has a job, I don't know.
Imagine her at a podium going, man, I don't know if Aiden Childs is our guy right now.
Look, but I'm here for it.
It'd be great.
I mean, the best I get is like Magic Johnson drunk tweeting.
So, yeah, I didn't mean to hijack the
No,
show. I just
this
thought
is
that was
anytime.
hilarious.
Anything you get from the front of the LSU coaching search where the governor is power bombing people at the mansion, I'm here for it. I don't care. We already did an hour on Aiden's contract. It's a blessing. That's a better blessing. David, ticket text, please.
Someone said I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall during that conversation. That meeting had to be amazing.
It should have been a pay-per-view event, or it should have been like a Netflix SEC exclusive. Mansion meeting, a 3-part series.
Why is that not on Amazon Prime or something?
Epic.
Someone says, I promise you, yes, Louisiana, they do not care. They would have definitely taken the $53 million for the coach.
Yeah, here's more quotes.
More? Oh, yes.
There's more?
I think it's gotten to the point that the spirit of the team needed to change, and that change was made. We're going to move on. We're without a president right now at LSU. I'm hoping the Board of Supervisors gets us one very quickly. I hosted a meeting at the governor's mansion to
He
talk
just admitted to it. Oh, my God.
To talk about the legalities, the cost, and to talk about who pays for it, in quotes, the buyout, what the effect of it is.
Oh, my God.
It was a meeting to discuss the legalities of the contract. This is a pattern.
Imagine the Detroit media if Gretchen Whitmer were holding meetings at the Lake House about Michigan State football. The Detroit media and ESPN would have a campsite at the gubernatorial mansion.
Hold on. But wait, there's more.
There can't be more.
This pattern, the guy Woodward here now wrote the contract that cost A&M $77 million. Right now, we have a $53 million liability, and we're not doing that again. Maybe we should let Trump pick it. He picks winners.
They'd have Dan Murphy on an air mattress at the MSU football building if the governor of the state of Michigan were doing this with the state coaching job. Oh, my God. Wojo would have a perma boner. Wojo would write his first original column in about 15 years if Gretchen Whitmer, where does she get off doing this? This is a miscarriage of justice. Daisy dips. Herbs and spices.
It's the dip.
Dude, I
I just, there's an alternate universe where I know it would be horrible for Michigan State, but holy hell if this were happening here.
Right. So,
And he admitted to hosting the secret meeting.
Yes. Going off on Woodward, the AD. As I said, he wrote, he
man.
signed 2 bad deals.
This would have been a dream for me if Gretchen were like, get that mall cop out of my school. Like if Allen were still the AD. Oh, man. We got Paul Blart over there who hired this bag of mayonnaise. Get him out.
Bruh.
What a world. What a scene it would be. But you can't. You can't get away with that here. That's why, Kenny.
Just means more.
Yeah.
Damn right. Tell him about it. That's right. That was me actually live doing that right now.
This is the guy who paid Jimbo.
Paid him $77. He's got us in this whole bind. He ain't picking the next one. I mean, the governor is saying, AD, I know that's your job. No, it's not. Not anymore. There's no president at LSU. We're going to get one. But guess what you're not going to do?
Yeah, Scott Woodward, Board of Supervisors online too.
Yeah. You know what? You might as well go listen to some Kids Bop or something like that because you're not picking this coach. You may not even be in the room.
My God. Phenomenal job by you. All right. I just pray you didn't get duped. Tell me those are real quotes, please. Okay. All right. Northville Lumber, we've talked about them for a long time, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. So plan it, build it, buy it, right where the pros do. Northville Lumber, stop by, take home some samples. It's Michigan's Trex Superstore. Just go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Lions have locked up Aiden Hutchinson to a 4-year, $180 million extension after his rookie deal expires. No practice for the team today, but they released an estimated report. Kirby Joseph was listed as no practice. Dan Campbell told Constant Jansen this morning he's improving. Taylor Decker and Malcolm Rodriguez were also limited. Ravens QB Lamar Jackson is no longer on the injury report. Meanwhile, he'll start against Miami this week. According to Tigers Free Press beat writer Evan Petzold, hitting coach Keith Beauregard has decided not to return this season. The Pistons will be back on the floor tonight at LCA as well. Asar Thompson questionable with an illness. You can hear the game right here on the ticket at 7 o'clock. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 97ontheticket.com.
If you're looking for Aiden Hutchinson conversation, Odyssey.com rewind. Spent over an hour on it. It's A+ job by everybody involved. There's really not a lot else to say. By the way, the audio of the governor of Louisiana blistering LSU and Scott Woodward, it's even better than Rico reading it. It's just tremendous.
Because it's got the Cajun accent to it.
It's remarkable. I just wanted to bring this up to you. It's literally just give me 5 minutes. I know you're a what do you call it? A cinephile? You're a movie guy, whatever it is.
Okay.
You're a movie nerd. I read a headline and I was in disbelief. So I'm asking you.
Okay.
The Godfather director, Francis Ford Coppola, forced to sell watches after losing fortune on passion project? Have you read about this?
No.
Okay, well, the Oscar-winning filmmaker reportedly invested $120 million of his own money into making the epic science fiction movie that only grossed $14 million worldwide, called Megaopolis.
Yes.
You spent $120 million. The movie grossed 14. Maybe that no one wanted to platform you. It was probably a leading indicator that it was a bad movie. According to the New York Times, he's admitted the movie left him broke, and his watches will be up for sale December 6th and 7th at an auction house in New York. What is this movie Megaopolis? I've never heard of this.
It's
Adam Driver.
Yeah, I was about to say Adam Driver was the star.
Shia LaBeouf, who I didn't even know still acted, John Voight, Lawrence Fishburne, Aubrey Plaza, and a bunch of other people I've never heard of. Rigo, how this movie was released, never heard of it. This guy blew $120 million making this thing. You couldn't have just been happy directing The Godfather and being rich?
No, because he thought that he was going to come out with that next great piece of art.
Okay.
Kind of like the Wizard of Oz.
If you put enough of your money out there that you are down to hawking watches, buddy, you've lost the plot here. Have you seen this movie?
No, I have not seen it.
That's your homework assignment. You are to watch Megaopolis.
Wait, no. Why I gotta watch this thing?
Yes.
I've seen the previews, and I was like, nah, I'm good.
Yes.
I'm good.
You are a movie nerd. I saw this headline. This is all you.
Yeah, because I think it takes place in the future. Yeah, the plot, New York is called New Rome, and it centers on, dude, it is weird. You know what this is? This is one of those movies that your professor makes you watch when you're in college.
Okay.
Because it's this is a great cinematic thing. It's like, it's actually a piece of
This
crap.
is my headline of the day. And I went, I got to bring this to Rico.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, when Shia LaBeouf, when he's in your movie,
I didn't know he still acted.
Mike.
I thought he lost his mind or
Think
something.
about this. Chili pot bottom right there. Okay.
We're a long way from Transformers.
Right. He
15
went
years
from
ago.
Transformers and he talked his way out of that because he just wouldn't shut up and quit doing stupid things.
Megaopolis.
Yeah.
That's your homework assignment over the holidays.
Yeah. Well,
you
know
are
what?
to watch this. I got to hear about your basement every damn day. You are to watch Megaopolis.
You know what?
In the new basement.
I'd rather watch a replay of UConn MSU last night.
David, the ticket text. Well, here's an idea. If the studios aren't platforming you and your two options are $120 million where you got to hawk your watches on a street corner or don't make the movie.
Here's the
I'm going to
thing,
go with
though.
choice B.
Well, but he probably thought it was going to be like Mel Gibson in The Passion of the Christ where he puts up his own money and it makes a ton of money.
Yeah, it said a studio, he couldn't find one to reimburse him. There was nobody that would do a large marketing campaign. Yeah. I never even heard of this movie.
That's what's more shocking to me. I didn't know it existed. Apparently, it came out last year.
I didn't watch it last year for a reason.
But you're going to now. David, go ahead.
I work for a local movie chain, and that movie definitely bombed. Had it in IMAX, and it didn't draw anything. That is
14
Stephen
million
Frazier.
worldwide. It's impossible. Impossible.
It's not impossible because he did it.
It's possible. Okay, next.
Where can you watch this?
Well, you're a movie nerd. You'll figure it out.
Yeah, someone said it is a remake of a silent movie from the 20s. He fell in
Phenomenal.
love with it and decided to remake it, and that's what you got.
Where were the people around this guy to go, Francis?
No, because that's just it. It's Francis. So it's like, he's a genius. So maybe it's going to be cutting edge.
Crazier story today. Francis Ford Coppola having to hawk his watches to not go bankrupt, or Governor of Louisiana openly shredding the athletic director at Louisiana State University.
Governor of Louisiana.
Okay.
Because people do this all the time where it's like an athlete who bets on themselves. And when they bet on themselves and it works, you're like, man, great. Or you bet on yourself and your career tanks and now
hold on.
You're done.
Yes, Dave.
People do this all the time, spend $120 million of their own money.
Maybe not $120 million.
That's
David.
crazy.
No, but if there's a project that they believe in and the studios say no, and you have enough money, like I said, Gibson and the Passion of the Christ, nobody wanted to do this thing. So him and his wife said, we'll, you know what, we've made enough. Let's make this movie. And it
a little
worked.
bit different because they wanted to make there was a message to it that
Right,
they wanted to put
but
out there.
Nobody wanted to touch it.
But there's no message to this megalopolis
But
or whatever it is.
the thing, they were like, yeah, Mel, this isn't going to work. This is too Jesus-y. No.
Rico, also for your viewing pleasure in your basement, Prime Video is where you can find Megalopolis for your viewing tonight.
Kenny, don't help me.
You
It's
are
right
to
there.
watch this.
Just Kenny.
This man went broke for you. You are to watch
He didn't
this.
go broke for me. You know what? How about this? I'll invite you over to the new basement. We'll watch this together. You know what?
Not in this lifetime or the next.
Come on.
Not to watch
Come
this
on.
crap.
Bring little Cassius with you. Come on, let's go.
Nope.
Coop sends in the text says, thank you, Mike, because now everyone's going to watch this on the streaming services and he will now make a boatload of money.
I just, obviously the headline of the day was Aiden, and we've already talked about it. I saw the headline. Rico gave us the governor of Louisiana. This was the other one.
Oh, the sound from that is just
wild.
With the Cajun accent and everything.
I'd rather have a piece of dog crap pick the next head coach than Scott Woodward. I'm like,
he will
whoa.
not be the guy that does it. We will get a board of directors, and no, it won't be him.
I like that accent.
Well,
Meanwhile, up here, my coach doesn't even blink.
He blinks.
They have all the fun down at LSU. Go ahead, David.
Since Rico just asked, where can you watch this movie? The answer is in your new basement tonight, man. That's where we're all coming.
It's a Megaopolis Wednesday for Rico after the Blue Jackets game.
Good thing that the new couch is not there yet. Okay. I would, but it's not there.
Did this movie even earn a Rotten Tomatoes score?
I think it did.
I didn't see
Is this
one.
like a 3%er?
Hold on, let's.
I gotta
see.
know.
Rotten
Francis
Tomatoes.
Ford Coppola's 86. You spent $120 million. You're selling watches to stay afloat. What are we doing?
Oh, boy,
here?
45% on Rotten Tomatoes.
That's way better than what I expected.
But it's the artsy people who you just don't understand and get this.
You know who that movie was made for?
Don't say me.
That's a Doug Karsh movie. That's for people who eat kale, don't eat red meat, and they like artsy fartsy stuff. He's an Ann Arbor guy. They're all artsy fartsy down there. Half of them are hippies. Doug Karsh in Megaopolis.
Cinema Score gave it a D+.
Oh boy. Hungry Howie's.
Oh, this is bad.
Okay.
You know what? Send some pizza over. Maybe.
All
I'll
right. Rico's going to be rocking some Megaopolis tonight.
Give me the what up dough pizza and I'll
Hungry
do this.
Howie's Detroit style pizza is on its way. Authentic, $12.99. I mean, you could have made Megaopolis for $12.99. Real ingredients, in-house made dough. Guys, whether it's a Megaopolis viewing party or how about Lions Vikings, Hungry Howie's has you covered. Go to hungryhowies.com and celebrate boldly that you're not Francis Ford Coppola and selling watches to avoid bankruptcy. It's hungryhowies.com.
So I wanted to go through some QB rankings. We are now halfway through this season. We always have an idea before the season of who will be
Drake
the best
May's not in your
quarterbacks.
top 5, I'm leaving.
This is from The Athletic, so we can discuss it. So let's start at the bottom four, what they think the bottom four right now is.
Oh, great. Okay, can I just say Saints QB1?
I was about to say Spencer Rattler.
He's not the worst. He is number 30.
Okay, but he's bottom 4.
He is bottom 4.
All right. Who else? I'll tell you another one. I don't want to be mean. I know he's a rookie. Really tough situation. Cam Ward?
Cam Ward is not. He's number 21, actually.
How?
I have no idea.
Team scores 7 points a week. All right, go ahead. I'm done.
Kyler Murray in there?
Oh,
Kyler
geez.
Murray, the combination of the Cardinals quarterback, yes, they are second to worst. 31.
Who's worse?
The worst would be the combination of what they have in Carolina of Andy Dalton and
you know
Bryce
what?
Young.
I'll allow that.
Andy Dalton, a.k.a. Andy Billups. That performance Sunday bordered on mafioso. The interception, the fumble, like he hasn't played before. You're 50. When you exit the pocket, someone is going to be behind you trying to kill you. And he's like, tra-la-la, fumble. Then before the half, you have no timeouts. You got like 11 seconds left. It's 3rd and goal from the 7. He takes a sack, and it wasn't one of these avalanche routines. He's like, tra-la-la, I'm a stupid ginger, dead. And then, boom, they can't get the field goal unit on the field, and they beef away 3 points. It was Billups' activity. Sorry.
The fourth.
I hate Andy Dalton. I hate redheaded
quarterbacks. So is that going to be
quarterbacks.
the new thing now, Billups?
Oh,
Yeah.
Chauncey's poker table.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Fourth worst quarterback, they believe, is Justin Fields at 29.
Hard to argue.
Yeah.
So
You got benched for Tyrod Taylor.
And
You
you're
had
only
a
back in
negative
the
10.
game because there's nobody else? Question mark?
Yes, but he did play well, and I did appreciate his post game where he opened up about some of the struggles going on for him. You know, it's not like he wakes up in the morning and goes, ha ha, I want to be terrible today.
And I will say this, not to defend him, I do think it may just be the Jets because a lot of quarterbacks have left the Jets and actually done things in life.
Listen to me.
No, Mike.
You're DiCaprio holding onto the board, and the board is Justin
Sure
Fields.
is.
No,
you love him.
Look at the quarterbacks leave the Jets, Darnold, and
You got to blow the whistle, man.
Darnold's not doing well. They ran him out of town.
I understand,
It's
but there's
kinda
a
like the
stop
Browns.
between there as well.
No, but it's like the Browns. The Browns are an organization where quarterbacks just go to die.
Truth.
And then they go other places, and you're like, oh, maybe they aren't that bad.
So just because you mentioned Cam Ward, you wonder who's worse. Let me just throw them all out there. Tua, they consider worse. Geno, worse. Joe Flacco, or the combination of what they have in Cincinnati. Combination of what they have in Atlanta, Kirk Cousins and Penix. Marcus
Cousins made him
Mariota,
take a step back.
Jaden Daniels, and then JJ and Carson Wentz and Dylan Gabriel. They're worse.
Wait, JJ and Carson Wentz are what number?
They are number 26.
Lions got a free square this weekend. I'll tell you what.
You know what? They do.
JJ ice cold coming in here, and he doesn't know the Lions plays. Uh-oh.
Am I a bad person? I feel as confident as I did when they played the Browns and Bengals. Those 2 weeks.
Plus, Goff assassinates Flores.
It's just like, yeah, this seems too easy.
J-Mo scoring. Guarantee.
So the four quarterbacks in the middle of the pack at 18, Jackson Dart.
Yes!
17.
We are wholly mediocre. Yeah!
17 is Trevor Lawrence. 16 is Bo Nix, and 15 is Aaron Rodgers.
You know, Mike, as an organization, you just want to stay as mediocre, as in the middle as humanly possible. You've accomplished this.
Kenny, when you have been the wet wipe for the league the last 5 years, you know what? Mediocre is a definite step up.
I understand.
The Giants have been rancid.
Okay, but here's the thing. They're entertaining, man.
Okay,
that
go to
team
hell.
is fun to watch.
Yeah, it was a blast last week.
No, Mike, there are certain
the week
NFL
before.
teams, it's painful.
Do you feel him patting you on the head right now? That's what it feels like, looks like, seems like.
All because his lover, Justin Fields, sucks.
No.
This is what I have to deal with.
Kenny, no, it's not. They're watching the Browns. That's work.
Oh, good for you guys. You're entertaining.
No, watching the
Pat, pat, pat,
Giants is like, man, I can't wait for neighbors to get back because this Dart thing, great pick with Dart.
So next year, because you got to wait till next year.
No, I mean with Scatterboo, because man, come on, Scatterboo was the dude.
And he's dead.
You got to wait
And
till
he's
next
dead.
year.
And he's dead. He's got Nick Chubb's leg. He's dead.
Dead. He's merely injured.
So how does he be excited for the rest of the season? Because everything you're saying is next year.
Jackson Dart still playing, and that's what we're talking about. Quarterbacks. Go ahead, David.
It's just a
see what I
flesh
just
wound.
did
It'll be
there?
fine.
I brought us back.
Let me give you
I
the
brought
top
us
10
back.
here, guys. At number 10 is Jalen Hurts. At number 9 is Daniel Jones. Number 8, Lamar
All
Jackson.
right, I can't believe I'm going to do this. Daniel Jones is criminally underrated on this list.
They're saying that Lamar not playing is still better than Daniel Jones.
Indiana Jones is a certifiable MVP candidate, along with his running back, Jonathan Taylor. He's low on this list. I have to let my hatred and bias go.
The way
Danny
he's
Dimes has
playing.
been unbelievable.
Yeah. At number 7, Drake May.
Hold on. You skipped over somebody. Where the hell is the other guy from that draft class? Where's Caleb?
Oh, Caleb, yeah, we didn't get to him because
What is he,
whatever.
25th?
He's worse in the middle of the pack. He
I
is
was about to
20th.
say, I was about to say, is he like in 15 to 10?
Yeah,
somewhere in there?
he's 20th.
You know what? Yeah. Some games good, some games Caleb. Other way, you're running in the wrong direction.
Oh, dear. Drake May at 7?
At 7, yes.
I'm not going to go crazy. I'm glad he's near the top 5. He's been awesome.
Number 6 would be Matthew Stafford.
I'll take Drake May.
Okay. Number 5 would be Jared Goff.
I'll live with it.
Interesting. No, the whole Goff Stafford thing.
Right next to each other.
You know what? I want to say Stafford almost is getting better with age. He's what Aaron Rodgers used to be, where it's like never count him out.
As long as you don't touch his back.
Next.
Because it will break. Just saying. Number 4, Jordan Love. That may be too high.
A little bit.
That may be too high.
It's a little high, but look, he's in that top 7, especially when you completed 20 passes in a row on Sunday night in Pittsburgh. How'd the Yinzers hold up with that?
Well, let me just move on. Number 3.
That's right. The Yinzers?
Yeah, it's what people from Pittsburgh
that's
call
what they
themselves.
are. Yeah. Number 3, Baker Mayfield.
Yes. Stud.
Yeah.
Okay. Number 2.
Mac Jones. No, I'm kidding.
No.
I'm kidding.
Mac Jones, though, if you want to know, he is 19th. He is 19th.
He's better than Caleb.
Or the combination of what they have.
He's better than Caleb.
Number 2, Patrick Mahomes. And number 1, Josh Allen.
It's hard to argue. Lions had a chance to kill the Chiefs,
You
just
know
like
what?
Jason Voorhees, and they didn't do it. Now the Chiefs are going to wreck everybody.
I'm going to disagree. Don't they play this week, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I think that Mahomes is playing some of the best football right now. So I would put Mahomes at 1.
So they can flip-flop.
Yeah, I would do that. I mean, like it or not, he's looking very Mahomes-esque, where he's just out there doing his thing. Everything that
Annoying.
Caleb wants to do, he's doing it.
We had a chance to kill him, and we just didn't put him away.
Well, hopefully the Bills can kill him.
It won't happen.
Okay.
We're on a
you know
collision
what?
course. Lions, Chiefs, just buckle up. We're on a collision course, David. The rematch.
There's a lot of football to be played. in
Super Bowl
between.
700. It's going to be Lions, Chiefs. Dude, they
You know
are Freddy
I
Krueger.
don't know if I want the Lions Chiefs because does this mean scriptwriter
Yes.
2.0?
Yes.
So you don't have a chance.
No, we have absolutely a chance.
Actually, because of the script before, they have a chance. They would have a chance.
So then the scriptwriters would like you if that happens.
Possibly.
Or Dan Campbell goes up behind them and puts them in a sleeper hold, and then we go win the game. Go to sleep.
I gotta think that
Go to sleep.
That may be a 15-yard penalty.
Those are
Dan Campbell just breaking necks.
Boom. That's a 15-yard penalty and also a felony.
Go review this in New York. Dead.
Those are your mid-season QB ranks. 97-1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Lions have extended Aiden Hutchinson an additional 4 years after his current deal expires. The contract worth $180 million that'll keep him in Detroit until 2030 and has a $141 million guarantee. Corner Terrion Arnold said yesterday he feels good, and that estimated practice report today says that I guess he practiced in full. Safety Kirby Joseph was listed as no practice. Offensive tackle Taylor Decker, linebacker Malcolm Rodriguez, and running back Sione Vaki were limited. Evan Petzold of the Free Press says the Tigers hitting coach Keith Beauregard is not returning this year. The Pistons take on the Magic tonight right here on the ticket at 7. They may be without Desar Thompson, who's questionable with an illness. Karis LeVert and Marcus Sasser both have that same designation as well. The NBA PA has put out a statement on Terry Rozier, quote, "Well, we're in agreement that with the league that upholding the integrity of the game is of the utmost importance. Their decision to place Terry on leave without pay is counter to the presumption of innocence and inconsistent with the terms of our collective bargaining agreement. We plan to challenge their decision via the proper channels," end quote. Louisiana Governor Greg Landry says he will not allow LSU AD Scott Woodward to pick their next football coach. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I really encourage you to watch the entire press conference of the governor of Louisiana, essentially decapitating Scott Woodward, the AD of LSU, Brian Kelly, the fired head coach, and flexing to the point of saying, this man's an idiot. He won't be allowed to pick the next coach.
Oh, no, yeah. And by the way, yeah, we did have something at my house. We had a meeting. Okay, well, that speculation out window.
Now, before we get to the Aiden Hutchinson thing again, we already did an hour on it, but I know for the 5 o'clock audience, we can bring it back. I said one thing. Jeremy had a blurb in there, and I don't quite understand it. So I believe he said it was the attorney for Terry Rozier talking about how the NBA putting these guys on an unpaid leave goes against the presumption of innocence. There's an issue with this. If you go back, it has been unearthed. The NBA knew about Rozier, and the NBA can claim they cleared him. But here's the problem. Here's the real issue. Rico, they put him on ice. Back when he tanked that game, he didn't play the rest of the year. They put him on a double secret probation suspension. Right. So they knew about it, but they didn't go public with it. So how can you then come out as the other side and say, well, this goes against my client being innocent until proven guilty, when in fact it sure seems like he wasn't innocent?
Because I think right now he wants that fair shake. Hey, we don't know if yeah, we do. We know. And we've already dealt with this. Are you really going to do this, Terry? But I think that's where it is, that his agent doesn't want the jury pool to be tainted. They want people to think that maybe there's a mistake. There was no mistake, especially with the video that people have put out there showing certain times in games where he did certain things. And you're like, that sure looks like, seems like, feels like.
Yeah.
He was on the take.
The one that Billups is really going to have a hard time explaining, and I'm sure they'll have to explain it to somebody. It won't be us. It was April 4th of 2024. Danny Avdija had scored 37 points. The Blazers are on a 10-0 run to cut the deficit, I think, down to 6 or 7 with about 3:32 to go. TV timeout, or it might have been a timeout by the opposition. He takes him out of the game, doesn't put him back in the rest of the night. This has been the best player on the floor for you. You're in the midst of a 10-0 run. And you ice him
he's not hurt, not injured.
I just, look, and I know we have a propensity that if we believe something to be true, we're going to find everything we can to try to make it true. I'm just making a point. Both of these guys, there's some tough video out there. That's tough.
And see, I don't even think it's you want it to be true. It's the video doesn't have perspective. The video doesn't have an agenda. The video is just a video. It doesn't change. A year from now, it's going to be the same thing. 10 years from now, same thing. So you can't be like, oh, well, the video is giving it its own perspective and spin. No, here's what happened. take a look, judge for yourself. It's going to be very difficult for both of these guys, and I think other people as well.
Do you see Antonio Gates? No. Antonio Gates is now one of these face cards. Oh. That's in the indictment. And one of the guys, I believe his last name is Meeks, one of the guys that's in the Chauncey indictment for the illegal poker was one of the guys, I believe, setting up the Antonio Gates Miami version of that game. Another face card.
Good thing he got his gold jacket already.
That doesn't mean he gets to keep it. I still believe if Chauncey's guilty, they're taking him out of the Hall.
I mean, Gates.
Yeah, they'll take Gates out of the Hall of Fame. I wouldn't be shocked at all.
Think so? See, I often wonder about that because at the time you earned the gold jacket,
I know
you weren't doing these things.
I'm not here to advocate that it's right or wrong. I'm just telling you, I think it would be something symbolic of like, yeah, this is what is at stake. You can't do this crap.
I think a lot of people need to really brace themselves because more names will keep coming out, and it's going to be people like, wait, not him too.
But didn't we get burned by this the last time? You remember when the FBI wiretap thing had all the college coaches? Mm-hmm. Man, the only thing that happened is like some assistant coach from Tulsa got let go, and Sean Miller sweat his way out of Arizona. Like, what really happened? Kansas got away with it. All these schools got away with it.
See, but I think, Mike, these are people who are not untouchable people. See, I think Bill Self was kind of untouchable in the college basketball world. If we take him down, he's going to roll over and be like, you sure you want to do this? Because I could take down a lot of people with me. I know he's revered here, but the Chauncey Billups of the world and the Rozier, they're names, but they're not
gettable.
They're not big names. Gates is a name, not a big name. You ain't saying LeBron. You ain't saying some of these other
I'll
things.
be interested to see if what you say is true. You know, more names, brace for. I don't know what to believe. I just know what they seemingly have on Rozier and Chauncey. I don't know how you will work your way out of that.
And here's what's going to happen is every league is going to have to fight the credibility factor.
Correct.
Because now, whenever you see a call or whenever you see a player do something where it used to be like, what? You just not going to tackle him, or you slipped and fell, or how did you miss that layup? You know, how did you drop that wide open pass? Like there was nobody around. Now it's going to be, as you call it, the Chauncey poker table. Okay, what's going on? Leagues are going to have to step up and really.
The way to fix it is what I offered you. And
I think it's going to be a referee and player symposium. Guys, the world is watching us.
Yeah, how about this? No props on insignificant players. The reality is Terry Rozier is an insignificant player at that stage of his career. If you want to have prop bets on Victor Wembanyama or Steph Curry, Cade Cunningham, that's fine. Those players are under a microscope. They're making $50 million a year, and there's enough action in that betting market that it makes sense. What we can't do is have the Jonte Porters and the Terry Roziers, these bums. You can't have, and I think the prop bets on college kids is wholly irresponsible. And you could talk about NIL. Those kids are easily gettable. They're not kids. These young men are easily gettable. Yeah. I think if you take away the props, and again, I wouldn't allow it in college. I think it's absurd. I think it's a total absurdity. They ruled, what was it, last week or 2 weeks ago, Rico? Oh, well, college kids can bet on pro sports now.
I think it's going to take effect today or
tomorrow.
Why
was that ever a resolution? Here's an idea. If you make money playing sports, you are forbidden from gambling on anything. Yeah. You're out. You're frozen. You're iced.
Yeah, nothing on your app, nothing on your family's app.
Nothing on anything. I don't care if you're trying to play Korean ping pong. I don't care if you want to play the late pick 4 at Belmont at Aqueduct. No. The answer is no.
No, but then you'll get the people who, I just like betting on overseas, basketball.
And no. Look, do you like making money playing a kid's game? Here's the give back. I just feel like that's the only step because you're right. From a credibility standpoint, we sit here every day, we make jokes. But that Billups thing happens or the Jonte Porter thing happens, what have we done all week? I'm guilty of it. Chauncey Billups poker table.
Yeah.
I mean, I watched Andy Dalton on Sunday, and you would have had a hard time telling me he wasn't a part of the redheaded mafia. The way he played with Carolina, are you kidding me with some of those mistakes?
No, I mean, but
that's what I think, and it's a terrible way to watch sports.
Right, but then you start thinking about, okay, are the referees? We talked about the MSU game, or what happened with your Giants. It's like, Right. It's like, whoa. That was a fumble. Well, no.
Here's the other thing. Where is the reporting on the SEC official who was the lead official of Auburn and Georgia, one of the most criminally officiated games of the season? That guy was permanently suspended. Where's the reporting? Where is it? Do the follow-up. Do the film review. Where is it? And if I've missed it, I sincerely apologize, guys, but I do make a real effort to stay up on stuff. That's the problem I have. But ESPN can't report on it. They own the SEC.
And that's also why, Mike, you're not going to see the prop bets go away because they make too much
You're right.
money.
You are
I mean,
right.
look, I love doing the prop bet. Like you love doing the point spread, and I'm like, man, that's not for me. But prop bets, then yeah, I love doing. Okay, this anytime touchdown with that, boom, big time winner. Unless Jonathan Smith has something to do with it, and then he backdoors whatever. But anyway, too much money to be made that I don't think gambling website is going to take money off of their table.
I just feel like there has to be a rebalancing. Look, and I've said this, like, I don't love it. I think it's a necessary evil of where we're at in sports. Look, the creation of the podcast was just another way to capitalize on where we're going in sports. And I do like talking football. I like talking football more than I like talking about the spread. Cookies is the maniac.
No, but the thing is, just like in life, most people can handle things responsibly.
Right.
Just like most people can go out and drink, and they don't go get drunk and drive home like that or do whatever. They just go and do whatever. They're entertaining, and then they're done. But then you have that small percentage that ruins it for everybody. Yeah. And I think the same goes true with gambling.
But I do think it's changing the way we watch sports.
Oh, definitely.
And it's changed the way I watch. Like I admit this. It's a horrible way to be as cynical as I am. But knowing what we know and seeing now what has come out, and doesn't it feel like every couple months? Have you noticed how underreported it is? There are players from 6, 7, 8 college basketball D1 programs that are under
right up the
investigation. Eastern's one of them.
Yeah.
So it just becomes this thing where, yeah, I have a good time on the show here and I joke around about the script writers and stuff, but I do think there's an element of truth to it. I do feel like there's something bigger than us going on.
They do. And then I think another easy way for all of these leagues, and they may not like it, but I do think that at least as far as plays and referee, they're going to just go ahead and, you know what, you can listen to our conversations so you can see that we're on the up and up. Even if it's one of those experimental for a year.
Like the CW ACC coverage.
Yes. Well, they'll do, we're going to try this for a year. No, we're just going to do this so you can see what we're doing. And then next year you won't hear it, but at least you'll know there's no funny business going on here.
I think it's needed. And obviously I know we got to get to the Aiden thing, but I heard the blurb and I'm like, wait a second. We have the video, dude. That's hard to explain. And the NBA put them on ice. They knew and they didn't go public. That's the problem here. So,
but Mike, once again, and to go back to bring this full circle, too big to fail, that it's why you're seeing these things with Chauncey and all of that. But I'll say it again, baseball had the quickest investigation ever because it was a name out there.
It was 4 minutes.
It was a name out there that we can't afford to have this guy go down because we're going to base our whole league around.
Nope, it was the interpreter.
Right.
Got him. All set, wrapped up. We interviewed everybody.
The interpreter just took all his money. He had no idea. He was clueless.
Wild. 248-539-9797. This football season, elevate your tailgate with a brand new truck from Moran Buick GMC, the 25 Sierra Elevation Crew Cab. Right now, lease one for $179 a month, $999 down. The Sierra at $179 a month is an absolute steal. The 25 Invista at $259 a month. Both deals 24 months. Inventory, it rolls in daily. Even Yukon Denali's are in stock. And Moran, they're committed to making it stress-free. So go to MoranExpress.com. They'll guide every step of the process. Also, your certified service center. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or online anytime at MoranExpress.com. Moran Buick GMC, we are professional grade. So just bringing it back for the 5 o'clock audience, A+ by everybody involved with Aiden's deal. 4 years, $180 million, $141 guaranteed. You go, all right, well, he didn't get as much as Parsons. You take a little less on paper to get a little bit more guaranteed. So that's the key here. The guaranteed money is the only thing I care about in contracts. Aiden got everything you could ask for. I think I love the fact it's 4 years. I think that helps Aiden. I think if you're the team, it gives you another opportunity down the line. But if you're Aiden, you want to sign another big deal. If you're the Lions, do you want to overcommit? Probably not. What's the structure of most of their deals? They've been 3 or 4 years. They haven't done anything beyond that. So look, it's A+ work. Everything begins and ends that you have Aiden on this team. It's been about supporting him. So, look, we're not going to do the trade deadline stuff today. ESPN had an article today. Lions ranked dead last in pass rush win rate, yet they have the 3rd highest sack. Well, I know what that'll end up doing. Your sack total will regress because you don't win enough up front. Bottom line, if you don't have Aiden, well, then you know what you're looking at.
Right.
But the only thing we talked about earlier, because again, it's just how many times can you grade the term paper and say A+? You passed. It was Doug and Scott got a lot of negativity on the ticket text. I cannot wrap my mind around Lions fans being upset or negative in any way about the Aiden deal. Rico, you nailed this from the start about, hey, make him prove it, get it to him in late October, early November. He's really balled out the last few weeks.
Yeah.
And they paid him. They did they got it done. I don't know where the negativity would come from.
No, I think 3 straight games with a strip sack. I don't know. I guess the negativity comes from the fact of maybe you feel like the Lions are just paying their own guys. They're not going out there and trying to bring in Max Crosby and somebody else, and you haven't won anything with these guys, so why are we rewarding these guys? Maybe that's where the negativity is coming from. I don't get it. I don't understand. I'm just speculating right now, guys. But it doesn't make any sense. This was one of those deals where both parties shook hands and walked away feeling good. No one felt like, man, we got fleeced. Because for the Lions, perfect deal. For Aiden, okay, you're not getting, top money of Myles Garrett, but you average $45 million a year. You get $141 million up front. Yeah, you know what? I'm good. And you're on a winning team, a team with all the other players who took a little less. So it's not like they asked him to do something that all the other players did. Every player that the Lions have re-signed in the last 2.5 years all could have broke the bank and got a lot more, but they didn't. They left a little on the table for the next guy and for the next guy. And for the Lions, you got 3 more people that you're probably looking at, but whether it's Jack Campbell, whether it's Jahmyr Gibbs, whether it's Brian Branch, those 3 are going to get taken care of as well.
And look, if you comp it to Garrett got 4 at 160, fully guaranteed. All right, you got 4 at 180, but 140 is guaranteed. You're in the range, but
right.
Look.
What are you not buying what that Garrett's going to get that you can't? Nothing.
I don't know. A winner?
Guy, you're going to win games. He's just going to have a lot of sacks.
I do. I don't want to get corny, but I do think this speaks to culture. I think it speaks to, it's the opposite here of the Scooble thing, meaning Aiden wants to be here. Aiden, obviously it helps Aiden's from here, but I can structure this deal in a way that I get to continue to win. I get higher guaranteed money, lower total. Team gets to keep my teammates. I make more money than God. It just, let's get it done. Could Aiden have held out for more? Yes. Yeah. But I don't think it behooves him to do it because ultimately, they're all, like you just said, what the hell? If he balls out the next 3 years, do you know what's going to happen? He's going to sign a deal for north of $250 million because there's going to be 2 salary cap bumps before the next rights deal anyways.
Right. So, Micah Parsons reset the market. You know what? Will Anderson's going to reset the market again in a few years with the Texans. What I look at is these 8 contracts between Aiden, Jared Goff, Amon-Ra, Panay, J-Mo, Kirby, McNeil, and Taylor Decker. You got the hometown discount that everybody always talks about. Maybe we get the hometown discount. You actually got 8 hometown discounts that players could have made more, but teams said, how about we just take care of you now and we'll pay you maybe a little bit more than what we want, but we're not going to break the bank and make you the highest paid person in that category. But we'll keep you all together, and we'll keep this train going, and we'll keep winning. Sounds like a good deal?
Yes.
Yeah.
David, ticket text. What do we got, buddy?
Great deal. Shows that the Lions feel their window is the next 4 years, but I agree with Mike that the salary cap is a myth in the NFL.
It just is.
They've done whatever they wanted to do. Love their process. Great players are ours at a good price until they're at the age of 30 to 31 when it's dicey to give big money again. Smart move.
That's where I do. Much like I talked about Ragnow 2 years and then the year he did retire. I said, look, it might be his last year. I still think that you need to have your mind that this may be it for Decker. I mean, that could be a casualty, not just from a salary standpoint, but he's getting up there in years. The health is an issue. He's a warrior. He's going to grind. And look, they're managing this now. It's hard to manage it all year. The point is, outside of that, you've got the core of the team set. Now, again, I mean, this is part of being a fan. We have fun with it. You can quibble. You know, I didn't see a big need to rush and pay J-Mo. I mean, is he a necessary decoy? Sure he is. But I didn't.
That's a high-priced decoy.
Well, I didn't have to run and pay him, but they did. Fine enough. Kirby Joseph, I'm indifferent. I didn't need to do it. They did it. The point is, the core guys, Penei Sewell can never play in another uniform. He's got to be a Lion. Amon-Ra can never play in a uniform. Got to be a Lion. Aiden. When you can get your cornerstone people signed, and it's not egregious. I don't think any of the deals they signed are egregious.
No.
That's A+ work, man.
No. For me, personally, I can't wait until it's the Jahmyr Gibbs time.
Oh, God. I know.
Because that's when your seat's you're gonna be squirming because
I don't want to do it.
They just signed him to a 3-year, $58 million deal.
Here's the way I view it. You get a running back for 5 years plus a franchise tag. That's 6 years, 300 touches a year. That's 1,800 touches. I have used the best of you. I'm not doing this today. I'm happy to do it with the people. But where I get tripped up is if you don't have a quarterback on a rookie scale deal, how are you going to go in good faith and pay a running back? Now, when it happens, I don't
be looking at about $20 million a year.
Yeah, and again, you can say it worked with Saquon in the 1 year for the Eagles. Cool. I'm making a point. You overpay these running backs, it's hard to win. And when you've paid your quarterback, rightfully so, I think it's tough because now look at what you're locking up and how much are the best years of that back behind you or ahead of you. You have to be careful.
See, that's what I just said to Kenny right before you said it, because the Saquon thing people want to bring up.
But I didn't want to pay Saquon. He was on my team.
If it was a 1 year deal, cool, great. But sure, you won a Super Bowl, and I'm not, saying don't win a Super Bowl. That's great, but now you're paying him, and you're probably not going to win a Super Bowl again. He's done. Look at him this year. You paid him.
I don't think he's done. I just think
his knees, man.
No. He got overworked last year. And
he got overworked by the Giants like a pinata.
And then
last year, he had, 400 touches.
Yep.
He does look different. Now, yes, he had his first. Congratulations. Here, let's be Hyman Roth on the rooftop in Cuba. Bruno, cut the cake, smaller piece. Yeah. Here, he finally had his first 20-yard run of the season in week 8.
Happened to be playing.
Show everybody the cake. Here you go. Here's Saquon on the rooftop. Smaller piece.
Yeah, make sure everybody sees the cake before you cut it.
Right. I mean, it's like week 8. So, no, I am with David. Look, I know what they will end up doing. I understand it. I get a little uncomfortable.
I know, but it's what's going to happen. 4-year, $80 million deal. 50 of it guaranteed. All right, imagine if your Wi-Fi was a lot smarter. I'm talking next level. Picture this. All your devices, your phone, your laptop, your smart speaker, everything in your home.
Show everybody the cake.
Everything in your home working seamlessly. That's the dream. Xfinity makes that dream a reality. With Xfinity, your devices are so in sync, you'll actually think they're telepathic. It's a really smart Wi-Fi that knows when your device needs a boost, so you never have to deal with lag or dropout. And it also has a built-in security that shields your kids from online threats and smart technology that pays off huge on game day. Because when you're pumped to watch football, you don't want lagging, buffering, switching between apps, just trying to find the game. Here's the thing. If you call yourself a football fan, you got to have Xfinity. Get all the best games all in one place, plus get enhanced 4K so that it feels like you're right there at the stadium. That's the magic of Xfinity. It's a seamless and in tune with you. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or just drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change.
It's crazy to believe that we are about to hit the final month of the regular season.
Thank God.
It went by so fast. And something that we usually do, we go through important games.
Oh, I was still saying firing coaches?
No, we go through important games to start the year. And now that we kind of have an idea of college football playoff contenders and all of that. So let's go through the final month of the season here for key games. And I don't know, from the scale from 1 to 5, 5 meaning this game, yes, it's going to mean a lot. 1 meaning it's a dud. Vanderbilt, number 11 Vanderbilt, will visit number 19 Texas this weekend.
It's a 4.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it's not an outright elimination game, but I mean, it's mighty important. And Vandy's sitting at number 9 in America, back-to-back home wins over, again, I know it's not a murderer's row, but Mizzou was top 15 and LSU was ranked at the time they played. Can they turn the trick, go on the road, and beat Texas? I think the
Brought
game's
to you by
more
Precision
important
Garage Door
for Texas.
Services of Southeast Michigan.
Texas
The Lions
themselves
locked
back
up
in
Eden
that college
Hutchinson
football
until
race
23,
with
thanks to a
They lose
4-year,
this game.
$180 million.
You're talking about a total meltdown here.
See, I think the game's more important for Vandy because Vandy is one of those teams that, because they're not a powerhouse, the Commodores every week have to go out there and prove you belong at the table. Okay, but this is the week they'll fall off. Okay, but this is the week they'll fall off because they're not that blue blood SEC team. They used to be the homecoming SEC team. They're the smart kids.
For that reason, though, doesn't this feel like a little bit of house money for Vandy?
Yes.
That's how I feel.
To me, it does.
But no, Kenny, but I'd say this. If Vandy goes and loses to Texas, you're going to see, told you they weren't real.
My whole point is, though, Texas with 2 losses, you'd have 3 before you even get to the Georgia game, the A&M game. You're talking about Texas losing 5 games.
And see,
You're
I
talking
guess
about Sark maybe leaving.
And I guess I've already written off Texas and Sark has
Oh, well, that's
already
good
had.
to know. Why didn't you start the damn topic with that? That would have explained a lot to me. All right, I still was thinking there's hope.
No, you got a coach who, you know what, maybe I'll go coach the Titans. Wait, I didn't say that. It was irresponsible for you to actually print what I said.
So let's move over here. This game on November 7th. There's a group of 5 team that does get into the playoffs. You have Tulane going to visit number 25 Memphis. And right now, it's simply, yes, Memphis will have an important game against Navy at the end of November, but this will give Memphis the tiebreaker that needed to get into the championship.
Yeah, look, they escaped massive comeback in the fourth quarter. I think they were down 17 to USF. USF missed the game-tying field goal. That FedEx money's got Ryan Silverfield cruising. If they can keep Brendan Lewis, their quarterback, healthy for the stretch drive, what do you want me to say? Enjoy going to the playoff and being a 21-point underdog. Whee!
Would they get ranked higher than Notre Dame?
I'll rate that game a 3. Notre Dame's in regardless, and I don't even consider them a group of 4. They're not.
Right, but they're going to be at the bottom of the. They're going to barely get in.
They'll get in.
Okay.
Because, Rico, you know Notre Dame is viewed as this golden Fabergé egg.
They will, but I think they're going to be the second. The group of 5 school will be the lowest seed, and they'll be the second lowest.
Yeah, they'll have to play 7 games to get in.
On November 8th, you have number 10 BYU going to Texas Tech. And right now, the more important person for the game, Texas Tech needs that game because right now they have a loss in the conference.
It's
BYU
a 5.
is undefeated.
It's a 5. It's the Big 12 showdown.
Yes.
It's a 5. And for Tech, it's McGuire's career. They spent all this damn money. You lost your road game to ASU, I'll forgive you. But if you lose to Team Super Soaker, get out of here. Get out.
And for some reason, BYU just keeps winning. So
Guns up. Beat Bear Bachmeier. I've had enough.
Yeah, because
tortillas.
Texas Tech
can't do that. That's a penalty. That's $100,000.
They have to get by Cincinnati, and then they don't play Cincinnati, so they would have to beat.
Cincinnati's got a road trip to Rice Eccles at night this week.
They do.
Wave goodbye, Brennan Sorsby.
Well, here we go. Another game on November 8th. Navy, number 23 Navy, goes to number 12 Notre Dame.
Navy's got North Texas this week.
Yes,
so
they do.
I
that may be more important right now.
That's the problem.
Immediate.
Now, who they got on November 8th one more time?
Notre Dame. At Notre Dame.
Well, you know how that's going to go.
I'll leave the military academies to you.
No. No.
Notre Dame, David, I guess I'll look at it. That game is probably about a 2.
Damn.
Wow.
All right, Rico just sunk the battleship. It's over.
Why a 2, though? I mean,
if Navy beats North Texas, that game becomes a 5.
Okay.
The loser is dead.
So we're a week early of seeing the importance of the game. Got you.
Because if Navy beats North Texas and goes into that game,
North Texas has the quarterback that
Drew Metzenmaker.
Yeah.
Put some respect on his name. He threw for 600 yards last Friday night.
You told me about him, and I'm like, wow.
1 play per 20 seconds. Breakneck.
He won't be there next year, but This kid's pretty good.
He's really good.
Right? I was like, and the whole game, I'm like, okay, who would he look good? What uniform would he look good in next year? Yeah,
Not North Texas.
No.
If Eric Morris gets hired, he's coming with. David, go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to be honest on this one. This one's probably also a week early. This game is November 15th. It is Oklahoma at Alabama. But Oklahoma first needs to worry about beating Tennessee this weekend to give the Alabama game importance.
2 to me.
Yeah.
Because I think OU's going down. I think they'll lose at Rocky Top.
OU has not been the same since the Mateer injury.
Or since Mateer turned into Billups. What was that last week?
I just think that he came back too soon.
Buddy, that was like a month ago. It's his third start post-surgery. He played like Stevie Wonder last week. I don't want to hear about too soon. Okay. That's ridiculous.
Too soon.
Oh, come on.
Because, look, maybe he rushed back and he shouldn't have.
What? You're getting paid. Get on the field. David, go ahead.
We're about a month away from this matchup. It is USC at Oregon.
Nope.
Now, the only question I have here is this is a fourth team for the Big Ten. No, USC needs this game for that to happen.
David, here's the thing. The funny thing, and I actually talked about this on the pod this week. Oregon will dictate if there will be a fourth team from the Big Ten because Oregon will play USC. They're going to play UW, Washington, and they're going to play Iowa, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Oregon's going to dictate. They run the table, there won't be a team. It'll leave it up to Ohio State and Michigan. And if Michigan beats Ohio State for the 5th year in a row, they'll get it. If not, Big Ten will only send 3.
Big Ten should only send 3. It's a garbage conference this year. Look at the quality or lack thereof. It's terrible.
Brother, I'm not about to fight you on that.
It's just not good.
No, it's
not like Troy Aikman. It's not good, Joe. It's not good.
It's very top heavy. And look, and really, Oregon.
I don't know that they're that good at this point.
I was about to say, Oregon can show me something because they're going to be playing in some de facto playoff games because you're gonna have teams who want that final spot. But really, it's 2 really good teams in the Big Ten. There's Oregon, and then there's a lot of teams in the middle, and then there's Wisconsin and Purdue.
Yeah, I think you could have stopped it in the middle. Go ahead, David.
And then let's close it out with this one because this is a game that happens at the end of the year that I always ignored because one team always dominated.
Michigan, Ohio State.
It is Georgia at Georgia Tech this year on November 28th.
5. It's a 5 based on both teams right now are trending for the playoff. G-Tech could afford 1 loss. And I'm nervous this week. They're on the road at NC State, and NC State just lost their tight end, Justin Jolie, who's really good, but it's only a 5.5-point spread. I digress.
They wearing the white helmets?
I hope so. They're much better. But Georgia Tech, you'd have seeding on the line. If G-Tech loses a game, it's a de facto playoff game because 2 lost G-Tech isn't getting in. Georgia can't exactly play with their food. That'd be a 5. And that game last year was an absolute classic. That was a war between those two.
On Black Friday this year.
Where's the game?
It is at Georgia Tech.
At Bobby Dodd Stadium.
You know what? Because of that, 5.
I see Kenny doesn't care about the game at all.
That game's, you're right, it's a 5. I wish it wasn't a 5.
It's a tough rivalry game out of conference after you've played the entire SEC slate.
And
That's
you're right,
tough.
they can't play with their food anymore. There's no more of that left.
Right. It used to be a tune-up, get-right game for you, and not anymore.
You're exactly right about that. And that is your college football blitz.
NBA in full swing, so's hockey, even though somehow the NHL has one game tonight. I know it was the hockey frenzy last night. Whatever. FanDuel's got you covered. SGPs all the way to your old school sides and totals. Nobody has more betting markets because FanDuel, they're top in class. They're giving new customers $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/ticket. You can sign up today and play your game with FanDuel. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You've got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. Well, Rico, I have some upsetting news for you as we finish out on a Wednesday. I know.
Oh, the movie's not on.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, your blood money horse is not running in the Breeders' Cup. I told you Sovereignty spiked a fever. Today they made the decision he is out of the Breeders' Cup. So what human rights violator will you support now? You scumbag. I'm kidding.
Know.
Relax. The look on your face when I told you the backstory of who owns that horse.
I did not know. Okay, I'm new at this horse racing thing. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna just Mike does the whole. Well, I'm just gonna pick a winner, and I did. I was all happy.
You
with
picked the
myself.
real winner, the guy who kidnapped two of his daughters 20 years apart.
Right, so I'm like, okay, it's probably like one of those parenting things where didn't drop them off at McDonald's.
Yeah, so
on
you
time.
and I got sent to our room, One daughter got kidnapped off a boat,
Right.
and the other one was disappeared to the palace for 20 years, and no one knows where she is. But hey, everything's great. I hope you're happy.
I gave the money away.
No.
I did not feel good with that money.
I'm kidding.
I gave that money away.
But sovereignty's out of the
The Humane Society got a donation. I'm like, nope, I can't do that.
I'm sure your heart bleeds for the Sheik.
Yeah, we're just gonna move on.
Why don't you call him your BFF?
Oh,
What the hell are you guys talking about?
Listen, there's a backstory. I don't have the time
Sorry.
to tell you right
Understood.
now. I'll tell you off the air. It's no big deal. Rico,
You talking about the governor of Louisiana?
Oh boy,
Oh, I heard about that. Yeah.
that was some good audio. What do you have coming up next?
All right, so I heard you guys talk about the Tigers in the 3 o'clock hour. I know it's a big day for Aiden Hutchinson. I'm curious, now that you got your biggest star in the town, I assume he's your biggest, maybe your second biggest star extended. I have a question about Skubal. Is he next? And why do people feel the way they feel about Tarek Skubal? Because I got a big issue with the way the Tigers are handling this, although some people might have an issue with Skubal. So we'll get into it. We're on for 35 minutes.
We asked a question. It was just simple. You know, the World Series, does it serve as a reality check or, you know, an idea of how far away you are? But how do you start the process of getting to the level of the Blue Jays and Dodgers when the storyline to start your offseason seemingly is you're trading Tarek Skubal?
Correct. So let me ask you this, though. And I don't know where you guys stand.
I'm not paying him.
Okay, I know he's not coming back. I know you're not extending him. But you're also not going to get what you think you're going to get for him, I don't think.
People are going to be mortified at what the offers look like. It'll be better than Corbin Burns.
Right. So,
but it'll be nothing like, you know, what people...
So my point is, you're a lunatic if you trade him. You're one game back-to-back years away from the ALCS. I know he pitched in that Game 5 both years, but you're crazy to trade him. Build around him. Go get Bregman. Go get Alonso. Go get Naylor.
Well, let me add can I add a caveat?
Yeah.
If you trade him, you will be getting one major league piece plus prospects, right?
Yeah.
If you then weaponize your prospect cachet to begin making some trades for supplemental pieces with term that don't make a ton of money, there's a way to thread the needle, Jeff. There is. Now, Scott Harris has shown no interest in that. And let's be clear, those are the types of moves you put your ass in the jackpot. Like, I right here, right now, I've said it multiple times. I'm trading one of Kerry Carpenter or Riley Green.
Yeah, and I hear you. They're kind of the same player.
Right, but again,
they're not great outfielders.
I don't know that this organization has the chops to do it.
Right, because they're probably in love with them. But I guess I see what you're saying. But on the flip side, could you imagine for 1 year going to war with a pitching staff of Skubal, Melton, a healthy Reese Olson, and Casey Mize? Pretty good rotation. Go get yourself another high-leverage dude, and obviously be active in free agencies. There's free agents that can help you. You are, to me, if you trade him, the entire fan base should turn their back on them.
Again, it would.
And by the way, you're making another team better.
I mean, you have some in the fan base, Rieger, they lost favor in.
But I want to say this: the things that work against, and Rico's going to agree here. The lasting memory of him coming out of that game.
Then you watch Yamamoto.
But here's what hurts him: his agent hurts him.
That's true.
Scott Boras and the idea that Boras seemingly doesn't want him here. I think that is part of it. Look, Jeff, I can't.
Well, I don't think the Tigers have helped themselves, though, and I agree with the whole
but I
uncompetitive
can't
offer.
vilify the team based on trading him. It's what they do in concert with trading him.
So that's what I'm going to ask, though. Who do you blame the most for being in this situation? Is it Boras/Skubal, or is it the Tigers with, let's not forget, a Pobo that said there is no Skubal window and has offered an uncompetitive offer?
What did you say?
What?
Pobo?
Oh, president of baseball ops.
I thought he was calling him homeless.
No, that's a hobo.
Got it. You were talking so fast. I'm like, what the hell did he just say?
You don't know what a pobo is? It's a big baseball term these days.
President of baseball.
There you go.
I'm not even going to tell you what I thought it was. So.
What you thought I was? I didn't say hobo.
No.
Nobo?
Nope.
What? What's that from, by the way? I've heard it many times.
Charles Ramsey.
It actually happened.
From an interview, remember when he rescued, the girl who got kidnapped in Cleveland?
She was held hostage for years.
That's right. They were in an apartment.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
She finally escaped and ran up to him. And
Like we just
You guys get everything. I like
we
that.
just bring
Amanda
things
Berry.
back. All right.
Amanda
look,
Berry, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very
Nah,
much.
sit down.
All right. We'll talk to everybody tomorrow. Rieger is next, 97.1.